Opening day in Brescia, the ECL representatives, Brescia CC, got off to a good start, as did Kings 11. We'll see them taking part later in the day against each other. That should be a spicy one. Cividate had a mixed start. They're up first. And I see that Hassan Ahmed is back for Gina Brescia. So let's see what happens. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Italy Brescia, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is day 2 here in Brescia, 6-day series. It's week 2 of our 5-week Italian summer adventure. Certainly had a great start yesterday. We got to see all 6 teams. Only one of them will make it through to the Super Series in week 5 in Rome. The winner of that series, well, they get to go to the European Cricket League in 2023. So there's a big prize on the line, and we're starting up with match 5. It's Gina Brescia versus Cividate. Well, Gina Brescia, slightly disappointing yesterday, although they were missing a couple of their stars. Slightly different look to their team today. They're taking on Cividate, who had a 1-1 start. Finished the day with some points against PLG. Let's go out to Stefan Gooch. He's with 2 captains for the coin toss.
So we got the call. Here's the call. It's heads. We are betting for it. Okay. Cheers. All the best, guys. Best of luck.
So it is Cividate that have won the toss, and their captain Kuljinder Singh has elected to have a bat. I don't mind that at all. But Gina Brescia, we know that they have brought a couple of players in. Hassan Ahmed, he's a name we know very, very well here on ECN. He is coming in and leading the side in the absence of regular captain rookie Ahmed. Also saw that Fahim Nazir comes in to strengthen their batting. So that's probably where they struggled yesterday, with Nisa Ahmed missing out at the top of the order, but they do have some reinforcements there. Gina Brescia are a team that won the whole thing last year. They won the Super Series. They just missed the one match, the playoff game against Brescia CC, to make it into the ECL. And I'm sure they're keen to get their first points of the series. Got to say, I was pretty impressed with Cividate, though, who were missing 2 of their top 3 run scorers from last year. But I've got to say that Arslan Mohammed really stepped up. And look, I think that they have some players that's really impressed me. I think they were pretty tight in the field. And look, I think they play their best cricket. They can certainly challenge Gina Brescia for a result this morning. Let's talk about the conditions today in Brescia. I can tell you plenty of sunshine on the cards again. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 33 degrees. Currently, it's about 25 to get this one started. It will be hotting up, I'm sure, towards the middle of the day. But let me tell you, last night we actually had a big storm here. We actually had some rain and it swept through the ground. It actually swept quite a few of the fixtures away. So it's a great effort from the grounds crew this morning to get things ready for play. And look, because of the quite serious water restrictions as well in northern Italy, I know the government has imposed a state of emergency. Okay, it's not possible to water this ground, so I think that rain was very, very welcome. Still, I think it's going to be pretty dry conditions out here in the middle. Rico 4 is in the commentary box. Rico, let's get ready for the first of 4 matches today. Starting with match 5, the news from the toss is that Cividate, they've won the toss. They're going to have hit. Over to you. Let's get day 2 started.
Good morning, buongiorno. Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo out there in the middle, giving us a few insights to what we should expect today. And this is the GCC Brescia Cricket Ground, and certainly looking forward to the action today. 4 matches coming up, starting with Gina Brescia, seeing if they can bounce back after a disappointing loss yesterday. They lost to Brescia by 43 runs. Brescia with the team on form yesterday, winning both their matches. They're up against Cividate. And Cividate, well, they had a good win yesterday against the Pack Lions Getty. And we just have a little bit of a look back here, what happened yesterday. So like I said, Brescia had a good day. They started with a win against Janjua Brescia. I mean, defending just 88 runs, but they did that well with their bowling attack. They certainly got some good bowlers there, such as Afridi and Imran Naveed. And, well, Naeem Ahmed, 19 of 15 and those wickets, was the man there of the player of the match. Second match, Cividate against the Kings, and the Kings 11, they were on fire. All Sarkars have been boosted with player of the match. Yadav in their side, 62 of 22 he scored, and they winning that one against Cividate by 8 wickets. Then, well, this was the one that was, I think, a disappointing one for everyone. Thought it was going to be a much closer match. Brescia CC winning by 43 runs over Brescia. And that was all down to a player of the match performance from Imad Khan for Brescia, 39 of just 17. Absolutely played a beautiful knock. And the bowling for Javed Mohammed, 2 for 18. Imran Naveed, 2 for 14. And Bashir Khan, look out for him, the leg spinner, 2 for 15. He was in top form. And then the last match of the team was seeing this morning, Cividate, they had a good finish to the day. And that was thanks to player of the match, Zain Ali, 38 of 16. Also picked up 2 for 8. Winning that one by 44 runs. It was quite an easy victory, but they look strong, and certainly 2 men that I think you've got to look forward to after a pair of dangerous batters, Arslan and Zain Ali. This is how the table looked. So Brescia with both their wins, 4 points, and then Kings and Cividate. Kings only played the one game, and they won that one 2 points. Cividate won 1 and lost 1 on 2 points as well. So Cividate really know get a victory here and get themselves right up there along with Brescia. Remember, the top 3, so important, the top 3 going into the last day. Well, they know that they'll be playing for us. They'll be on Friday already in the finals day. The bottom 3, well, they've got elimination matches to play. So that's what the teams are trying to do. Have a quick preview of the team. So like I said, I think certainly with Cividate, the men to watch out for, Arslan Mohammed, 39 of 17 balls against Kings, and then 48 of 18 against PLG. He was in fine form and he hit the ball so well. And then, of course, there was the player of the match performance in the victory that they had. And that was Zain Ali, 38 of 16 versus PLG. He also took 2 for 14 in that one as well. And Brescia, well, what can you say about them? I mean, there was Sharuk Nawaz, who made a good performance. But that was it, really. We have a look here with Brescia. Despite that loss yesterday, 98 to 94, favourites to win this one. We'll have to see how it does. Cividate, I like the move there. As you saw on the coin toss, they wanted to have a bat first. I think that's probably them saying, look, we batted well yesterday, and they did bat well yesterday, batting first against Pak Lions Getty. And they say, look, if it worked for us then, I know it's a different opposition, and Brescia certainly are going to be boosted, especially with the likes of Hassan Ahmed coming in their side, and he's going to be captaining as well. So a bit more strength from them. We know that they were saying yesterday that they're missing a few players, and one man to watch out for, Nisar Ahmed. I mean, he failed yesterday. He was out very first ball to a spicy catch and covers. He's going to want to bounce back strong as well. And there he is there. Got his lovely bright colourful gloves on, and well, he's got the old cap on today as well. It is going to be a warm one, and often you find when you've had a bit of rain that the temperatures really do spice up the next day. Here we go, first ball of the day. And it's a good one, just short of a length outside the off, but the batters, they get a run straight away. And it's, well, it's the Singh partnership this morning, Sukhwinder Singh. And gets off the mark straight away. That puts his captain, Kuljinder Singh, on strike. Kuljinder yesterday, he showed that he's capable of sticking around and nudging the ball through singles and keeping a good partnership going. But when he tried to accelerate, he did get himself out. But, I mean, he got out. And then somebody like Arslan Mohammed came in and took the bowling apart. Good bit of movement there. Nice take from the keeper. Just makes me wonder whether the slip there is a little bit too close to him. I mean, Nisar Ahmed taking the catch. Look where he takes this. He's sort of taking this and then goes right across the slip. Good attacking start from the field placing anyway. Got men in close. This one's down the leg side and takes a nasty bounce. And I think that will go to the boundary. And that's the first one of the day. He tries to catch up with it, but can't. It just goes to show the pace of this outfield. I mean, plays the shot pretty well. But even though the fielder there did get a fair bit of that, still got past him and got to the boundary. 4 runs. First boundary of the day. Three men. And just a 2 man actually. I'm confusing the umpire who has one of the players. 2 men on the onside. So the offside is very tightly packed. Yeah, they're very tight in that offside. And this is all about getting the ball outside the off. And just 2 on the leg side. And one of those men is back. He's back at mid-wicket. mid-on inside the circle. Well, he does go a little bit leg-side-ish again on this one. It's not where I think the captain, Hassan Ahmed, wants the bowler to be bowling here. Probably wants him to be attacking the off-stump. Yeah, I mean, look at that. It looks like they're all coming together for a party there, don't they? Outside the off. Plenty of bodies in there. The slip, the gully, third man in between the two. And there's the two men that are on their own on the leg side. So they want things to happen on the offside. And no run there, and that's the difference, you see. You see a lot of times something like that is going to be an easy single because the players are pushed on the ring. But that's the advantage that gives you. Have them all in close and put the pressure on. End of the first over. 6 without loss. An opportunity for me once more to say good morning to everybody. The cricket lovers around the world, our global cricket family. It's lovely to have you here with us once more. Day 2 starting here in Brescia, Italian summer. Now we know that in Milan, that those two teams, Albano and Fresh Tropical, well, they battled in the final, but they battled in the final knowing that they are going to be travelling to Rome for the Super Series starting on the 25th of July. And which teams will join them? Now the champions were Fresh Tropical. They beat Albano in the final. So they were the champions of Milan. But both those teams, because there were 12 teams in Milan, 2 qualified, the 2 finalists. Brescia is going to be interesting. I mean, there's top teams here. Brescia, Gina Brescia we're seeing here now. Kings 11. Well, they're appealing. I'm going to be interesting what the umpire gives here. I certainly heard a big clonk, but no leg bye given. I'm just being a little bit, what's the word? Deceived, because we've got a few batters in front of us to the left that are doing some knockdowns. I'm hearing a sound of the bat from the guys doing the practicing. So it was clearly leg-wise. Some pretty bright shoes out there as well. I wonder if Valentine out in the tower is going to be able to focus on some of those bright shoes. Swing and a miss. Well, the man with the bright gloves doing the keeping there. It's our Ahmed. And look, there's some very colourful footwear from some of these players. Looking very dashing. I'm liking the kits as well from all of the teams. Well, we are in Italy, and Italy is all about fashion, isn't it? And the players not disappointing with their choice of colours and kits. Nazir. Oh, good ball. Full, and gets that movement away. So trying to back up the start that Mohammed Imran made. And of course, they are very keen to bounce back, aren't they? I mean, Gina Brescia, they didn't make the best of starts. I mean, they were playing Brescia CC, 2 top teams in Italy. They've had many a tussle together. Brescia CC, 112 for 4. Wasn't a big score. Imad Khan was the main contributor, 39 of 17. But Gina Brescia just never got going. And, well, look at the movement of this. I mean, just have a look where the keeper, Nisar Ahmed, ends up taking the ball. It's quite incredible, the late movement. Watch this. It just keeps going and going. Quality ball. And you can see the batter, he's stepping down the leg side to try and play it, taking himself away from the ball. And if he knows that's the movement, he's got to go into it. And just wants a change in the field. He's just moving his third man a bit wider. He just gets the feeling that the batter, he's going to have a swing here. I think the pressure is on the batter as well. Sukhbinder Singh gets a fair bit of this, but no run. And that's why I like this field. That's why I do like those men close out there on the offside. They're just not giving anything. And as a bowler, I remember, you know, if I'm bowling, I'm saying to the captain, yeah, I'll bowl. This is the field that I want, because I don't want to give any easy runs, no matter what the match situation is. You know, I'm aware of my bowling figures. I don't want to give easy singles. I want them to work for every run. And that's exactly here what Gina Brescia are doing these early overs. They're making it hard. Nazir bowling well. And it's the same again, a swing and a miss. I mean, what do you have to do? I mean, that's the end of the over. You see the batter just taking himself away. Watch the movement. He takes that initial movement, but then look at the foot. That foot has to be going into the ball. end of the second over. Maybe have a quick look at the standings as they are at the moment. Like I say, yesterday was a good day for Brescia CC, winning both their matches, and that put them at the top there. I mean, they're going to be the team to beat. Kings 11, they look good, didn't they? I know they said they're missing a couple of players, but getting Yadav in the side and Kuldeep Lal, a lot of you will know from Barcelona, well, that certainly boosted him. And Lal, well, he did not disappoint, did he? Taking 4 wickets and also contributed with the bat as well. And we see Kings in a very tasty match later today. It's a swing and a miss, and they don't get better than that. Match 7 today. On match 3 of the day, match 7. Kings are taking on Brescia CC, so watch out for that. Good opportunity to welcome a man who's certainly looking forward to all the matches we've got in store today. And it is, of course, Vinny, Mr. Maximo, safely back from Lake Garda.
That is true. Although we had an interesting time at the lake. More about that later, but good morning to everyone. I hope you're well. Nice to have you tuning in, whether you're watching on FanCode in India and the subcontinent, or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to be here, day 2. We had a bit of a surprise. Well, I certainly got a video this morning when we were about to leave the hotel about the location of the cube.
The cube went walkabouts.
Just have a look at this one. He runs back for a second over. He's a good bowler. And this is just a single. Yeah, well, here's the thing, and I know there was a storm last night because I was swimming in the lake and then suddenly the wind changed. The sand was coming in. It was a proper sandstorm followed by a thunder and lightning storm. And yeah, the wind was significant. Anyway, meanwhile, the ground was sitting and everything got blown everywhere. The cube, not joking, probably about 100 metres away, was found against the fence.
Gone, taken, and that's what it's all about. Getting the players in close. He's got the slip fielder in. We don't see this too often in European cricket, where the slip is in place and actually takes a catch. So this is a rare moment for you viewers. It's a rare one for us as well. But look, that is really good bowling. Both the openers have been spot on. They've been attacking the off stump, getting the ball to move away. And sooner or later, that's going to happen. And that is a really good catch taken there. And it's Fahim Nazir, who makes no mistakes. Really well taken. In fact, I think that's Hassan Ahmed, isn't it?
Hassan Ahmed.
Hassan Ahmed. So the captain, well, he comes into the team here and takes a really good catch.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant captaincy as well. Put himself in that position. And a lot of edges go flying over that position. So often we see kind of pseudo-slip catches taken a few metres back or even back on the circle. But a fantastic bit of thinking, of cricket IQ, to know that Imran's swinging the ball away from the bat and he's likely to get that outside edge. He does. And Hassan Ahmed cleans up. And so score now, 8 for 1. This will bring Zain Ali to the crease. Sukhvinder just couldn't get anything going, could he? 1 of 8. They sent him up to do a job at top of the order. I mean, for me, they've got their 2 form batters at 3 and 4. I think you need to have at least one of them opening.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You got to gamble, and basically you feel like you've gone through a quarter of this innings, you've only got 8 runs on the board.
Yeah, it's one of the comments I made yesterday, and though it didn't backfire for them because, I mean, the batters, Zain Ali and Aslam Hamid, both made runs and they had plenty of time to. I think when you've got 2 batters like that, leaving them lower down and having batters that are going to eat up a few deliveries, it can end up costing you.
Yeah.
Good bit of work there between, once again, a wicket-keeper and slip. Hassan, again, making the initial stop. This one just doesn't come up as much. It goes through Nisar, but Hassan is able to get a hand onto it.
Yeah, it's good backing up. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, the cube was blown away. Luckily, we found it and put it back, and well done to all the ground crew this morning who made sure the ground got back where it was meant to be.
In the air, and it goes down, and the fielder coming into it gets a shout in. So I think Hassan Ahmed once more, he backs away from it. I think he gets there, does the hard work. He's trying to take it low down, not able to keep it in his hands. That's an opportunity, a big opportunity, because it is, of course, Aslan who comes in. No, it's actually not Aslan, apologies, that's Zain Ali. He comes in before Arslan is what I meant to say there, which is, again, a bit of a surprise.
I mean, Zain Ali batted really well. I mean, they probably batted as well as each other yesterday in the end.
This one will be a wide, and the ball is still going as well. How far will it go? The fielder does come across, makes a save, so that's going to be 3 runs there. The batters come and complete 2.
Yeah, they'll need all the runs they can get after this start. I want to say hello to Brian Spies, who's in the chat, I think watching from South Africa. Great to have you. And hello to Mr. Maximo Jr., who's watching from Bangladesh. Just to be clear, I've never been to Bangladesh, but I would like to go one day. But it's great to have your company with us. Another note on the field. Wait for this ball from Imran. He's a bit wider of the crease. This will be a one-hopper down to mid-on. Going to throw at the stumps. I think if that hits, probably trouble for Kuljinder. But he does survive. It's the end of the power play. And it's 13 for 1 after 3 overs. And Sanoj wants to see the outfit, but you can see it in a second. Hello to Pistabai as well. So, you know, quite serious water restrictions at the moment. We touched on this yesterday, but, you know, the government here has actually declared a state of emergency due to the lack of rainfall over the last couple of months or so. And so, yeah, you cannot water the field at the moment. You absolutely cannot. And that's why the fields we've seen so far in Milan and even here, you know, not a lot of greenery around. But we did have some of that rain overnight. It is welcome. And I'm all for the rain as long as it happens after play because it doesn't interrupt our schedule. But, yeah, so yeah, that will do the field some good. But I suppose the other thing is that, you know, it won't stay wet for long. In fact, it's already not wet because it's pretty hot.
The other thing with that, Vinny, is that we know, I mean, obviously living in Spain, I know as well, when you get the sort of rain, I mean, I know it was quite stormy in some places. You mentioned that you were called in it, and it rained a fair bit around the hotel, and it was actually beautiful. We actually sat outside for a bit in it, funny enough, because it was so soothing. But you know then that the next day the heat is going to be, it's really going to be sort of unbearable, because what happens is the heat also comes off the ground because the ground is a bit damp. Like here, that heat is going to start coming up.
From the top and the bottom,
top
basically.
and bottom, mate. Yeah. And of course, unfortunately for us, it means all the bugs come out as well. So watch out for the mosquitoes.
In the second over, because there was a run off it, but it was a leg bite. So Nazir's coming off a maiden, and here he is in over number 4. So he didn't have to wait too long for our first maiden. And Fahim Nazir is a very, very good player. His play we saw. We've seen quite a few times before, but he's also very, very good bat. And he provides a lot of flexibility to this Jinnah lineup. I think Jinnah, without 1 or 2 players, such as Nazir, such as Hassan Ahmed yesterday, but they're pretty keen to really start their tournament today, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to bounce back, haven't they? I mean, yesterday would have been disappointed. This is sliced away. Third man comes into the action. Yeah, they're looking to bounce back. They're looking to basically say to people who saw that performance yesterday, well, look, this is just a blip. We were without 1 or 2 players, and those players that were there, for example, Nisar Ahmed, who didn't score any runs, that, you know, it just didn't happen for us yesterday, but we're going to show what we are all about and why we are one of the top teams here in Italy.
The players you'd need to step up in those other players' absence. Just didn't have a lot of luck.
Swings hard at this one. Well, that is a bit of a friendly Tortuga bounce for the fielder. It looks like he was going to be challenged, but as it was, the ball hits the deck and does a bit of a Jeffrey and ends up going kindly to the hands of the fielder.
I'll say a quick hello to Sanoj, who's telling us if we get a chance to try some South Indian dishes like idli and dosa you find in the Indian restaurants. Well, we're always on the lookout. Sanoj, this is blasted. This is up the hill. Bang. Maximo Ulrico. Nazir, for the first time, gets punished a little bit short. And wow, this one was right out of the screws.
Well, this is what we're looking to see. I mean, he's waited a while, Kuljinder Singh, but that's the first, I think, in the innings, all the innings we've seen him bat. This is the 3rd time. I think it's the first time we've seen him play a legitimate aggressive shot, and he plays it so well. He just, I had to take a double look because I thought that was Zayn playing that shot.
Kuljinder breaking out.
Nazir wants to come back, and he goes back with another short one, and he says, "It's no fluke," says Kuljinder Singh. "It's no fluke because I'll put you there again." And this time it doesn't go all the way, but it's still a lovely shot. Just well, plays it so easy, doesn't rush, all about balance and shape.
Yeah, balance is a really good word for that. And ended up just smacking that to the boundary, Kuljinder. He's getting moving. I want to say hello to Sharon Whitehouse, who's watching from Port Elizabeth in South Africa as well. She says she understands the water shortage. They're having some similar issues down there. So quite a few of the South African viewers coming this morning. We were talking about zip lines and flying foxes and foofy slides yesterday, which is a South African word for that particular contraption.
It's going down the leg side, so that's not going to be it. Look, we live in a funny world, don't we? I mean, here we are here in Italy, Spain, and a lot of other places in Europe where it is absolutely sizzling. And everybody wants the rain, wants the water. And then, like you mentioned, you know, a lot of people around the world, especially in Australia at the moment, the last thing they want is rain. It's but look, I know you want to say a few words to a lot of people in Australia. That is some difficult times from all of us, really.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we said it yesterday, but to everyone that's facing difficulties with the events happening in Australia, with the floods at the moment, you know, sending out our best thoughts to you and you know, wishing you all the best through this difficult time. And you know, hopefully you can get a bit of a mental break with us on the European Cricket Network today. But we know that, you know, around the world, a lot of people are doing it tough. So, yeah, welcome here to Brescia, though, where we did have some welcome rain last night. It came in sideways. I was swimming in the lake last night. Rico, we're going to have to drag you down to the lake because this was amazing. After sweltering, it was probably 35 to 37 in the box yesterday. I tell you what, that was absolutely amazing. And big thank you to Amadullah Safi, Mr. 100%, who you might remember from the ECL. He was my chauffeur. He was also my throwing partner because we took a couple of these kind of spongy cricket balls down there. We were having a bit of fun. I was surprised with the amount of waves that there were because of the wind. I think that one might be okay when it goes through
waves, eh?
Yeah, they had waves.
Really?
I mean,
you
it was a lake.
You don't really
But
get that with lakes,
because
right?
the lake's so big and the wind was quite strong. It was basically creating waves. And that reminded me a bit of being back home in Perth in the summer.
Well, the umpire, look, you see what he's doing there. He's thinking, he's thinking, do I do or not? I mean, I don't think it's too different from the one before, is it?
Yeah, I think it's about the same, and I think it's a good call. I mean, you got to judge it at the time it goes past the popping crease, the crease that the batter's standing around, and I think that is inside. So, credit to the umpire there, seeing it twice, getting it right twice, I think.
Well, this time he says, well, okay, umps, if you're not going to give it, I'm going to swing and swing hard. Well, Zayn Ali just hasn't got going yet. I mean, this is the thing for me, Vinny. I mean, well, like we said, I would like to see either Zayn Ali or Aslan Mohammed come higher up the order. I think one of them should be opening. Now they've also switched the batting order here as well. Aslan Mohammed normally comes in 3, Zayn Ali's coming 3. They're changing things they didn't need to change because the way it worked. So I'm not quite sure why they're making these little changes here. This one will fly away to third man. It does well.
Yeah, I mean,
waits for the spin.
Hindsight's 20/20, but you know, Sukhvinder at the top of the order didn't come off 1 off 8, and you would say that okay, fair enough. And Kuljinder provides a bit of stability at the top of the order if you want him as an opener. But I feel like then you got to have Zayn Ali and Aslam Mohammed as the other 2 of your top 3. But and the other thing is, Jinnah bowled pretty well. Give them credit. There's been some good captaincy in there as well from Hassan Ahmed so far. He's still got a kind of floating gully in there, Hassan Ali.
Plays this out into the covers, but no run. So they're keeping the pressure on here. I mean, I know we're out of the power play, but again, if you look at the field set, I mean, they have got the 5 bodies out, 3 on the leg side, third man, and long off. But those fielders that are in the circle, they're not on the circle, if you know what I mean. They're inside it and they're attacking. Up in the air, this one will get away. And third man is going across, but he's not going to catch up with that. So 4 runs. But again, it's Kuljinder Singh that is that's scoring the runs at the moment. The captain, I think he's probably feeling the need to play a few risky shots. You see that one gets right outside the leg stick there. Gives himself a lot of room to open up his arms. And sort of uppercuts this away. Nice shot.
Really
but he
nice
needs some
shot.
Support from Ali, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he doesn't try and hit it too hard. I think that's the key here. If you really try and swing on this, you can often miss it. He just makes sure he gets some bat and kind of helps the ball on the way.
Full toss, and it's played away through the covers. 4 more runs, back-to-back boundaries. Kuljinder Singh, he is up and running. Well, El Capitan leading the way at the moment. Not the best of deliveries, but still needs to be put away. What he does here is he still plays the shot. He still tries to find the gap. He could have swung wild at it. Could have gone for it on the mid-wicket area. There's 3 men waiting there. He doesn't. He goes for a proper, authentic shot and gets his reward. 4 more.
Yeah, good shot selection there. And the thing about Kuljinder's batting, he hasn't been trying to hit the ball too hard. He's just been playing correct shots and timing the ball. So 26 off 16. Nice from him. After he was a little bit pedestrian in the start. Zayn Ali hasn't gotten going yet. Still plenty of batting to come. Aslam Mohammed, I think Isra Munshi's been pretty good as well when he's had an opportunity. And so Chivinate just mounting a bit of a response after there were only 13 in the power play. They've gone 12 and 10 in the 2 overs since then. A quick hello to everyone who's saying hi to us, and thanks for keeping our day so interesting in the YouTube live chat, ECN European Cricket Network.
Faisal Shabir.
Yep, Shabir with his first ball.
And he knocks the off stump clean out of the ground. Literally, it flies out, and that's not a bad start, is it? He says, yeah, give me the ball. I'll knock it over. And, well, as cool as a cucumber, goes over and gets the high fives, if you like, from his teammates. And the appreciation, right on the money, wasn't he? Right on the money. And you can see that the big shot was going to come because he just hadn't got going. Now, look, I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing. If it's not your day, he hasn't chewed up too many deliveries, and it gives an opportunity now, surely, for Arslan Mohammed to come in and see if he can get going.
Yeah, this is the key partnership for me now in the innings. And that one just nipped back a little bit off the deck. So, credit to him there. Bowler gets it right first up. 35 for 2. 3 off 7 for Zain Ali. Disappointment that he can't get too much going on here in match 5. And now what a good start that is. That's what they always say to the quicker bowlers. Hit the top of off. That's exactly what he does there. Bang.
Yeah, does it well as well, doesn't he? And I think if you look back at what we've seen bowling-wise so far, we've seen 2 bowlers. Both the openers were getting the ball to nip away. And now we're seeing something different. Zain Ali, he's getting the ball to cut in. Just using all those different options. We haven't seen any spin as yet, but I don't think there's probably no need for it. I mean, these bowlers are bowling so well. That wicket came at the right time, just when the acceleration started to come. So this, I think, is the big moment now.
It's be a good contest. Shabir's got his tail up.
Bold gets this one a good area. A very optimistic appeal from Shabir.
Missed that by a long way. But yeah, slightly nervy shot first up. Didn't know whether to go at it or not. Kind of tentatively poked at it in the end. Arslan Mohammed did have a good day yesterday, didn't he? Also a key player with the ball. I mean, the thing about Arslan Mohammed, he's the only one of their top 3 run scorers last year that is playing again this year. Chivadate, the others have moved to other clubs, so he becomes super important.
It's a slower delivery attempt. It ends up being a full toss, and Arslani does manage to work it away out to the onside, so he will get off the mark. And I think it'd be interesting to see how Kuljinder now keeps going here. I mean, obviously he's got Arslan in there with him now, but he's played some nice attacking shots. I think he just will try to keep going, though. I think mentally he also knows he doesn't want to really give the advantage to Jinder Brescia picking up 2 quick wickets within balls of each other. This is going to be a wide. Good work from Nisar Ahmed there.
Yeah, he's a good keeper. Really good keeper. He's a player we saw representing Italy in the European Cricket Championship International T10 last year. Tournament which will be coming up in just a couple of months now. It's going to come up pretty quickly, Rico. Cartomania will be back over 5 weeks this time. So an extra week on the ECC. It's pretty exciting. 21 nations, including 6 that are new to the tournament.
I had a brief look at the ground the other day. There was a few postings on social media, some of the cricket that was going on there, some of the league fixtures. It looks absolutely immaculate. It really does. Can't wait. Up in the air, but this should be taken. Well, he's misjudged this. He misjudges it, and he gets lucky with the stop. I mean, he waits for it, thinks it's coming straight to him, then realises it isn't. Gets the skates on, but can't get there.
Yeah, he cost himself 2 steps, and then he does just get it on the full with one hand. You're exactly right. Just misjudged it. I mean, to be honest, we've seen a lot of fielders rushing in lately that haven't had to, so I can understand that. But, yeah, not an easy one because it was flat. And a bit of a life for the batter right there, Kuljinder.
Firmly hit. Fielder's got work to do here. Does ever so well. And when he makes a stop, and then he fumbles it a little bit, but still, that's good work from Fahim Nazir.
All you want is the last bounce to give you a bit of a chance, and it does that time to Nazir. See, if that bounces 1 or 2 metres in front of him, he has no time to react to that. I mean, it is very, very challenging fielding on this field. But, you know, partly it's luck. You can't discount the luck factor. That time he gets a nice friendly bounce and gets to see the ball come to him at a predictable height.
Short, up in the air, should be taken. Any one of 3 can take this, and it's an easy, simple catch. So Kuljinder, he will depart. And, well, this was the worry for me. They didn't want to lose another wicket straight away, and they particularly didn't want to lose Kuljinder. But he goes, so now the score is 39 for 3, and that is also the end of the 6th over.
Good over from Shabir.
Yeah.
Strikes with the first and last, so he bookends the 6th with wickets. And yeah, you can't really blame Shabir. You can't really blame the batter, I was going to say. Kuljinder Singh. He tries to force it away over that offside ring of fielders, but just doesn't get the contact. So he departs as the 3rd wicket, 39 for 3, but still pretty good knock from the skipper. I mean, 27 of the 39 runs have come off his bat. So someone else has to step up now with 4 overs remaining in the first innings of the day.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And I think somebody needs to give probably a bit of support to Arslan Mohammed. But at the moment, the batters that performed for them yesterday haven't quite just done it. There's the bowling, magnificent figures. Really, Mohammed Imran was spot on. And so has been Fahim Nazir. Both of them picking up for their 2 overs, just conceding 12 runs. And I think we've seen some good overs there now from Hassan Ali. And also Fazal Shabir. So it's not going to get any easier. And we're going to see some spin injected in now. And this is going to be Rizwan Mobi-Uddin to come to bowl.
Yes, they're deciding to change the pace. New batter is Munshi, and I mentioned he had a pretty good day yesterday as well. I like the way that Chivinate, some of their kind of, I suppose, nucleus of players from last year, the way that they seem to have come along a lot in the last 12 months.
To get the single, I don't think he was too sure where this ball was. So come on then, you were in the lake.
Okay.
Was there loads of fish?
I was in the lake.
So do you see it? Because everybody says they come and nibble on you.
The one thing I would say that's quite amazing is you don't see anything in there. I mean, remember, I'm just on the out.
Is it because it's dirty?
No, I mean, it's clear.
Yeah.
And compared to,
still clear, yeah.
let's say, the ocean in Australia or something like that, I mean, it is just clear. And one thing that was quite remarkable, like I said, were the waves. They're quite, like, decent-sized waves.
Well, this is right up in the air, and this is going to go for 6. Well, I reckon this is coming to the top edge of the bat, you know, Vinny. That is some hit. I don't think it comes off the middle at all. Let's have a look.
It's more maybe almost off the toe, but got enough of the middle to take it out of here.
It sounded very hollow. I mean, but it goes a long way up. It also goes a distance, and it goes for 6 runs when they needed that. And he's gone for another one. This is big. Well, Munshi comes out, and he's got the Munchies for 6s. This is big.
Sure does. I mean, spin has been really effective on this wicket, but you've still got to bowl well. I mean, these ones are kind of in the slot. It's a comfortable pace to hit. I mean, he hasn't slowed it down or quickened it up. It's been fairly one pace so far.
This time, it's clever. He doesn't have to give his wicket away. He's done what he has to do.
Yeah, so no, I've got to say it was, to be honest, was the perfect temperature. I'll be there every night. I'll be in the lake every night. Into the over. So 53 for 3 after 7. A couple of big blows in the 7th. The over goes for 14. 2 sixes, 2 singles, 2 dots for Rizwan Mohi-Uddin in the 7th. And look, a few questions about the format this week, and I can tell you that we have 6 teams here. It's our standard 6-team format, which basically means all teams will play each other over the first 4 days. 15 matches in total is the round robin stage. They'll all play each other, and then it's all about whether you're in the top 3 or the bottom 3. There's kind of benefits to every single position, but basically the Super Friday is where the top 3 play each other. Only 2 of them get the double chance on Saturday. And the bottom teams, well, they're just playing to make it to Saturday. And then the top 4 standing will go for it on Saturday. The winner of that will go to the Super Series in week 5 in Rome. The winner of that Super Series goes to the ECL in February 2023. So looking forward to the next few weeks of our Italian summer. Shabir's back. Easy's bowled well so far. So when are we going to get you? When are we going to get you over to the lake, Rico?
Well, this is why I'm This is why I'm getting you to paint the picture for me. So you talked about the lake. It's very clear, very clean. It's good. Now, what about the surroundings? Is it like a grassy bay that goes into sand or what?
I mean, I think the circumference of the lake is something like 160 or 180 kilometres.
Wow, that's big.
So that's if you had, if you put a piece of string around the outside of the lake. So it's pretty big. But there's a bit of everything. There's some places that are kind of more beaches with sand, some pebbles, some big rocks. There's some grassy bits.
Any stories of any monsters Have you done?
The main,
Not like
the
you know,
main
like in
monster was like the
Scotland,
monster
Loch Ness, etc.
from Lost. It was more the wind was like the monster. When it came in, this dirt was coming in, and it was coming in sideways.
Uh-huh.
And I looked around. 5 minutes later, everyone had gotten up and gotten out. So I kind of got the hint and got out myself. And then the thunder and the lightning started.
Hits this hard over the top of the infielders. That's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot. I'll tell you why this is a good shot, because on the offside, they have kept the squeeze on. They haven't put anybody back because they thought, well, we don't have to. Nobody's hit one there. Now, all of a sudden, with that one going over there, it was going to maybe force them to make a change in the field, and that will make it easier for them to take a few singles on the offside. And here we go. So already there's some discussions here. Yeah, so the man goes back.
Yeah, good shot selection when it comes down to it. And they bring the deep square leg up now so that the deep point can go back. I mean, typically you do want to bowl outside the off stump. Shapir can't let that throw him at all.
Cracking shot.
Bowled very well. Yeah, fantastic. Good decision making from the batter there. Aslam Mohammed, who's up again.
This one is work to do for the fielder. Bobbles away. No mistake. Nicely picked up. Good clean hands
So
there.
what's it going to take to get you to the lake?
I'll tell you what it's going to take.
Go on.
I've got to go shopping and get a pair of swimming trunks. That's got to be a first.
I mean, it wasn't so clear that you could see under the water easily from outside. So if you wanted to sneak in without anything,
without anything, you mean just take a big towel and
might
just
miss
like
a couple of
sneak
days
in
or
there.
two because you'll be in the local.
Yeah, but I'm
Italian
worried about
jail.
the fish. The fish do nip. I've been
didn't
told
see-
that. I'm not going in there without any trunk and having nippy fish around me.
That's fake news around the swimming areas about the fish.
No
Oi,
ball, this one.
What a shot. Look at this. Describe this.
Well,
Go.
okay. He goes down and he's almost like playing like a tennis shot here. And somehow, what does his hit? It has to be the toe end, yeah. He hits the corner of the bat and it goes to 4. Look, watch. He goes down. He don't know anything about this. But well, it's 4 runs.
That's
and
the shot of the day for me. That's a no-look, half-hook, half-deflection shot
Munchie.
from Munchie. He'll get a free hit.
Yeah. He's going to go after this. I mean, I suspect this might be a slower delivery. I think. Let's wait and see. In comes Shabir. Well, no, he's going to be sent back again.
He's going to get his warning. That's right.
Yeah. Shubdev says, don't you turn your back on me. I've got to have a word with you. Right, he's told him now. Right. So he gets his warning. Free hit. And not going to go anywhere. So it's a good comeback on the bowler. He makes amends. Wasn't able to get this away. Nice to see the staff around the ground starting to repair the damage that was done because of that storm. The banners are going back up.
Yeah.
Nice to have our roof
The one
over our
thing
head
I
again.
think that is good, it's good for Valentines who's up there, is that the scaffolding didn't fall down, so that's a positive.
Yeah.
That was the only thing left standing really at the ground when they arrived first thing this morning.
We've had a few problems with our cube, haven't we? It doesn't like the wind.
It's
I
full
see
of
he's
air.
been tied up to chairs now, so
Yeah.
we could have a load of chairs coming in our
I
direction.
think you're right.
This one is going towards the man at fine. Will he get there? No, he won't. So he's very, very wide. That's 4 more runs. It doesn't matter how they come at this point. They just need to keep picking up these boundaries. And I know they've lost a couple of wickets on the way, but the acceleration has come. And these two at the moment are looking good. And that was the end of the over there. So the score moves on to 68 now for 3. So these last 12 balls are so crucial. You reckon they can push on and get to a 90-plus score here?
There's no reason they can't. I mean, 2 a ball from here is 92. I think if these two say that, then that's probably, they'll get something in the 90s, I imagine. If they don't, I feel like they'll probably end up in the 80s. But let's see what happens here. Should be interesting. I want to say quick hello to Yuvraj Singh, who's already tipped in his first 1,000 rupees of the day. I appreciate that. And
Sastrikal, Yurav. Sastrikal.
all right, let's go back to the left arm, Hassan Ali. It all happens in the 9th, and here's the 9th.
Oh, that.
It is a wide.
Wide?
It's close, actually. It's a real interesting one. Does any of the ball get the blue line when it goes past the crease?
I thought it goes past when it's...
No, actually, when it bounces,
it's deceiving, isn't it, the
line.
angle?
I
Yeah.
think it's a tough one to call. That's a good call, I think. It's probably on the line when it passes.
And
the
listen,
crease.
have you bought a sachet of sugar or something with you to the ground today? This one is blasted, but there is a fielder out there. Does well. watches the bounce, gets the throw in, so only take the single. Why are there so many ants? What, have you got some sweet stuff here or
Well,
something?
it's not me. I'm not particularly sweet at the moment.
They're everywhere.
Had
Look.
all my sweetness washed off in the lake last
Go
night.
away.
It's very strange to have such a nice swim in fresh water, though, compared to salt water of the ocean.
Well, it's done you some good. You're very bubbly this morning. You're probably normally quite
Well,
grouchy.
the
You're
reason
actually
is
quite bubbly.
that I was so tired then I went and slept for pretty much the rest of the night.
So what happened to dinner? You don't have dinner?
Just had a quick snack. But
Okay, here we go. Here we go. When Billy has a quick snack, how many plates are there?
no, I'm trying to be good at the moment because I know we've got Bologna next week, which is gelato 7 nights a week. Oh,
That's a lucky one, but I suppose it's fortunate that the third man is back there. And, they'll only just get the single from it.
Hassanali's been really disciplined with the ball, though, hasn't he? I mean, if he's only just missed, he's only just missed on the offside, and he's an awkward customer. And I think typically batters like the idea of going kind of across the line to the power zone. I mean, I'd be trying to probably hit him straight over the cover's head. That's where the gap is at the moment. They've got a deep point, deep long off. Don't fight.
Well, he probably wasn't trying to, well, he's probably trying to hit it somewhere, but he misses it completely. Just tries to give himself a little bit of room, doesn't he, Arsenal Mohammed? But that's really good bowling, and you said it, he's just bowled really well. He's bowled in his areas, and it's almost like, you know, like you say good bowlers to do. They're sort of in the mind of the batter, and they're sort of saying, right, I know what you're going to try and do here, so I'm going to do this. And he just gets this right. Look, see, puts it in an area where he isn't able to get any bat onto it because it's so close to his pads.
I was just about to say, I was halfway through the sentence, but don't fight the angle. The angle is coming across you, so if you're facing up, it's coming from leg side to offside. So I think it's probably high risk to try and fight that and go back to leg side, which is what he tries to do there, and pays the penalty. But despite that, it's a fourth wicket now, I should say. 72 for 4. This will bring Ramsanil to the crease at number 6. It really has been Munchie that's been the man who has provided the runs lately. You see here, just no real foot movement at all. Lifts the head, loses the shape, loses his stumps. And some pretty nice kicks out there. Hassanali, he deserves that wicket as well. I think he's bowled very well. Got one for 14 now with 3 balls remaining. Here he is to Sunil.
Plays it out on the offside, gets the single straight away. That's important. I mean, if they can give the strike here back to Munchie now. Munchie, you'll be looking to at least find the boundary at some point along the ground. They've tightened things up again. That's what good teams do. But a couple of boundaries, I mean, that will take them into the 80s. And once again, a big push in the last. And who knows, maybe the 90 is still on. This is very straight. This is a lovely shot. This is a beautiful shot. Look, this is a great bit of cricket. The ball isn't bad at all. Normally you'd be saying to the bowler, get it full right up there. He does, but look, he just takes that little step back, meets it on the full, hits it dead straight. That's a beautiful shot.
A great shot. Like I said, he doesn't fight the angle. We kind of imagine that he was a brick wall. It's like you bowled into it and it's reflected off at the perfect angle. All right, last ball of the over. Munchie on 27. I think it's it all wrong. Now you might as well go. Poor communication, because they should have gone for a run there. Munchie would have had the strike, but he almost sacrifices his wicket as he scrambles back. 9 overs down, 77 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, the non-striker there lets him down as well, doesn't he? I mean, Sunil needs to read the situation and needed to be going. If he was going, Munchie would have reacted and they would have got that single and he'd be on strike.
This is where, I mean, sometimes it's worth just taking a moment before that ball. Say, look, if it goes to the keeper, I want to run because I want to get to the other end.
Yeah.
And I guess he wasn't planning on missing it. But how good was that off drive? He absolutely laced that. So Hassanali takes 1 for 19 off 2. I feel like he bowled better than that. And can Chivinate push up to that 90? Let's see. Munchie needs the strike back if he's going to do it. Ramsanil will be facing up in the first ball, the 10th over.
Yeah, and Sunil has got to be, I mean, he's only faced 1 ball to be fair, 1 of 1. But he needs to do the same again. It's either a boundary or he's got to get a single. And Munchie needs to get on strike. Going to be Ghulam Farid to bowl.
Now, Luke.
Yep.
But you know, that last ball last over, for me, it's a bit of kind of inexperience in the T10 of the manipulation of the strike. I think he kind of saw what Munchie was thinking, but they hadn't really talked about it. That's something, the more you play it, the better you get, and you kind of get a bit more comfortable with sacrificing those wickets to manipulate the striker towards the end of the innings, which can just get you that extra 10 runs or so.
Slices this, and they get the one. I mean, you should be pushing, I think, trying to get the 2 here.
Yeah.
But interesting that this is the strength at the moment with Gina Brescia getting those extra players into the team. The bowler now, Ghulam Farid, he took 2 for 9 yesterday.
Yeah.
And he's only just getting the 1 over here today. That's how strong they are.
And got a lot of options, Gina. And of course, they don't have Rookie Ahmed, their regular captain, who bowled very well for them yesterday as well.
To the ground, they think about it, and he's going to be run out here, surely. Yeah, he is. I mean,
yeah.
I
think that's
they
also
both
smart.
try, but you got to. It's again, it goes back to what you're saying before. You got to have the plan and have it in advance.
Well, the thing is, they know the run-out's coming at the keeper's end, so they don't really want to sacrifice Munshi. See, Munshi's at the non-strikers, and as soon as he says, "Okay, nah, I'm going to stay safe. I know that you're in trouble," but I mean, they do want to keep him at the crease just in case he can get back on strike. He's got 3 more opportunities, so see here, that's why he says, all right, sorry, Ram.
This is such good work from the keeper here, Nisar Ahmed, because the throw was terrible. You can see Nisar is saying, what are you doing, man? Have a look at this again, because all he needs to do is a little underarm throw, but the bowler, he ends up, he doesn't know how to throw it, so he has a look at this, he has a shy at the stump. That's
right.
Such good work,
It's an awkward length as well. He does very well, the keeper. Anyway, here we go. There's 3 to come. Score 79 for 5.
Edge. And this is going quickly. But again, they've got that 3rd man in exactly the right spot. How many runs have been saved out there by him? A lot of teams don't do that. Going to learn from that. Have the 3rd man up there a little bit fine. He's going to save you a lot of runs.
It's one of the most important positions, I think, on the ground. It's Ranjot Singh who gets off the mark. Well, now, ideally, you want Munshi facing both of these. And we talked about 90 plus potentially, but they've only just gotten to 80. Been a very, very good last over this. Just 3 runs off the 4 balls so far. Here's Munshi, though. Got to run 2 here. Got to run 2. The throw will probably come to the keeper. Yeah, very good cricket. They get 2.
Yeah, good running. They know what you've got to do. And again, I mean, think, you know, that Ranjit Singh, he's probably thinking, okay, if it goes to my end, if I have to go, I have to go. But the main thing is to get Munshi on strike. So we're 82.
All right, strap yourselves in. Last ball time. Farid to Munshi, who's on 30. He's been brilliant. Uchi Vedate.
It's a wide ball. Yeah, it's a good try from Farid. He knows that the batter was going to come up at him, and he just tries to just sneak this in. But it just touches a bit of that line and gets called. Right call. Going to get 1 more. And another ball to go here.
Yep, the hit and run will be on. I think he's looking to go straight down the ground here. Bit of a gap right over the bowler's head. It's pitched up.
Ooh, gets dropped. They'll take the run. I think they will get there, but this was absolutely smacked. It really was. Hit this hard. The fielder, he doesn't take the catch. He saves 3 runs, though.
Let's have a look at this run out. Bit of a hesitation. Don't know why, but seeing if he was caught or not. I think he might be in a bit of trouble here. It is. He's okay. Just okay. There, he's already in. So he'll get the run in the end. It was pretty close. And look, credit to Munshi, who'll finish on 31. He gets them up to 84 for 5. So something that is, I guess, a little bit competitive. As Ranjot Singh, well, he'll stay back and make sure the stumps are in order for the second innings of this one. But Gina Brescia, they'll need 85 for victory when we resume. They're searching for their first points of the series. Chivinate, they did secure a win last night against Pack Lions Getty. But right now, they're going to have to bowl and field out of their skin if they are going to be victorious here. In the first match of day 2, we're ready to rock. The Storm swept in overnight. And Kuljinder, well, a couple of good blows from him, but at the other end, Sukhvinder couldn't get much going. Over to Slips catching here was the first wicket of the day.
Yeah, good catch low down. Nicely taken. And, it was Hassan Ahmed that takes the catch, but that brought out a dangerous player. We know all about Zain Ali, but today he just couldn't get going. It was his captain, Kuljinder Singh, that was playing some beautiful shots to all parts of the ground. And, I mean, that was a beautiful one. Over pitch and put it away. And Zain Ali, he knew he had to get going. He was eating up for too many balls. Has a swing at this. Loses his off stump. And, well, we saw 2 wickets go quickly, though, because once he went, Kuljinder Singh also got himself out. But then we saw something special. Munshi came out and he was hitting sixes for fun. What a good innings it was from him. But you have to say, it was really only two main batters that made contributions there. Kuljinder Singh, 27 off the 18 balls that he faced, and Munshi, 31 in the end of 15 deliveries. But nobody else was able to get any acceleration in. The bowling was very good. It was very tight. And on the whole, the fielding and the catching was pretty good, though. We did see one or two go down, but difficult chances. But this was a great shot, straight down the ground. That was at a pressure moment. And, this one was a run out. It wasn't the best of throws from the bowler. The bowler knew it, but they did get their man. But the score finishing in the 80s, 84. We thought that if they get to 90, it would just make it a bit more interesting. But look, one thing is for sure, Chividate will know that Gina Brescia yesterday chasing 112 only made 69. So they've got to bowl well and they've got to take those wickets early. But it's not going to be easy as we have a look at the scorecard there. Kuljinder Singh, the captain, a good knock from him. It's the first time we really saw that sort of aggressive fighting style of his batting, 27 of 18. But the only other man, Ishram Munshi, 31 of 15. So two men that have been in good form for them, Zain Ali and Aslan Mohammed, really not able to get going here this morning. So 84 for 5. Just have a look at some of the bowling figures. I think the two openers bowled particularly well. I mean, Mohammed Imran and Fahim Nazir, I mean, they were on top form, and you can see that there. I mean, not picking up too many wickets, but just keeping the only 24 runs coming off those 4 overs from them. Imran was the one who picked up the wicket. 2 wickets for Faisal Shabir, 2 for 19. And Hassan Ali again, he went for 19, picks up that 1 wicket. As Vinny said, I mean, he bowled better than that, but there was a couple of lucky slices for the batters involved. Rizwan Uddin, he bowled the 1 over for 14, and it was good to see that Ghulam Farid got a bowl as well. He bowled particularly well yesterday, just getting the 1 over today, and didn't pick up a wicket, but was involved with that run out and only went for just 7 runs. So very evenly poised. I think Chividate going to have to be at their best in the field. There will be chances early if they take them. If they get the early wickets, then they'll put pressure on Gina Brescia. But Gina Brescia, they are keen this morning to bounce back after that defeat yesterday to Brescia. I mean, they've been strengthened with the likes of Hussain Ahmed coming into this side, and I think somebody like Nisar Ahmed is going to be out there to prove a point as well. Can he get going? Can he get out of the blocks today? Well, join me, Rika Full and Mr. Maximo, to find out. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of match number 5. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Brescia cricket ground here, surrounded by this natural beauty and a lot of mountains around us. We're sort of at the foot of these Alps really, and it's pretty fresh at the moment. There's still a nice breeze blowing, but the heat is definitely on. It's getting hotter by the minute. It simply feels like that. And this match, well, it's evenly set really, I think, at the moment. It's going to be one that's going to be in the grade 80s, that's for sure. Cividale 84 for 5. They were hoping for maybe 10 to 15 more runs, but the big guns this time, Arslan Mohammed and also Zain Ali, weren't really able to fire. But fortunately for them, the captain was in good form. Gurjinder Singh, 27 of 18 for him, and also there was a good knock from Munshi. 31 and not out, batted really well, gives them the valuable runs. But what they need to do is get wickets early. I mean, Mohammed Imran is probably once again going to be key here. And I think they're going with Nasir once more. Nasir was out very first ball yesterday. He creamed the ball through the covers, but it was taken, catch was taken. So he went first bowler. He's looking to make amends and get first runs on the ball for himself in this FanCode European Cricket Series. And he's got Fahim and Nazir supporting him at the non-strikers end. Here we go, first ball. It will be Arslan Mohammed. And oh, this is a beautiful in-swinging Yorker. Really good start. And you can, yeah, exactly. You have a look at the batter there. And this house says, you see what that did? It was like a boomerang. Well, that was too good for the batter. Too good for the wicket keeper as well, Abdul Rahman. A good start. And I think you'll probably find that Nisar is going to make a change to his guard pretty early. Probably going to come a bit further up the crease. It's nicely played this time, concentrating, keeping it along the ground. The fielder gives it chase. He's going to be able to get there. He does really well. That's a really good bit of fielding there. Chases it all the way. The throw's not so great, but it was backed up. Not too many of these get caught. I mean, Nisar, he didn't thrash it through the covers, but he timed it pretty well. And the fielder, well, he stopped perfectly. Well, look at that. Bit of action for you. And shout out to our production guys, to Martins, Valentine and Kiriolis here at the ground. Good work, and that was good work from Ahmad Afzal as well, making a really good stop. This one's clipped away on the onside. So one more to Nisar. So he is up and running. And that'll give him good confidence. And, now Fahim Nazir takes his guard. So he's going to have the ball sort of coming into him, into his pads really, the left-hander. Let's see how he deals with it. I mean, one thing though, I think Arslan Mohammed will have to adjust the line here. Probably won't be so full because he was just clipping them off his pads. Let's see how this goes. He does play it off his pads, just takes that step across. There's more work to be done here from the fielders. And, well, he has all sorts of trouble getting to that, and he allows the batters to take a comfortable second. And the bowler, he's wondering what's going on there. Not sure what was going on there with the fielder. Seemed to get to the ball okay, and then, yeah, a bit of a shake of the head from the bowler. And the fielder just couldn't get the ball in his hands. Well, he's been sort of moved. He now has to spend the rest of the day at fine leg. As he played again, once again the fielders not helping themselves, and when you haven't got big runs on the board, you've got to be better in the field. And once again, you see another mistake. Well, the young man, well, he was moved to fine leg, Azam Babar, when he couldn't pick up the ball. Well, he does his job there, doesn't he, Babar? You tell the captain, you can move me, but at least I was alert and backing up to that throw. Great bit of experience for the younger players when they're playing here. What an opportunity for them, and what a big learning experience as well. As well bowled, clever bowling after getting those full pitch in-swingers in. He gets this one just to nip the other way. And finishes well. 8 come off the over from Arslan. But he certainly asked questions, both the batters. Still no boundaries here. And still no golden ball either. 327 matches without a golden ball. It's an easier record. He keeps growing and growing. Well, Mr. Maximo back in the cube. On the microwave, we're starting to call it now. It's going to happen, and it's going to happen.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it will. It's just a matter of when. And, well, maybe we'll get a run of them. I think we probably will. I mean, normally in 320 games, you'd expect 4 or 5 golden balls. It's just been one of those times. And a bit like the drought in the north of Italy. We've got a golden ball drought, but we have seen a lot of close contests along the way, and that's what it's all about. Zayn Ali is going to bowl over number 2. Once again, want to say hello to everyone. I see that Mr. Maximo Jr. is quickly becoming an expert in the chat. He's been following ECN for a couple of years, so his opinion's pretty sought after. Let's see how we go. Zia facing.
Oh, this is going to be a wide, and it's going to probably be 5 of them as well. It goes through the keeper. It's not able to stop it, Abdul Rahman. And I just think it's his movement here. It's a bit late going, and then just he tries to throw himself onto the ball. Doesn't get anything on it, goes through.
Well, it's coming back in the first over. I see that Nazir got a 3. Is that the one that got stopped on the boundary with the boot? He was able to run 3.
No, that wasn't that one. That was the one with the youngster. Just couldn't pick up the ball, I think.
You don't see too many genuine 3s, do you? Anyway, that one's wasteful. You're just chasing 84. Zayn Ali needs 1 or 2 early wickets here.
Chance. Oh, it goes down. Well, we could have seen a second catch in the match in slips. That was how the first wicket went down in the innings of Chividate. But this one, look, he does everything right, gets his hands to it, but the captain, Jinder Singh, not able to take the cap. I think that's the second opportunity he's had at slip in the series. We saw one yesterday, so he wasn't able to hold, and that's another one.
It's so frustrating because that's exactly what he's there for.
Yeah.
And the universe won't throw you too many of those in this format of the game, so when you can't hold on, that is really annoying. Nazir gets a life.
Well, Nazir may get a life, but Nisar Ahmed doesn't. He's been done by another one that's come into a great bit of bowling. That takes a bit of courage as well from the bowler. Zayn Ali. He would have been disappointed that the catch isn't taking the slips, but then the tall man, he goes wide, angles this in, and he does Ahmed here. This is a beautiful delivery.
Yeah,
it really
but I mean,
is.
Yeah, Nisa, he becomes a human backboard though. That's the thing. It just bounces off his pads and onto the stump, so he can't take a trick at the moment. Good player, but out of luck. And that's certainly one man you do have to get if you're going to have any chance of defending this total of 84. So, handy wicket to start. 14 for 1 in the second.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. And they get the wicket early, and I just thought, well, that drop catch, I mean, it wasn't Mr. Ahmed that was dropped. It was Fahim Nazir. But just remember that he was dropped on 3. I know it was a difficult chance, but he could have had possibly both the openers here.
Yeah, potentially. Well, I suppose if it was caught, then it wouldn't have been Nisa who's facing. Fahim Nazir probably hasn't had as much cricket going into this as Nisa Ahmed, but he's still very, very good player. Nisa's the man that we saw keeping for Italy in the ECC, the International T10 last year. He put some pretty good performances on the board there. Right now, Zayn Ali is the new batter, and it's Shahrukh Nawaz that's going to start with a boundary. It was outside the leg stump. It was Gundy Rico, and it gets what it deserved. It gets 4 runs for Brescia.
Yeah, this was the gundiest of Gundy balls. It really was. And, well, there's no point chasing after that young man. That's 4 runs. Wasn't a good ball. We're seeing a lot of that. We're not seeing the new batters being attacked and the stumps being attacked the first ball. I mean, this man was in form yesterday. Was the only one, really. Scored 21 of 12 deliveries. The only one who showed any fight with the bat. And it comes in at number 3 here. Shahrukh Nawaz. Well, he keeps everything into this one. Doesn't quite time it right. Mid wicket comes in. Just keeps it to 1.
Yes, I mean, you got to get through a top 4 here. I mean, I think Hassan Ahmed will probably come in next as the standing captain for Brescia. And yeah, look, they got heaps of batting options. Haven't seen Rizwan Mohiuddin either yet. And Mohamed Imran also pretty useful in that middle order. But you just got to play the batters in front of you. Fahim Nazir, a long way out of his crease here.
Well, they hesitate slightly, but they will get the single. The field is just a little bit too far back there, Ahmad Afzal. And now the field needs to change. Once again, you've got this left to right hand combination.
The amp's just saying hello to me by biting my arms there.
Oh, look at that. You got a nice little, look at, you got a little, a love bite from an ant.
I've had a few issues. I guess I am tasty.
They're just walking all over you, look, just like that.
Well, might be safer in the water than tonight. Zain Ali searching for a second wicket. Wellington Nazir.
Full toss outside the off, and he gets it over everybody, and that's going to be 4 runs. It's not a good delivery. It's wide, it's full, and it's an easy hit for the batter.
There's Nawaz part of me, of course, the right-hander who was facing up, and he smacks that to the boundary. So certainly cashes that one in. And that is the end of the second over as well. 24 for 1 after 2 overs. Hello to Tarek. Hope you're well in the chat. Nice to have you with us as per usual. And so just a reminder that we'll have 15 matches. So the first 4 days essentially is round robin matches. And then the top 3 who will be guaranteed a spot in the finals on Saturday. They'll play each other on Super Friday for position. Only 2 of them getting the double chance. And the bottom 3, they'll be playing for survival. So right now, Brescia find themselves outside the bottom 3. They won't want to stay there for too long. It's Aslam Mohammed now to bowl to Nazir.
Oh, isn't that a beaut? What a beautiful delivery. Sort of a cutter.
Can't hit these. I mean, that was a really good ball. I think it just hits the seam. It didn't seem like a cutter to me, but yeah, Aslam really getting that one perfect. Well, maybe does put a little bit of off cut on the ball.
It's a good delivery anyhow, wasn't it? And you get see these sort of balls now that just create a bit of doubt now in the batter's mind. Nazir. And he slices hard and he gets lucky. And well, there's another one that has to be chased by the young man there, Azan Babar. Can't do anything about it. So this is sort of a win for the bowler, but unfortunately, it's also 4 runs.
That was just another one of those ones which goes against Chivinate. A few marginals going against them early on, and already we see they put a big dent in this target, haven't they? 28. We're not even out of the power play yet.
Slower delivery. It's well bowled, but not well dealt with. And they will take 2. I suppose that the main thing is the ball doesn't find its way to the boundary.
Yes, Parminder's actually had a very, very good time in the field for Chivinate. I think he's been one of their best fielders, but I mean, even the best fielders are going to get tripped up occasionally on this surface. He kind of fields all around the place as well. He's at mid-on at the moment, left-hander.
Clipped away, it's on the legs, and it's an easy hit for the left-hander. So Nazir is starting to get going now. I mean, it's once again, you see, he's quite clever. I like the way he uses his crease. He sort of rocks forward, then goes back, gets the bowler to go full. And if the line isn't right, like in that one, I mean, it's not down the leg by much, but he's able to clip it away. And he's making a good start here. It's Fahim Nazir. Takes some nice shots. It's another boundary to him, 2 boundaries now to him. Nawaz is there with 2 4s as well. No 6s in the innings as yet. Hope he tries to get one there. He doesn't able to.
Yeah, he's better than that, Nazir. Just tries to drag this across the leg side. I mean, with mid-on and mid-off up straight, that's the kind of ball, if you're going to try and drive it straight. Don't get sucked in trying to go across the line. Last ball of the power play coming up.
That's just too wide, I think. Yeah, the umpire calls it. And good morning to both our umpires as well. Emil Hetty and Sukhdev Singh, man in black, doing a great job out there. And, being well supported by the match referee and the 3rd umpire, Stefan Gooch.
Also want to say a quick hello to Keanu, who's in the chat. Nice to have you with us, as well as Maya Patel and James Stewart watching from Estonia.
Well, this is another one that was close to finding that edge again. Good take by Abdul Rahman. Just beating the batter but not finding the edge. 35 now at the end of the power play. But that's the difference, you see. And this is one thing that some of these teams at Cividale need to learn. You got to get the runs in the power play. I mean, their power play bought 13. And they were 13 for 1. And you can see here at Brescia at 35 for 1.
And they were battling just to get into the 80s. I mean, at the moment, Brescia, they'll be battling not to get in the 80s. I mean, it'd be pretty hard to not win from here. Although, having said that, 1 or 2 wickets and maybe get some new batters in there. It's just hard to see it happening. Brescia, team that, well, not only did they win this tournament last year, they then went to the Super Series, which was in November last year in Rome, and they won that. They won pretty much everything in 2021. The only match they didn't win was a playoff between the 2020 winners and the 2021 winners for the ECL spot against Brescia CC that Brescia CC won just on the 31st of October. And so that's why we didn't see them at the ECL, but they're a powerful side. Kuljinder to bowl over number 4.
Oh, he's gone right back here. Well, he's good job he gets bat onto this. So it goes right back and sort of paddles this away.
Yeah, so scoring rates always interest us, don't they? I think we said last year it was 10.4 runs and over was the average run rate, so 104 kind of pass score. Going into again with left-hand, right-hand combo here.
Lovely sweep shot. This is just beautiful timing. The positioning is spot on. I mean, look at the head. The head tells you everything. Absolutely dead straight. What a great shot that is. Swept for 4.
Sweeping is one of those shots that looks much easier on TV than it actually is. I mean, some people rush it, but good sweepers make it look easy, and that was a beautiful shot from Nazir. Showing some class there.
Nazir taking on the captain, Kuljinder. Kuljinder, not a bad delivery at all. I mean, if he misses that shot, everybody's up for LBW. And now this one is up in the air. Ball! Bolle, Kinna, Sona, Shaka, Logian. There's the first Maximo. And this time he doesn't miss out. Once again, just keeps his shape, stays nice and tall, and hits it big.
See, that's his zone. I mean, that's hitting straight. That's hitting straight through the line. Perfect shot selection and perfect contact point there for Mahim Nazir. Now he's really rocking, and, well, going to be a battle to keep this over under control for Cividate. That's a good comeback, though, from the captain.
Yeah, good reply.
Yeah, so 10.4 and over last year. Yeah, today 9.3, so a little bit below that. Sometimes you do see that at the start of tournaments where the batters take a bit of time to get into the swing of things. And that's telling me around about 100 or so is par. Feels a bit low, but I guess we'll have to see how this week pans out. We saw Brescia CC defending a score in the 80s against Jandrel Brescia yesterday. So, yeah, if you bowl and field well, anything's possible. I'd say, yeah, everyone batting first, they're looking to get that 100 plus on the board. And even though Cividate, well, you can see because they have only got 85, or 84 to defend, seeming a bit thin on the ground here against a Ginner side with plenty of confidence and plenty of batters. End of the 4th over. The score is 48 for 1. Once again, want to welcome everyone to our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. It's wonderful to have your company once again on a beautiful day here in Brescia. Mentioned some of the rain we had last night. It's coming up out of the ground, a little bit of a steamy effect, I suppose, but also plenty of sunshine from over the top. And we're loving our time here at Rico. This is your first time in Brescia, right?
First time.
So, have you enjoyed it so far?
I've loved it. I mean, I love Italy. Loved when we were in Rome and in Venezia and also in Bologna. Though when we were there, we were unfortunately it was during COVID time.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's so good. Like last week in Milan and this time here in Brescia, it's so good to go out and explore. And looking forward to going to see the castle.
Yeah.
That's next on the list.
That should be good. Well, let's move on with the game now. And it's going to be Zain Ali who is going to bowl. This one's just deflected away for 1. But at the moment, Brescia, I mean, winning's a habit, and they have been winners. Because that's one thing you would definitely say about them in the season that they put together last year. Right now, no signs of nerves in this chase despite the loss of Nisa Ahmed, who will be disappointed to go cheaply again. I mean, it's a matter of time till he breaks out. The ball just rebounded off his body into the stumps, but right now, Nazir in particular, with the support of Sharuk Nawaz, almost got them to the 50 mark. It does look like this 85 won't be enough to curb Jinnah, who are heading for their first points of this FanCode European Cricket Series.
Bit of an appeal, but I think this is pitching outside the leg stump, so I don't think it's going to be entertained. Just have a look at this delivery. Yeah, that's pitching outside legs. It can't be out no matter what the ball goes on to do from there on. So it's quite an easy decision there for the match officials. Hey, you know what they say about ants, that in terms of sort of their body mass, etc., they can lift amazing things. Well, the amount of ants here, I reckon our cube is slowly moving. I think they're trying to get us out of here. They're saying that we were here first, and every time I look, I just see it moving slightly. I'm thinking, hang on a minute, is it the ants? Are they moving our stuff away? Maybe it was the ants that took our home over there and chucked it the other side of the ridge.
Yeah, if you just joined us, when we woke up, our cube was 100 metres away because of a storm that swept through the ground in the area last night. Well done to everyone for getting the ground looking as presentable as possible. 50's up now for Brescia this over.
Oh, good throw, and he's in trouble. And, well, this, I think, would have been out. If this is a direct hit, or maybe even if it's a better throw. Let's have a look. Picks it up straight away, gets the throw in. And,
terrible throw.
He's out there. And, yeah, I think direct hit would have had him. Yeah, I mean, their work is being... It's ongoing around the ground. You see one or two of the batters not quite up just yet, but they will be. I think it's all about getting the pegs in the stake strong enough and into the ground. That's the other thing. Getting things in the ground at the moment to try and hold things up is very difficult. It's a swing and a miss, no run. And, well, Zayn Ali just making sure the batter's in the crease. I know with that's the problem we're having with our micro cube here. I mean, the cube is up, but getting the pegs into the ground to try and keep it from blowing away, well, it's just like rock.
Not super easy.
So good luck, boys. Doing a good job. But they'll get there. They'll get there.
Zayn Ali, last ball of his spell.
No, it's not. Well, this is called a... Well, hang on.
Called a
it's
wide.
called a wide. I thought he initially called a no ball,
Yeah,
so he changed his decision.
Let's get a look at the height. Yeah, that's well over the...
Yeah, it should have been
well
a no
over.
ball. I wonder if he's calling a... Well, okay. It's,
Yeah.
The first call to me was right, but then it was changed to a wide, so...
Yeah, I'd be annoyed if I was batting, because look how high this is. It goes probably, chest height. It won't be a free hit.
Well, hang on. We say that. I think here comes the communication.
Yeah.
I think it's just asking for clarification. Maybe that just, under the heat of the moment, the umpire's given the no ball, and then he's said it was also, oh, well, there you go. It is a no ball free hit. So it will go down as a no ball, not a wide. Here comes a free hit. I like that. It's communication. It's communication.
Just the bat phone rang in the nick of time. Free hit then.
And he hits it pretty well as well. That is out of here. Boom. Shaka Lagia. Arriba. Manos arriba. Porque eso es 6 carreras, 6 mundi.
Yeah, well, free hits cashed in at the end of 5 overs, then 59 for 1. They are cruising at the moment. Shivanate taking a bruising. And not the finish that Zayn Ali wanted. He'll finish with figures of 1 for 26 off his 2 overs. And so, how many do they need now? 26 required off the second half. Looks like Jinnah are cruising, like I said, for their first points of this series. Beautiful backdrop. I mean, one thing we mentioned this morning, state of emergency has been declared in northern Italy, which means that no watering is possible of the ground due to the water restrictions. That's why you see it in the state it is. Nazir comes down, doesn't quite get to this, but gets called through for a single. It's good running by Nawaz, good backing up, and then making sure that he was safe, and Nazir was always going to be safe at the other end.
Yeah, just going through the motions here now. I mean, you can't see them playing this match away. 26, well now I think 25 required. Goes for the big hit down the ground, but the fielder is going to take the catch for a moment. I thought he just misjudged this, but Arslan does take the catch. He doesn't move too quickly, and then he's ending up, he's leaning uncomfortably to take it. He does. He's got safe hands. It gets the wicket. And it is the captain, Kuljinder, who gets the breakthrough. So you can see they're not, at the moment, not particularly over delighted with it, because I think they do believe that maybe it's come too late. But you still got to believe. I mean, you get a wicket and strange things can happen. And, you see, Cruz in quite an uncomfortable position to take it, but it doesn't matter. Well, Kuljinder, he was very happy that he took that wicket. He's enjoying himself, so Mr. Maximo puts on some more bug repellent on his arms.
Yeah, I mean...
You got tasted blood, huh?
Well, we are in a zone where there's a few creepy crawlies that have been following us around the last few weeks as the weather's hotted up. Here's Hassan Ahmed, though, for the first time in the series. He's a very good player. I mean, he's a player we first saw burst onto the scene on ECN in our very first major tournament that we showed, 2019. He was playing for Brescia in the ECL. I've seen him playing for Brescia. Also saw him playing for the Zurich Nomads in Switzerland in the 2020 ECS. Also saw him playing for Italy in the ECC last year, so he's got a lot of experience. Comes into the side today as captain, standing captain. Looks Ahmed the game off here. Brescia, we will see them a little bit later on today as well in game 4 of the day. Carefully just pushes this one away, first ball of his series.
Interesting, speaking of the day, that you said you were talking about the helipad.
Yep.
And he said, I haven't seen too many left-handers. Well, here you go. You've got two left-handers out there now.
He whacked a few on the helipad last year.
Did he?
Yeah.
Here we go then.
Probably when he tries straight away. Does like to have a swing.
So bold. Just getting this to go the other way. Kuljinder. The battle of the two captains here now. And, yeah, good delivery. Good bit of turn there as well.
Good bit of turn.
274 runs in this series last year. Gets floated up. Arslan will do the fielding once more.
Well fielded. You got to stay there. You got to stay patient and watch it right in, because not quite sure what it's going to do out of that area.
Nice shot played. There's a man out there who will do the fielding. He plays that shot really well. Gets into good position. I like the way the two batters also, they complete the first run. They take a few steps, looking to take the second. If it's on, they'll go, but decide against it. You've always got to be looking to want to take that second run. I think that's a good technique. It certainly then also helps you get a few overthrows as well. End of the over. So they're progressing nicely. They did lose that wicket in that one. Well bowled by Kuljinder Singh. He's taken 1 for 16 of his 62 the score. And 2 wickets down.
So 23 required off 24. Hard to see them falling over in this chase. Looks like this is going to be Ram Sunil, who is going to bowl over number 7. And so, let's see if these two left-handers maybe target the helipad. Depends what Ram serves up.
Up in the air, and this is a delightful shot. He just helps this over the close fielders, and it just drops one bounce before it goes to the boundary. A really nice shot. It's almost effortless. A really classy batter now that he's flowing.
Yeah, it sure is. And so I'm just going with the angle there. So how long is there to go in this one? Here's Sunil. Tries to get a bit inventive with this one. But it's just going to be scrambled through for a bite. So it's a matter of how long Chivadate can hold on in this one. Team that we first saw in 2021 on ECN. Keanu saying this is the Gino we all know and love. Well, they haven't really pulled out about 3rd gear yet. That's the thing. Despite that, they are going at a pretty good rate of knots. In the air, and probably will just be the one. Enrico was talking about the running between the wickets. What we see the best teams doing is pushing hard in the first one, and any fumble from the outfielders, they are going for 2. That's kind of the type of running we've seen, particularly at Kartama in those big tournaments. Rico, that's what the best players, the best teams do. They have that understanding. Any fumble, they're both going, and there's not that hesitation.
This one's into the legs. It's pushed away onto the inside. You get the feeling here now that Nazir has decided, okay, I'm not going to give my wicket away here. He's not doing anything foolish. He doesn't have to do anything foolish. Game really is more or less in the bag. And he knows he can just do it with singles. He's quite happy to give Hassan Ahmed the strike. And Ahmed, well, he hits this really hard. The fielder does well. Takes one for his team.
Yeah, well done. You've got to be courageous to get behind that because you don't quite know how it's going to bounce. I had a question from Ninja. It's the same question I got yesterday, actually. It might have been Mandrake that asked me, seeing the 2004 on Ramsindal's shirt, what's the highest number that we've seen in ECN cricket? And I can tell you, I'll give you the quick version this time, for those of you that were watching yesterday. It's not really going anywhere, but it will be one. And leg by, signal by the umpire. End of the 7th over. The score is 71 for 2. Well, I will tell you, I'll leave you in suspense, and I'll tell you exactly what the highest shirt number is after I tell you about the second match of the day, which is coming up in around about half an hour from now. We'll have the first ball, Jandra Brescia and Pack Lions Getty, two teams without any points after day one, although they only played the one match each. We'll get to see them hit the park. Jandra Brescia winning the toss, selecting to bowl first. So PLG, they have struggled with the bat, so I think that's why Jandra Brescia deciding to send them in and hoping they can maybe skittle them. Got to say, Jandra Brescia have Zahid Ali, who we haven't really seen the best of yet. Very experienced campaigner, their captain. Also pretty clever slow bowler. I think he might cause some problems for Pack Lions Getty, who had a pretty good slow bowler of their own, Fakar Imran, with 4 wickets yesterday. And he, far and away, was their best performer. So watch out for those two teams going at it in 30 minutes' time. Second match of 4 today from Brescia in the air. And this one won't quite carry to mid-wicket. So the highest number we've ever had, it was in 2020. We had a player, Mukhtar Singh, who had 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6 on his back. And wasn't a particularly big guy. It's just they managed a way to fit the 6 digits on. Pretty thin font. And the funny thing is, he actually wasn't able to really get a run in that tournament. Obviously, he's hit 6 sixes somewhere along the line in his cricket career. So it's a big call to put the 6 sixes on your back. He had more 6s on his back than he did off his bat in that series.
Oh, this has gone up in the air. This is going all the way. Balle, shaka, lugya. That is out of there. Well, Vinny, watch out. It's a good job there is no helicopter there because that's on his way down that way. Oh, that was big. That was big. And that's just what he's had a few miscues. Now he's hitting big.
You can see how the helipad is under attack. And so, yeah, any helicopters wanting to land today might have to get clearance from Hassan Ahmed and Fahim Nazir, because these left-handers will bring that into their zone.
Unchi goes for the slower delivery. This is hit well. The fielder has to get down. Does. Good pickup. The batter's saying, we'll get it in, because if you don't, we're going to go again. And it's not the best of throws. They probably, well,
thought about it.
Keeper saying, I've got it. Abdul Rahman.
Hassan Ahmed getting greedy, probably seeing that the game might be drawing to a conclusion pretty shortly. Nazir, you can end things with a Maximo now.
Gee. He hits it well. It's going to bobble away. And the fielder gets everything down here. Gets the throw in. So just get, well, that's not the way to try and stop it. That could have been an injury. Unnecessary as well.
Yeah, for sure. That's one way to get a broken foot. And Chivadate, okay, we won't see them again until tomorrow, where they play Brescia CC in match 11. So Chivadate, because they played twice yesterday, all these teams only really play twice on one day in the first 4 days.
Here you go. Match over in this ball. Well, he tries, and, oh, well, they're going to get a single. He went for the big shot, and he's been, oh, look, he's hit one out of here, but he's had a couple which he's got lucky with, but I think he's out there. There's no pressure as he's swinging the bat. He knows, well, if he does get out, it's no biggie. The match is done.
Great question. Don't know if we'll get to answer it. Maya Patel said, if Australia played England on a T10 in this ground, what do I think the scores would be?
Ooh.
Super interesting. Well, maybe we won't find out, Rico, because that's going to be game, set, match. A boundary will finish it with 2 overs to go. I'll come back to you. Ask me that question again in the next game, Maya Patel. I'm going to give it some thought, and I'll give you a better answer than I can scramble in just 10 or 20 seconds, because that one will do it. And Brescia get their first points on the board. Chivadate Well, they go to a 1-2 record. That's the last we'll see of them today. Brescia, we will see in the last game of the day against PLG. So certainly a good effort from them. And yeah, the two left-handers get them over the line. I was thinking about 7 overs is what they'd need. In the end, they use 8. But yeah, back to normal service for Brescia, last year's Super Series champions, who had a very good season 2021. Good return to the fold for those two, Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed, who missed day 1, which saw Brescia go down to Brescia CC. But, you know, you can't criticise Cividate too much. I think they just didn't have enough to defend. I don't think with these kind of sides that 80s is really enough, considering the power and the experience that some of these other teams have. Coming up next, in around about 25 minutes, we have Brescia, the hosts, against Pack Lions Getty. That match is coming up very, very shortly. The news from the toss is that Brescia have won the toss. They've elected to bowl first. So PLG, they will be in, and Hamad Ranja and Jawad Mohammed probably likely to open for them. Madassa Riaz at 3. And Riaz Madassa, just to confuse us, coming into the lineup for the first time. But let's go back to some of the highlights. It was 85 to win. You felt if Brescia batted well, they wouldn't have too many problems. It's Nisa Ahmed that has a few problems at the moment after another cheap dismissal. He was bowled off his pads, but then, well, we saw some really good hitting, didn't we, from, in particular, the left-handers in this innings. It was nice to see Fahim Nazir getting amongst the runs. He was well supported by Sharuk Nawaz there for a while, who contributed 19. And, well, this is the partnership which really got them into good shape. That was the 1-6 that Sharuk Nawaz hit. Eventually, he was caught by Aslam Mohammed. Got us a look at Hassan Ahmed, and the two left-handers would finish the job in 8 overs. Yeah, I mean, it was a classy knock from Fahim Nazir. I think he timed the assault perfectly. He got the early shots, the big shots in the early part of the innings, and that meant that rate was very comfortable. They could do it in singles if they wanted to. But there you go, the two left-handers showing plenty of love for each other. And Fahim Nazir, 40, not out of 24. And his captain, Hassan Ahmed, well, he'll be well happy with this display. They needed to bounce back, didn't they? They're a big team in Italy. Brescia needed to bounce back, needed to make a good comeback in this. And Cividate, yeah, you're right, I think they just didn't get enough runs on the board. Fahim Nazir, the lefty, and he was classy as well. 40 of 24 deliveries for him. And well, Sharuk Nawaz, once again, he played a good role before he was well caught by Aslam Hamid, the bowler of Kuljinder Singh. Kuljinder Singh had a good game, didn't he? The captain of Cividate was in there with the runs as well, getting that 1 wicket. But unfortunately for him, and when you don't have the likes of Zain and Arslan performing with the bat, and you don't get the big runs on the board, it was always going to be a tough ask. Just having a quick look at the bowling figures, and you can see there that Zain Ali, he did get that wicket, the early wicket of Nisar Ahmed. It was a beautiful delivery, but then after that, he went on to go for 26 of his 2 overs. And 2 for 19 for Aslam Mohammed. I think that's respectable. I think every time you bowl your 2 overs and you go for under 20, you've done a good job. So Kuljinder Singh as well, picked up 1 for 16. Yeah, especially on this surface. You know, so they do use the 5 bowls in the end. They've had some good performers, but just looked at a slightly different class echelon, didn't they?
And listen, that question, I'm going to answer it very quickly. This is what I think. So Australia-England on here, I think you're looking at scores about 190 to 210.
No, you've got to remember the bowlers are better as well.
No. But you're also talking 50-metre boundaries. I reckon. Yeah. I reckon. That's what I'm saying.
Yes and no.
Especially the way the England are batting at the moment. Don't forget that. Look, they are in awesome form.
That is true. That is true. But
well, what do others
20
think?
overs pretty unsustainable. Yeah, I would probably say, I'll answer it now. I'd say probably 150 to 160. I still think you're going to get false shots. You get people being greedy. And remember, the fielding will be a lot better as well.
The fielding,
although I'd like to see how they would deal with the fielding along the ground.
That's true, actually. And of course, we're talking about on this pitch. But anyway, that's what I think. And maybe some other people will chip in during the break and let us know what you think.
Tell you what, all the my friends that I know that are in part of the Australian setup, they would love to come here and jump in the lake at the end of the day. So maybe we can lure them here. And the English, well, they bring their sunscreen. They probably have a good time too. We're having a good time here in Brescia. We'll be back in 20 minutes to take you into the second game of 4 today. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Back shortly with more of our Italian summer on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the JCC ground in Brescia in the north of Italy. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Great to have your company on day 2 of week 2 of our Italian summer. And now we are going into match 6, 2 new teams to see today. And this is going to be the host, Jandrel Brescia, who are taking on Pac Lions Getty or PLG. I do have some toss news, and a little bit earlier it was Jandrel Brescia that won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. So an opportunity for them to get their first points. PLG also without points. In fact, they've never actually won a game on ECN. They have a washout and 8 losses now. But I mean, they did show some signs of life yesterday. I think they just need to find a way to make some runs and they'll get that opportunity first up. But I think Jandrel Brescia, I think their captain Zahid Ali, he won't mind the opportunity to bowl first. That's why I think he elects to do that here in match 6. And they've got some good players to watch. And I'm going to say that the captain himself, he's a very wily customer with the ball. And I think he could be quite effective against this PLG lineup. Well, Rico Full is in the commentary ice cube as we get ready for the second match of the day. The news from the toss, Jandrel Brescia have won the toss. They're going to field. Over to you. Let's get ready for match 6.
I'm ready and ready to rock and roll. And a nice view there of where this ground is situated. The Brescia cricket ground. They're right nestled at the foot of these lovely mountains that we're surrounded by. I just love the way that those residential properties just snuggle in to the foot of the mountain. Plenty of other sports complexes around us as well, football and athletics as well. The two teams coming together here, looking to make inroads in this series. Jandrel Brescia, remember they lost to Brescia yesterday in the one match that they played, and also there was a loss for Pac Lions Getty, a team that are looking to register their first win in the European Cricket Series. Haven't won a match yet, and this one is not looking, well, the computer says 105 to 99 in favour of Jandrel Brescia. And you can see the timeline, both teams have lost here. But of course, Jandrel Brescia, they're a team with a wealth of experience in playing this format. And I think just like Gina Brescia did this morning, they're going to be looking to bounce back and bounce back strong. They opted to field first. That was the news that we heard there from Vinny Sandu from the coin toss. So fielding first, and they wanted to put the pressure on the Pac Lions Getty. PLG yesterday chasing Chividate's 114 for 8. They finished on 70. So that was the victory that Chividate had. And Pac Lions Getty really, it was only Mudassar Riaz that got any runs for them. So they weren't able to click with the bat. And being put in here, they've got to try and find those runs from somewhere and try and get those quickly. Here comes the first ball of this. Match number 6 is the second one today on day 2. Mudassar Riaz is the opener. And joined at the other end by Asad Imran. This one just played out nicely, gets to the fielder who can't hold on to it, so the first runs will come. The batter's hesitant to go straight away once they saw the fielder couldn't hold on to the ball. The ball gets away, they quickly go and take the single, so Riaz gets the first runs for himself and his team on the board. Warm welcome to everybody, wherever you're tuning in from. Oh, there's a bit of touch on this. This is definitely the opportunity. I think it's very low. It goes to the boundary for 4. Well, that's a banner. That will be up shortly. There's just some technical hitches that are being sorted out. Doesn't quite carry. And then once this goes through the keeper, Neem Ahmed, it goes all the way to the banner. That's in the process of going up. All the destruction, of course, was caused with the storm yesterday, so things are all over the place. You heard that our ice cube was right down the other end of the ground as well. So you can see there was a fair bit of destruction, but things slowly coming back to shape here. So 4 runs from Imran. Bit fortunate to get them, and this one comes off the toe end of the bat as well. Third man does the fielding. And gets the throw in. I think the batters will probably take note of that throw maybe. The opportunity perhaps to run a second on that arm. Mohamed Afzal, the bowler. This one also goes in Australia. This time it gets past the man at third. I think he was brought into the circle. And you can see the bowler here. I don't know if this was just the fielder decided he'll come into the circle, or it was a move made by the captain. And just looking around, I mean, now he would have had to be brought into the circle because square leg and mid-on was pushed back. That's why he was brought in. But now they're pushing him back again. So who's going to come up? Kind of 3 out. Somebody's got to come in. And it looks like it is long on. It's going to come into the circle now. Yeah, bowler not too happy about that decision made by the captain. And this one is now clipped away towards the vacant fine leg area, and the ball will just slow up. That's a good chase there for Naeem Ahmed. Gets the throw through, so it's a nice start here. I mean, first over completed, and that'll be 12 runs on the board. And once more, welcome to everybody, wherever you're tuning in from, or welcome to the FanCode European Cricket Series Italy. We are in Brescia, and you can always get in touch with us, not only via the YouTube chat, like so many of you are doing, and please keep that going, but of course, you can do it via Instagram, Facebook, or even Twitter, at Maximo or Rico4. It's always great to hear from you and see your lovely comments, and can I just say, though, we can't all, of course, reply in person to every single one. This is our opportunity, our platform to thank you all very much for all your comments. And on behalf of myself and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, we love your comments and we love all of the nice well wishes you send us. Please keep them coming. Apologies that we can't reply to each one individually, but we really do appreciate them. And we're loving what we're doing, and we're loving your part in growing the cricket across Europe and growing our cricket family globally. So thank you all very much for all your support. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal. I'm one to everybody tuning in via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. Welcome to day 2 of this series. And we are in Brescia, so in Milan, just to refresh, 2 teams, Albano and Fresh Tropical. They qualify for the Super Series. That will be happening in Rome the final week of our 5-week Italian summer. And now we're looking for one more team to join in from Brescia. And it's going to be stiff competition. So many good teams here. Any one of them can come through. Nice looking shot. Straight down. Oh, no. Oh, well. How about this? Well, this is synchronized fielding with a boo-boo because it goes for 4. Well, it's no power in the shot here at all. It's just well timed. 2 fielders here. And look at this. 1, 2 y 4 carreras. Es muy fácil. Es así. Well, you got to stop those. Well, if you thought that Mohamed Afzal was displeased with some fielding off his bowling, well, Maqsood is going to be very disappointed to see that going for 4. That should never have gone for 4. Well, one of those fielders has to stop this one now, and no mistakes. Good opportunity to welcome back into the cube, the hot spot maybe we're going to call it. It's Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu. Well, not the best bit of fielding there, Vinny.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, they both kind of half went for it, I suppose. I'm a bit conscious of the other fielder coming in and getting in the way in the end. It's the old double fumble. And yeah, very good start this for PLG. Maqsood gets this one outside the off stump and sneaks it inside the line. I want to say very good morning to Mandrake. Hope you're well. And good morning to Maya Patel as well. I think that's I'm going to have some lighter moments. I mean, that's the sort of one, if you're playing at Lords, then you can easily slide in, get the whole body behind that. But it's not so easy here. We've talked a lot about the fact that the government here in Northern Italy has issued a state of emergency, which means you're not allowed to water sporting fields. This one completely gets away. It's going to be called a no ball. And it's going to go for 4 byes as well. Well, this is a worst case scenario. First look at this. It's high, it's outside, it's off the pitch. It goes through 1, it goes through 2. And first we'll see the height. I mean, it's probably got a good shout for being a no ball on a couple of fronts. But have a look at that. This is your old una persona, dos persona, tres persona.
I'm telling
ball
you,
cutting through everybody.
there's a little bit of una, dos, tres, boo-boo. Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, and a fielding fail. That's 2.
Wide, so the free hit stays active. So yeah, Maksud getting some movement there. He's one of these guys that kind of has this almost like a windmill action. You know, kind of swings, loads up, then swings everything around. And he's one of those guys that can actually get the ball to swing away from the right-hander, which is pretty rare, but yeah, gotten some on target, some less so. This is the free hit, and he misses, and this isn't a wide. So gets out of jail as far as the free hit's concerned. You see that one when it passes the line was well inside the guideline. Hello to Shan as well. What a great time to just pop into the chat and say hello to us. We're loving your company as always. This one's a full toss. It's whacked away on the leg side. It'll take some stopping. In fact, it won't be stopped. So, I mean, that one was more difficult, but still, it does get hands on it. The result, cuatro carreras más, and Pack Lions, they're roaring so far in this power play.
Yeah, it's a very positive start. I mean, they've been held by some very sloppy fielding. I mean, that one is not, you've got to say, credit to the fielder. Decided to get dirty and take the risk on this outfield to try and stop that one. Wasn't able to, so that's take one for his team. But what a good positive start. I mean, that's 28 of just 2 overs. Just have a look at the tables there. So you can see they're all bunching up together. Brescia clear on top, but then Kings 11, Cividate, and now Brescia all on 2 points. And, that makes this a very, very important match because one of these two teams will also get 2 points to their name.
It's tough to claw yourself back into the top 3 if you start 0-2, which both of these teams are at risk of doing. Mohamed Afzal, normally a pretty reliable former for Jandua, over number 3. This one hits him above the pad, luckily below the crown jewels. That's dot ball to start the 3rd over.
Yeah, this is right in the, I think right in the gut, this one. Gets a good
I'm
bit
going to
of
go
bounce.
inner thigh.
You going inner thigh? It's in the gut, mate.
Yeah,
I think, oh, look.
it's a high inner thigh. You're right. So, probably that's probably a better place to get it than saying that, but inner thigh's nasty.
What's going on here?
It's off the arm now, is it?
He said he's not. I'll get a mini bargain. What are the well, no, it's off the arm. Maybe it's gone on the off the elbow into the stomach. But either way, the batter is doing some running repairs. And talk about running repairs. Out comes the 12 man. Well, really, I think you need a bit of the old magic spray.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we're going to use the cool spray just to keep us cool. The way things are going here in Brescia. But anyway, let's have a look. So is it more arm than anything? Let's have a look. Yeah, okay, that's why I saw it. It actually hits his arm, goes down onto his thigh. So that's actually, it's gut free, believe it or not. Well, it gives us an opportunity while we're getting some running repairs to say hello to you, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with my Milan glasses, the height of fashion.
Milan.
The height of fashion.
Yeah.
I got these in Milan last week. So
They actually suit you.
What do you think?
They do suit you. You look like one of those, I'm trying to think of the name of the DJ. That's got those sort of shades, and somebody on the chat will know.
I could be spinning
you could
the
do
decks.
it, yeah.
Hey, lurker call out. Let's do it. While we got you.
Yeah, why not?
Lurker call out this innings. Come at us. Come at us.
We want to see you lurking.
We want to see you lurkers out of the woodwork just for a second. Let us know where you're watching from, and we'd love to acknowledge you in the chat. We'll only do this once a day, so there's the lurker call out for day 2. Here's Afzal. Pitches this one up, and so Mandasa Riaz will get a single here. Wonder who the first lurker will be. I want to say hello to Pistabai, who is watching. Israel Hussain, I think DJ Sandu. I'm not so sure. Mike Buckland saying Tom Cruise lookalike. Yeah, maybe. I get that all the time. I'm a bit taller than him, though. Oh, this could be trouble.
No, I think it's going down leg. It's probably that you got to.
I was going on the lack of bounce. I couldn't really see the line. Let's have a look on the replay. You do get the odd one that shoots through here. There we go. I stand by my original.
It's pretty high as well. I mean, you don't think it there. It's on the way up. It's on the way up.
I'll give you umpire's call on that one, but he gave it out, I don't think that batter could have complained too much. This is going to be 5 wide.
There you go.
Jandua, they've come out and they've been a bit like a leaky boat, Rico. They've given away a few, and this is 5 more to the target. Afzal will not be happy with this.
No, he certainly won't. I mean, look, those wides. That would now take the wides to 6. And the fielding errors that we've seen as well. And, well, he stands doing the double teapot. He's not very happy. Wasn't a good delivery, but this is a great start for a team that really struggled yesterday with the bat.
And the thing is, no one seemed to think they had a chance of putting a good score on the board. I feel like no one told that to PLG. And this one is going to be another boundary, I think. Cut away, and it will be 4 more. So, I mean, Afzal going the journey here a little bit. And this power plays now. We're 39.
Well, this is a really good shot. Love the way he gets the hands involved. He knows he's not taking too much of a risk there. There's a big gap, and the ball's on the up. So he does the old sort of doodah with the wrist and get that in the right place, and it's 4 more.
Yeah, once you get it on this outfield, it typically runs away. It takes some stopping. I'm going to say hello to Diego, who's watching from Mexico.
Hello, Diego.
Oh,
Hola,
Mexico.
¿qué tal? Muy buenas.
Buenos días. This will just be 1 this
Oh,
time.
no, there's no such thing
What
as
is
one.
going on?
Oh, no, I made a
No,
boo-boo.
not the voice.
Please don't show it again, please.
Several annoying things in this ball, including your commentary. Let's have a look.
It's got to be done to this. This is a clanger, big-time clanger. I mean, look at that.
I mean, it was just a bit too... What's the word I'm looking for?
Casual.
Yeah. It was casual. No doubt about it. 43 on the board now for PLG. Afzal, last ball of his spell. Well, that'll be a wide, so do 1 more. Wow. Okay. Hello to Mike. And Mike, hope you're enjoying your retirement. I know he said he's going to have fishing in the morning and ECN in the afternoons. Have you done any fishing today? Maybe let us know, Mike. Wow. This is a terrible power play for Jandua. I'm going to say just 1 here. And I don't think that'll run all the way to the boundary. Although it does get fumbled. Don't worry about that. Well, Jandua, they need to wake up and smell the coffee beans, Rico, because they have been fast asleep so far. After 3 overs, PLG 45 for no loss.
They are giving away runs like they're giving away presents at Christmas. They really are. I mean, I'm going to say, that, well, the 5 wides there, so I reckon there's been at least 12 to 16 that have been given away in the field as well. So this is a bit of a shocking start for Jandua Brescia. But, well, PLG, they're probably feeling it is Christmas, and they're cashing in. They're enjoying themselves at the moment. 45 with that loss at the end of 3. And, well, maybe, I think if memory serves me right, that could be the best power play that we've had.
Yeah, I'd have to check. But I want to say hello to Shrug, who said, what happened to the real PLG? Well, at the moment, I mean, you only need 2 or 3 people to bat well to get a good score on the board. And that's the case so far. The opener's getting the job done with a bit of assistance, of course. Hello to Harry Edwards. Says, g'day, Mr. Maximo and Rico Full from Hazza in Perth and Atharva in Melbourne. Or 2 of my favourite cities in the world, of course. And it'd be a nice time of year to be in Melbourne as well. The kind of cooler weather. Go watch a game of Australian football. I'll have to take you there one day, Rico, when we run off for a holiday.
I hear a helicopter. Is there a chopper coming on your helipad?
Oh, Zahid Ali is bowling. There's always a chance he might put the ball into the helicopter's airspace because he's not afraid to take the pace off at all. So hello to Hazza. Hope you're well. And Atharva. Hello to Myra Patel as well. So Vinny Fangirl lurking all the way from Vinnyland. What an amazing place.
So where is Vinnyland?
Well, we don't know. She's put a planet emoji, looks like a Saturn emoji, and a moon emoji, and an Earth emoji. So it's a fantastical place. Sounds a bit like the Neverland Ranch, but I don't know if I'm comfortable with that association. Anyway, here's Captain Grumpy, Zahid. He's actually a lovely guy. But I tell you what, Fahad Ali, I feel like at the moment, someone needs to just put the ball in his hands because that's another one that he runs straight past.
Jandua Brescia, I think they were out partying last night. There was something going on because they haven't quite recovered. They've still sort of got a bit of a hangover for something. This is nicely played. Will this get fielded? It does.
I think the change of pace is smart, though, from Zahid, who's a real clever customer. How about Mandrake saying, thinks that Vinny and Rico are a jinx? No rain for months in Milan, then it rains when we turned up. And then in Brescia, no rain for months when we turned up. Well, I mean, the good thing is, at least it's only been raining at night. We haven't actually kind of lost any playing time. And I think the field, and everyone can pretty much do with the rain at the moment.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, you were mentioning about the restrictions here. Spain's very much the same. Now, the Spanish, I can tell you, that I'm going to tell you typically what the Spanish would do every morning. You'll see this pool. So every morning, my neighbour's Spanish, they get out and Teresa, hello Teresa, lovely lady, she'll be up about 6 in the morning with the hose pipe, hosing down the patio furniture, hosing down the garden, giving the plants a bit of water. She can't do that anymore, Teresa, so she don't know what to do with the mornings, and that's all to do with that water is only allowed to be used now for essential things.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, showering, etc. It's fine for, but you can't be just hosing down the patio. And there we go. There's the old chopper.
That's mine.
I wonder if that is going to go. Oh, this is going to come down on the pad. That'd be something, wouldn't it?
That's my chopper. They've just gone to go get me lunch. I'll be back soon. This one's worked away, and this will bring up the 50 for PLG. And the 50 partnership, well battered between these guys. But to give you an idea, 34 of those runs off the bat, 16 in extras. And a fair few missed fields in there as well. But not to take anything away from the batters. In fact, with that last one, it'll be 51 for no loss after 4. And once again, great to have your company. And I can see we've got more lurkers. So Julian Dawson, who is saying good morning from Hertfordshire. Good morning to you and everyone else. Thank you so much for your support of European cricket. It means a lot to us, obviously.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We're trying to move forward. We're trying to always improve what we're doing. From quite humble beginnings, you know, not too long ago.
Hey, listen, aren't you going to miss your ride?
No, it's okay. They're just going to.
Where they're taking it, not taking it back to the lake, are they?
I wouldn't mind the helicopter express to the lake. In fact, maybe they could even do the thing where
you just
where I come down the ladder and I just jump in.
Yeah.
They don't even have to land. That's fine.
Just let you go.
But
Splash.
yeah, keep it coming. This is a lurker innings, so you lurkers come at us. We are so appreciative that you support European cricket. And look, people are starting to kind of get what it's about. I mean, this isn't professional cricket, but it's obviously highly, highly entertaining. In many ways, you know, you'll see things that you won't see in a professional cricket match, and that is kind of part of the charm of it, I suppose. You'll also see some of the best cricket you'll ever see. So that's what European cricket's all about, and we're so excited to be able to take you all around Europe. And we're excited that you're a part of our European adventure and our Italian summer. Anyway, Wasim Ahmed is going to be the bowler over number 5. He gets cut away. This time it will only be 1. Jandra to get in gear. And look, these two, Vanessa Riaz, I mean, he was among their best performers last year with the bat. So he's got a good start here, 24 or 15. He'll want to go on with it. So what they don't want is to lose a few quick wickets now and then kind of stagger to 70 or 80. They want to get that 100 plus, and they're in a great position to do it.
Played out, dug out. It wasn't a bad delivery, right in the block up. But look, this is an amazing start. A team that has never won a European Cricket Series match. Packlines, they're out there and they're doing well. Or maybe they'll come out being the Jedis today.
It's their 10th match.
I don't know about Geddy. Jedis. Packline Jedis.
You think so?
Yeah, so forget the bats. They've got the old...
the lightsabers.
Lightsabers out there.
Yeah, they've got an 0-8 record through 9 matches. They did get a washout. Is there any point that they have?
Nicely played again into the ground. It's been good batting. I mean, look, we often say that we like to see the batters put the pressure on the fielding side. I don't think they genuinely have put too much pressure on the fielding side. To put pressure on themselves.
There we go. That's my lunch hanging out the front, actually. Looking forward to it. I wonder if that'll be landing around here. Well, they're just having a look. They're not really going too far, those guys. He's probably got a good view of the cricket from up there. Short and pulled. This is in the gap. It's going to take some stopping, and it's perfectly placed. Threads the needle. Does Asad Imran. He gets 4, and this good start continues through the middle overs. PLG now already up to 58 without loss. Yeah, nice shot. I like the way he makes sure he keeps it down. And once again, you see 2 fielders. Goes right between them. And it's all about how much you fancy yourself getting down on that pitch and trying to get a slide in to stop it. And that's the only way you're going to stop those. You're going to get very lucky to try and stop it just with your feet. I wonder if that chopper's just going up doing an assessment of the area, because the other thing about this heat is, I mean, as we know, and we hope it doesn't happen not just here but anywhere, but you actually get quite a little fires, and this one's being fired out towards long off. Just we'll get one. So this often, because of the sun and the heat, you can get some fire started, and that can be nasty. So it's just surveying the area, make sure everything is safe. That's a good point that you make there. I want to say hello to Sanoj Kumar as well, to Rob Thompson, who's lurking from New Zealand. Well, I'm sure it's a beautiful day in New Zealand as well. I'm going to say it's about 10 to 9 in the evening. Tell me if I'm right, Rob. Last ball of the first half. Cuts back quite a lot. Beats the bat of Riaz, but that is halfway through the innings. 5 overs down. Pack Lions Getty, they are 59 without loss.
Yeah, 8 of that over, so a pretty tidy one from Ahmed. But you can see that they need to try and find a way to just break this partnership. They'll be feeling that break this partnership, and then the pace at which this start has been made will slow down. And looks like El Capitan will continue.
Yeah, Zahid. The play we first saw captaining Brescia when they qualified for ECL 19, the first ever European Cricket League, Champions League of European Cricket. Just hit straight, and one is fielded, just the single. I want to say hello to Kai Bay, who's lurking in Sydney. He said lots of rain here, but no flooding where he lives. And the flooding's in the outer suburbs of Sydney near the rivers. Yeah, well, we said it already, but once again, hello to everyone in Australia, and thoughts with those that are affected by the conditions there at the moment. But always nice to have you popping in the lurker call out, Kai. And yeah, again, hello to Cat's channel as well. See what Zahid Ali does. He just completely takes the pace off the ball, and he's kind of trying to lure them forward, I think, into a false shot. At the moment, they haven't really taken the bait. They've just played him from the crease, happy to work him around. They just know that they probably don't have to be crazy against Zahid Ali. Yeah, they've got the 10 wickets in hand, but they also know kind of what's happened before PLG. I think they're just pretty determined to get this 100 on the board, then bowl and field well. This time it is a full toss. He does take the bait, and it won't quite carry to Wazim Ahmed, who then bends himself back Matrix style to make the stop. Just a single.
Yeah, he does well there. I mean, the charges in to look to try and get the single. Well, the captain doesn't think so. कहना की करना जल्दी आके कैच वाले कर हमें जाके हमें अपनी मेथड करना लग पिया कैच वाले कर. Well, that's what the captain thinks about it. He thinks he should have taken it.
Yeah, I think he did the right thing. Came in and gave himself a chance, but he wasn't prepared to go in off his feet, and probably, I think, it was a wise decision. I think Zahid Ali would agree, because I suppose he's running out of chances to take a wicket. In fact, just checking, there's still one ball left. But Mandrake thinks we should hold the play for the landing chopper. Well, we'll let you know if it lands. We'll get a good shot of it. Maybe a slow-mo. Last ball of the over, pulled away. And this is to the field, which is well set. You can see their slight Tortuga, where the fielder handles it. Rahim Qureshi. And that is the end of 6 overs. The score is 64 without loss. Maya calculated 17 runs gifted in the first 3 overs just due to misfields. Any fangirl saying boring shirt. Well, I don't think it's particularly boring. It's got a fair bit to it. Anyway, everyone's entitled to their opinion. Hello to Liam Day watching from New Zealand. Liam saying anything planned for 300,000 subscribers, Vinny and Rico. Well, we're open to ideas.
We'll have a party.
Yeah, yeah. Do you think we should do something for 300,000?
I think we should. What should we do? Should we think about it? We've got to give
let's
that
put
some
it back
thought.
to the chat. Let's put it over to the chat. I'm happy to go with whatever you think. Hello to Nigel Faulkner. Always great to see you. Saying, Vinny, is that the new helicam? Well, we could get a camera up there. It'd be a good view, wouldn't it? We get the drone up, and that's where you see some drone shots.
Yeah, I've got an idea. If we get the 300,000 in Italy, we'll do the ice bucket challenge.
Well, that'll be easy. I mean, I'll do it now.
That's what I mean. You're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to sound like, it's such a...
Ice bucket challenge.
All right, we'll take it. We'll take that one for the team.
That's fine. Yep.
Yeah, you're giving it away now. You're giving it away now.
Hit straight. Yeah, this won't carry, though. Wasn't quite off the middle of the bat. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy to do the ice bucket challenge, and we'll do it in whatever we're wearing. I won't go the jacket, but I'm prepared to do it in shirt and
done
and trousers.
So 300,000 coming.
300,000, but only if it's in Italy. Only if we do it by the end of Italy, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Only
if it's in Italy.
So if you want to see it, you got to get your family, get your friends involved, get them subscribed. All right. If we do that, then the day or the day after we pass 300,000 subscribers, we'll do the ice bucket challenge. White called. Okay, I'm prepared to do that.
Done.
I bet
okay,
with
done.
Knowing us, it'll be the one day where it's cool.
That don't matter. We'll be okay.
Yeah, what about the helicam? We could commentate from the helicopter.
It'd be a bit noisy.
There's as many ants in there as there is in the ice cube.
It's getting lower, you know. I can feel it getting lower. is behind us now.
Here's Qureshi. And over number 7. Still no wickets for Jandra. This is a really good shot through the offside, and this one will be
4.
Unstopped. First he put the boot out, Adnan Ali, and he actually kind of controls it pretty well. But I think the third kick lets him down. Have a look at this. 1, 2, 3. Finds its way under the rope. And so the result is 4. And PLG.
Maya, add another lot to your count. And let us know how many are at the
I
end
didn't
of
think
the
he was
innings.
going to kick it the first time, so I don't know if that's a fail or not. Short, and pulls the ball, which is a lot higher than the actual ball that came through. Not so much bounce there for Qureshi.
Well, we could keep his feet in that one.
It was a lot slower and didn't bounce as much as he thought. Yeah, ouch, says the keeper, Naeem Ahmed. Question from Mandrake Vinny, is there a train track nearby or are the grounds PA system broadcasting canned applause? No, that is a train track nearby. That's we do here going fairly frequently. We've got trains, helicopters, we've had a fair few ambulances zooming past. You know, a real peaceful place will be the lake at the end of the day, Lake Garda. I'll be jumping in there once again. Will we get you to go today, Rico?
Not, I've got nothing to wear. I told you that, and I'm not getting starkers.
You can wear your new ECN shorts. I know you got some of those. Yeah. What do you think? Rico's missing out. I'm not the kind of person to force people to do things, but sometimes you just know when your friends will enjoy things. You will enjoy this.
How good is the water for chilling things, like bottles of stuff?
Oh yeah, I mean.
Oh yeah.
It's beautiful.
Okay,
I mean,
now you see you're twisting my arm.
It's basically like a honeymoon for one person. That's what it felt like last night.
Now I'm not going. Now you say that, I'm not going with you. You're thinking honeymoon
keep
stuff.
To your area. This is a rare bit of good feeling, and it's actually.
So why do you have to
pretty
go
well
ruin
stopped.
it by saying it's like a honeymoon sort of thing?
Yeah, I just felt very peaceful and yeah, it was fantastic. That's all I want to say. It was very serene. And it's exactly what we needed after we were boiling in the cube all day.
Yeah.
Little bottom edge, well stopped. Now they're going to take it on anyway. And I think, well, it would have been close. Hits the bat, so they're not going to take an extra here. So it's pretty well knocked down in the first place by the keeper. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, he would have been gone. We had a fair look at those, even though he was rushed into the throw. Naeem Ahmed had 3 to aim at and missed. That was a chance to get rid of Imran. Last ball of the over. Hits, runs. I mean, confidence is everything in cricket. And at the moment, the batters, they're not feeling under pressure and just going about their business. It's the end of 7 overs, 73 without loss. What I will say, though, is after the first 3 overs, things have slowed down a bit. I mean, the first 3 overs, the power play overs went for 12, 16 and 17. But since then, we've just had 6, 8, 5 and then 9. So 4 single-digit overs. After our Italian adventure, our summer series, we will be heading to Germany for 4 weeks, 2 weeks in Dresden, 2 weeks in Krefeld. And then the plan is to go to Belgium on the 29th. That's our last series before the ECC starts, which will run for 5 weeks, starting on the 12th of September. T10 international cricket, and who knows, a fair few of the players you see here in this Italian series, I'm sure they will be turning out for Italy in the ECC. So join us for our FanCode European Cricket Series adventures all around Europe here on ECN. Here's Hasib Abdul. And this gets lifted away, and this one's out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Riaz with a royal strike. As it was angled in, he just helps it on its way. Nothing sloggy about this shot. He's just kind of whipped it away, gets the elevation, gets the power, and he gets 6.
Yeah, good shot. I mean, they've bowled, like you said, the last 4 overs, they've bowled well at these two. They kept the ball outside the off, pretty full. They haven't been able to get onto anything as much as they've tried, and all of a sudden you get one that's in the slot and it gets put away.
Yeah, and caught. So finally we have a wicket. Riaz tries to cut away, and the catch is taken. Is Yusuf Maksud who takes it. So Chandra Brescia, finally they get a wicket. The damage has been done by this opening pair, though. The opening partnership of 79. It's 79 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's hit as well. But once again, you see, it's anything outside the off, they have struggled, and he's trying to just get a bit more power into the shot to get some height in it, but not high enough or not placed well enough to get it past those fielders. Good catch taken by Maksud, and finally the first wicket comes, but not before 79 is on the board.
Jawad Mohammed will be the new batter at number 3. And now they're not under too much pressure at all. I mean, let's just set our sights on the 100, for example. Yeah, it's very, very achievable at the moment. 16 balls left. 21 gets them to 100. Will be Jawad Mohammed to face up to Haseeb Abdul. This is little edge, and that's going to go away for 4. So lucks of fortune for Jawad Mohammed, who gets a boundary off his very first ball. And once again, PLG just keep on rocking. They lose the wicket, but they don't lose too much momentum. 4 more runs.
Nobody's listening to us. We keep saying you've got to have that third man back. You're going to always get runs going there, especially at this stage. I mean, the bowlers, give them credit. They've kept the ball outside the off stumps. The batters have found it difficult to negotiate them. But one thing they will do is swing and swing hard, especially now with all those wickets in hand. You've got to have some protection out there at third.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say they can't be bowled out from here. So you might as well be aggressive. And that also includes running between the wickets. I mean, Brescia have been hardly convincing in the field. This one's short, but he misses out. Hits the body, I think. And just pops away for 1 on the offside. Actually, it will be called a run, so maybe a bit of bat onto the body.
There's a bit of ZZ top from the fielder here. I like the old ZZ top look. The man at the point.
This is what we say, though. You never know what you're going to see in the ECN. Hit into the gap. This will take some stopping, and it won't be stopped in the end. I mean, does get down there, Wasim Ahmed, but he can't deal with it. Just blast through him, and 4 more runs, PLG.
Yep.
Been the story of this game so far, the performance of the openers, and Azad Imran with that shot, he gets 4 more for his team.
Yep, a survey says bloop, it's another blooper, and it's Wasim Ahmed who's not able to stop there. Samaya, keep counting, keep adding them.
And Brescia, when you win the toss and bowl, you're basically proactively saying, yeah, we're going to put some pressure on you guys, and we're going to try and roll you, but it's been the opposite. They've come out flat, and they're starting to set the table for a lackluster kind of a performance from Janjua. He can play a lot better than this. This one will be handled. Will be the end of the over as well. So Imran will retain the strike. He moves to 28. 8 overs down. The score is 89 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday they struggled chasing 115 for victory. They ended up on 70. I mean, what's their highest score been in a European Cricket Series? Because I know they haven't won a match. I know you said that they got close in one when they got to 100, but
Pack Lions Getty, I'll tell you their exact highest score in a second. I can key it up, but I mean they had a slightly improved performance in the last 2 matches they played against Brescia CC last year, but I mean they were effectively dead rubbers in a sense because the semi-finals had already been decided. So yeah, Pack Lions Getty, they did score 100. And they scored 93 in those 2 games. But their next best was 87 while the series was still
so they're
alive.
on course here to maybe beat that record, the highest score perhaps.
Well, they should. 2 overs to go. Big swing and a miss though. That's the Imran. Punches the air in frustration. So, Mandrake asking, will the ECC be on BT Sports again? Well, I'm not sure who our broadcast partners are again, but we'll definitely show you how to watch it. I mean, obviously, we'll endeavour to have it on our YouTube channel, depending on which other channels it goes out on around the world. But stay tuned. We'll let you know as soon as we know something.
Just Binder Singh into the attack, and he's being attacked. This is going to be 4 more. This is a nice shot, played away, confident shot. He just waits for this. Look, he waits, pauses, bang, and gets it clean out the middle. Another nice shot from Hassad Imran. It's all down to him now, I think, to try and keep hold of this strike.
Yeah, it's all timing, isn't it? And that was really nice, the way he waited momentarily. And a lot of people saying unexpected performance from PLG, but expect the unexpected on ECN.
Yep,
That's what we're all about. Just Pinder had a very good day with the ball yesterday when he was called on. This time's a slower ball. This is also smacked into the gap for 4 more. And how about this? Imran timing it up perfectly and absolutely crunching 2 boundaries to mid-wicket.
Well, Wasim Ahmed, he does try. He does throw himself at this one. And, well, they're ducking and diving, but they can't stop him. 4 more. A good hit. And Jaspinder, after getting the first ball through, the dot ball has gone for back-to-back boundaries. And look at that score, 97. And really are looking to accelerate here. I mean, projected score about 112 there on the ball, but I reckon they'll be looking to go more than that here.
Take what they can get, I think. There's more pace on. Guess what? Another one in that direction. And this one's going to somehow get through. And, well, too many cooks spoiling the broth there. Imran makes it 3 in a row. And it's the same old story for Jandra. Home ground advantage. What home ground advantage? This one. One knocks away from the other. And there's 4 more runs. The 100's up now for PLG. Their highest score ever in an ECS match.
Well, well, well. Would you believe what's going on out there today? Maya, I reckon she's going to need a calculator in a minute. Slow delivery and up in the air. Could get a wicket. No, it's just out of reach of the inner circle. Now, with the man, he's going to chase his on. Is he going to get there? And then, oh, well, you can make up your mind. I reckon he probably just gets the foot onto this before he goes outside the field of play. He's very close, though. This is very close.
My instinct is he's probably okay, just based on what I saw live. Just depends this foot when it touches the ball.
Let's have a look. Where's that foot?
Ooh.
Where's that foot? Oh, Vinny.
I think it's...
Nah. Oh, wow.
I don't think you can say there the foot. If we roll it forward a bit, we'll see if the rope moves. Maybe
it does move. I see the rope moving. I see the rope just moving there.
I don't think... I think you got to give the benefit to the fielder there. And live, I actually thought it was the right as well. So 2 instead of 4.
Lucky one.
Foot fielding, all the rage. Just pinned up. There's that slow ball. And this one is smacked to the leg side. Well, that was handled without too many issues at all. And this will be the end of the over, so not a bad single at all. Imran will face up. 104 for 1 after 9.
Good over. Just moving along nicely. And Jaspinder will go onto the onside. Yeah, I mean, Jaspinder's thing, when he's got his, when he puts his cap back on, whoever's got his cap, he does a little bit of ZZ Top about him. Just give him a guitar.
This is what I'll say. I mean, if you are fielding out here and it's not going your way, then you can understand how teams become flat and kind of lose their enthusiasm because not easy fielding conditions. You know, they were probably expecting, and this is something that often happens in teams that are maybe a bit more highly fancy. They expect it just to happen. I mean, PLG, they've got a point to prove here. And yeah, once you start misfielding, it turns into a bit of an epidemic. Anyway, here we go with the 10th over. Qureshi serves up a full toss, and this is smacked. It's going to go over the fielder. 4 runs, and well, there's the Super Tortuga as Imran moves to 47 within reach of a half century.
This is when you know it is just not your day. I mean, look at the bounce on this. No way. You got no chance of that, and that's well hit.
Oh, he's applauding. He's getting applauded for his 47. Why not? So we'll get the accountants in. I think they'll find that's not quite the 50. Doesn't matter. He's up and he's going. 108. Now he's going to smack this away. Watch for the bounce. And well, twice in a row. Can you believe it? And he probably tries to get it on the way up.
Why does he run in here?
He has no idea what to do.
Why does he run here? He's not a cat. You just wait for it.
But he's trying to get it before it bounces over him, I think. But then he ends up in no man's land. If he went back, then he would have probably got on the way down. Well, it's total lottery
well
out there.
batted to Imran. He gets his 50. Now he can put his bat in the air.
You already got it.
Well, that is crazy.
What a way to bring out your 50.
You just don't run in there. You don't run it because you've seen what happened before.
No.
He goes charging and bounce is over
I
him.
can see why you'd run in because if he stood where he was, he thought it's going to bounce over his head. So he's trying to get in and maybe get it before it bounces up. But in the end, he's got no idea. Let's be honest, no one knows how these are going to bounce. Congratulations to Imran for his half century. Let's go on. There's this one. He's thinking about it. They'll take a run here. I think it'll just be a bite. And well, it's got to be something because I don't think he got any bat on it. Let's have a look. Yeah, it should have been a wide, really, to be honest. And I don't think I would have taken the single. So
yeah, good shout. I think you just keep Imran there, wouldn't you?
How about
but
those
the bye
two
has been signalled
I
now.
can't wait. We're going to have to put those on social media, I think, consecutively.
Oh, that is just
100%.
sensational
Qureshi, trying to
stuff.
stop the bleeding. Goes over the offside. Well, there's no problem. giving the strike to Javad Mohammed because he'll get a boundary, and this is good shot selection. Nobody back in that area. He gets 4. PLG, well, we talked about fires out here. At the moment, it's the Pack Lions on fire.
Oh, this is a great shot. I mean, look at this. Look at the cap there. The cap comes off, and while he's in the air, he hits the back of the fielder and goes back in the air again. It's all happening out there. It's all happening. There's some crazy stuff going on. Hey, I tell you what, there's some more good things happening here because, look, Jaipal has come with some goodies. Well, I like it here. There's something in that bag, Vinny. What we got?
Look at this. We'll get a shot of this in a minute. Get back at him.
Down the ground. This could be 4 more.
Wow.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. What a shot this is. I mean, it's not a bad ball. And look at this. Steps back, makes room, bang.
Almost
and
steps on
that
his
is
stumps.
a beauty. Oh, what an off drive that is. 4 runs all along the deck. And hey, look.
1 ball to go. Big thank you to Jaipal Singh from Kings 11, who has delivered some more goodies for us. Geez, we're very lucky. Good luck for your game.
Aloo paratha with spicy tea.
Aloo paratha. Did you hear that? I got my aloo paratha. I'm dancing now. I'm dancing. Come on, let's do a
Hope
dance.
he's in your 11,
We're
by the way.
dancing.
Last ball. This is smacked, and this is going to be more trouble for the fielder out there. Well, it looks like he's in a shooting gallery at the moment, that fielder. This will be 4 more. Goes walkabout. Javad Mohammed finishes with the bang. And PLG, well, they have raised the roof in this first innings of match number 6. They're going to finish 125 for 1 off their 10 overs, turning the competition on its head.
We got our aloo parathas here, and I reckon PLG, they probably had their aloo parathas for breakfast because that is an amazing innings. Absolutely sensational. Well, they're making history already. They've scored the highest runs they've ever scored in the European Cricket Series. And now, with that score, Vinny, they've got an opportunity to register their first victory.
Well, they do, but I mean, it could quite easily be flipped on them. And Brescia, if they bat well, they could chase these runs down, no doubt about it. Let's go back to the start. It was Manasseh Riaz out there with Asad Imran early on. But Brescia, they were just wasteful, weren't they? They decided to bowl, but just a distinct lack of intensity on the back of a couple of early errors, but also some good shots through the middle as well. I mean, that was just a push, but you can see there, 2 fielders raffle it. Neither comes up with the ball, and this is kind of what I'm talking about. It was the old 1, 2, 3, dear me. That one went all the way to the boundary, and Afzal uncharacteristically wayward. That's another one that got away for 5 wide. Case of what might have been, but still, even though PLG had a very, very good position, they've never won a game in the ECS, and I mean, that's another one we thought there's no way that could be misfielded, but it was, and well, it's game on here in match number 6. Brescia, they've made their bed. They got a line at 126 will be required off their 10 overs, but take nothing away from Pack Lions Getty. I mean, they took the gifts that were offered to them, but they also played some very, very good strokes. That was the only wicket to fall in the 10 overs.
Yeah, and there's some fun and action still to come in these highlights. I know Maximo is waiting to see it. Well, this one went through, and there was this one. That one went through. This one, I think, is the one that they made the dive through. That went through. Well, I think we're going to have to give this zone here a name because it's all happening in that area. Well, and how about this one? Look, when that one bounces over him, he thought he's got his 50. He hadn't, but he does here. And look what happens here. He runs through, and it bounces over him again. Well batted to those guys. And look, those hits there towards the end from the batter right there at the end. He comes in, and that was Javad Mohammed. Didn't he hit the ball well? 17 of just 5 deliveries to him. What a score this is. And I tell you what, that is going to take some getting. So, Pat Lions and Getty, have they finally got enough runs on the board to register their first ever victory in the European Cricket Series? That would certainly put the pressure on Brescia. Brescia, it has to be said, they just never really, they never looked up for it. It was like, you know, when you get up the wrong side of bed and things just don't happen, and all things happened the night before when you ain't recovered from it. It was one of those that didn't look up for it, and really, I think the openers, first of all, Manasseh Riaz and Asad Imran, they took full advantage of it. What good partnership it was from them as well. They played shots all around the ground, 79 runs before the first wicket went, and then, well, Javad Mohammed said, well, you know what, I've got a few deliveries to face. I'm going to get the most I can from it, and he did just that. 17 of 5, but not before Asad Imran got his 50. Well batted to him. Both Badaya Asad Imran who अपनी 50 बनानी. Bowlers, well, plenty used. 7 of them, but nobody apart from one could get the wicket, and that was Hasib Abdul. 1 for 16 of just his 1 over, but still took some tap really as well. Wasim Ahmed bowled pretty well, and I was surprised that he never got another chance really to come back. But they tried different things. It didn't happen. Zahid Ali, probably the most economical bowler. Only 11 runs from him, the captain. But it just goes to show, if there's only 11 from him and only 8 runs that came off that 1 over from Wasim Ahmed, well, there's a lot of runs that came off the others. So Janju Brescia, they weren't at their best in the field. They got to accept that. But the only way to put that behind them is to go out there and be positive. There's a lot of runs that need to be chased here. 126 are required for victory. And, well, a fantastic performance from Backlines Getty. Are they going to get the first victory for them in the European Cricket Series? Well, they are the Lions, and they came out there like the Jedi, and they hit the ball all over the place. And maybe they had the force on their side, because they made some sensational things happen in the field as well. That Kookaburra was misbehaving itself to all ends. And that's probably what Janju Brescia will be telling you. But now they've got to put that behind them. Can they get 126 to win this match? Or is it going to be the first ever victory for Backlines Jeddah? Well, join me, Rick Full and Mr. Maximo, as we return in just under 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of what promises to be a very, very exciting match. Bentornato, welcome back. And well, are we going to see history? Well, certainly will be history for Patrick Lyons Getty in this match here. It's match number 6, the second match of day 2. And a team that have struggled in the past to register a victory in the European Cricket Series. Well, they've done the hard work. They've put runs on the board, and they've done it in emphatic style. 125 for 1. Thanks to some super batting from Asad Imran and Mundassar Reis. They put 70, they put 79 on the board for the first wicket. And then we saw some good hitting from Jawad Mohammed as well. Scored 17 runs in just 5 deliveries. They put themselves in a good position, but they know that the work is not done yet. They've got to bowl and field well. And that's one thing, but certainly the fielding side, that Janjua Brescia did not do. They let themselves down in the field. And that's where they got punished. That's where they gave too many runs away. And you'll see that all over the YouTube chat. Many of you commenting that it wasn't a good performance from them. But can they make amends with the bat? It's going to be Adnan. Going to be facing the first ball. Adnan Ali. Hassan Naveed to bowl. Back on the ball straight away, and well, this one has been thrown like a laser beam. Well, you can see the difference there already, maybe, just in the first ball. It was a good shot that was played, but it was fielded cleanly. And then watch the throw here as well. Don't know how close this would have been. Gets the throw in. Oh, he would have been out. Well backed up. Good work. Oh, this one goes all the way through. What a great take this is. Wow, Riaz Mundassar, this is fantastic. This is superb. Look at this. I mean, look, he would have had no time to see this. Gets the dive in, takes it one-handedly. Brilliantly done, absolutely fantastic. Well, all of a sudden you just see there, just like that, the standards, the difference in the standards in the field being shown. Can they keep it up? This is hit high up in the air. And it doesn't carry through, keeps his eye on it, just keeping it to 1. Naveed, tidy start so far. Ali back on strike. Well bowled. Done well, hasn't he? Getting the ball to move around, getting it right up there, making the batters play. It's all about believing here now. It's all about, you know, if there are little lapses and errors, about just putting them behind you. Say, okay, it happens sometimes, but let's just stay focused. It's a huge opportunity for what certainly would be an upset here. PLG looking the part, looking good. This one just too much movement. Look at the swing on this. Once again, it's a great take from Riaz Mundassar. Look how much this moves. And he gets pretty close to the umpire. But look at that. I think what he's trying to do there, of course, get close to the umpire. Maybe look to aim that towards around leg and get the ball then to shape away. Hitting or just beating the batter outside the off stump. Ali waits. He wants to pounce. He wants a boundary. He wants to get them off and running in this over. Now this one hits right down the bottom of the bat, the toe end. It would just be another single. Once again, the ball just gently rolls out to the fielder there. Tabissum Riaz. Looking to finish and finish well. 4 off the over, ball to go. If he can stop this going to the boundary, it will put a mountain of pressure onto Janjua Brescia. going to be another wide. He's trying to get the ball. I mean, you can understand what the bowler's trying to do here. Just doesn't want to put anything in the slot. But once again, just too much movement. Maybe just needs to just get the ball a bit fuller. He's getting a good bit of movement. But when it's short, it's going to move that much more. And it goes past the line. Meaning the umpire is going to have to call the wide. Gets that fuller. It's going to stay inside. Still, same again. Just wants to finish well. You'll take the odd wides if you've got a plan. It's better to be bowling there, give a few extras away rather than a few boundaries. That's what he's thinking anyway. And that's a perfect one. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Fuller and gets that movement away late, and that is a terrific over. Okay, he played about with his line slightly, but I think that's him focused on what he's trying to do. Naveed, very good over from him. Just 5 runs come off it. And Ali, well, both the Alis there, Adnan and Fahad Ali, both facing 3 deliveries each, but not able to get anything going for their side. Batters have scored 3 and 2 wides. 328 matches without a golden ball. Could this be the one? I mean, if it is, it's going to be a fairly high scoring one. Normally the golden ball matches tend to be slightly lower scores than this. After his efforts in the field, Tabassum Riaz will come on to bowl the second over. And he goes full. And you can see the batter trying to take him on there and go over onto the onside. It's a clever field as well. I mean, you've got to bowl well and you've got to bowl a good length full, and that's exactly what we saw Naveed trying to do. You're not bowling anything at the batter or on the legs, because you look at this field, there's nobody out deep on the onside. Just the 3 men on the onside and nobody on the boundary. And once again, this shouldn't be anything, and it's not. It's just another dot. Tabassum Riaz just hoping to do exactly what the other opener did. Naveed. Adnan Ali needs to cut loose, needs to get a boundary, needs to find one come rocketing off the middle of his bat. Well, this one he's gone up and over, and this will help, and that will be the first boundary. And just like that, maybe a bit of confidence will start to flow in Adnan Ali's confidence levels, and also in his team. Rico Full here in the European Cricket Series, and to join me, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu comes back into the microonda porque hay mucho calor aquí.
Mucho calor. Yeah, it's wonderful to be here. And hello to everyone that is watching. Got some news hot off the press as well. Didn't mean to mention this yesterday, but got away from me. But we had some ECL news for 2023. Of course, we're searching for our ECL club to represent Italy over our Italian summer next year. See a big swing and a miss there. As Tabassum Riaz gets that one past the batter. But slowly we've got news trickling in of clubs that have qualified. Of course, there's 30 nations. Well, there's 30 clubs. There's 29 nations. Paco Care, Badalona will represent Spain as one of their 2 clubs because they are defending champions. That means there'll be 2 spots for Spain, but everyone else just gets the 1 spot. In the air, won't carry down to third man. Well fielded. PLG not playing like a team. They've never won a game. This is their 10th attempt. It's been interesting to see which teams are qualifying, and I know that we had the Czech champions who were crowned over the weekend, and you'll remember it was Prague CC Kings that represented Czech Republic in the ECL this year with the Beast and Haran Ashokan, the national captain, and various other superstars. Wait for the end of this over. This is a full toss and it's going to get deposited, and this is going to go all the way. Maximo! 6 from Fahad Ali, who just dismisses that one. And last ball of the over is effective for Chandra Brescia. 2 overs down, 16 for no loss. And yeah, you'll believe it or not, Rico, it was PCC Kings versus Brno in the T20 final in Prague over the weekend. It was actually in Brno, believe it or not. Brno got the home ground advantage. Brno won. They rolled PCC for 68, and then they won it 6 down. So it won't be the PCC Kings this year. It will be Brno. So congratulations, Dylan Stain and Raz Afridi and various others. There, you see the table for this week. But yeah, right now, it's that's the news that we've got. So yeah, a bit of an upset, you'd have to say. But Brno, they've been building for a couple of seasons now. That's a good result for their club. So Naveed will be the bowler. This is sliced away. And how far is this going to travel? Well, it's going to travel a fair way. It'll end up going for 4. So Brescia now fighting on, trying to make something out of this power play.
Yeah, congratulations to the Czech champions, and looking forward to see Brno then at the ECL 23. Yeah, it's a little bit of a shock, but look, we always say that in T10, I mean, look at this fixture here. You just never know. You never know. I mean, previous history and form, doesn't matter what happens on the day. You have a bad one, and that could be that.
It's a big advantage for Brno. They played at their ground as well, because they tend to struggle at Viennoge, which is the PCC ground. What's the Prague-based ground? One gets past the batter for a dot. So yeah, Brno will be there in 2023. You know, I guess I'll be sad not to see the Beast, for example. But, you know, it also gives that ECL opportunity to a bunch of different players as well, and see what they can do with it. And Tripero Kanyalal and some of these guys. Naveen Ahmed is another one that I think will really enjoy the experience. Yeah, so congratulations to them. Sandeep Tiwari is another one. That's a Naveed right now in Brescia. Bowling the last over the power play. Swing and a miss, kind of walking waft, that one from Adnan Ali. Some other news from teams that have qualified. Bulgaria, Indo-Bulgarian. Once again, they'll be representing Bulgaria. Pakai Care, I mentioned that they have qualified as defending champions. From Denmark, we'll get to see Svanholm again. So they're the team that we did see representing them in 2019 and also this year, 2022. And a couple of others I'll come back to at this stage. Naveed. Oh, another good little outswinger, beats the bat. So I mean, it's a lot of runs to get. You want to be getting that kind of pace of 25 per 2 overs. So just a little bit behind where they need to be. So from Germany, we'll see Darmstadt CC for the first time, as they won the final against KSV over the weekend. A lot of our viewers would know KSV from the Kiel series last year, where they played very, very well to win that. But it will be Darmstadt CC representing Germany as winners of the Bundesliga. One more to drop on you in a minute. This is lifted up in the air, and this should be a simple catch. Runja is under it, and he will take it. So we saw Adnan Ali swinging away, but just not able to get too many away. Just the 2 boundaries in his innings. He's the first wicket to fall. He goes for 11, and the score is 20 for 1.
Well, Vinny, if one man deserved a wicket, Naveed did. He is bowled. Oh, it's been such a classy spell. He has beaten the bat over and over again. He's deserved a wicket. And, well, thankfully, he's thinking that Hamad Rancha takes the catch. He makes that look very easy, comfortably takes it. So they get the breakthrough, and Naveed gets the wicket he so deserved.
Yeah, it sure does. So 2 very different power plays, because Pack Lions Getty were able to secure 45 off theirs at the moment. Not even half that for Brescia. 20 for 1 for the ball to go in it. The last one is Sweden, and everyone will remember Albi Zalmi, their fairy tale run to the finals, but they haven't qualified from Sweden. It'll be Ariana Akif from the south that have qualified, and they will be the Swedish representative. So yeah, obviously a bit sad. There's no Albi Zalmi. They had a 1 in 4 chance as they won the ECS in Stockholm, but yeah, Ariana Akif, they were winners of the Swedish Cup T10, and they were a successful club on the day.
This is close.
Front, and he's going to give him out.
This is close, and well, it's more than close. Gets the finger out. I'll come back to that in a minute, because I'm very interested by that in Sweden. But this, look, it's all smiles. And I said he deserved a wicket. Well, he deserved that one too. He's bowled really well. Great bit of bowling. He should be happy. This is such a good delivery. Yeah, he gets close to the stumps, doesn't he? And it's that little bit of straightening. And that one, I think, is hitting middle stump out of the ground.
And sure, you know, he's half a step out of the crease, but it's not going over. And I think it's a good decision. And so after having to wait, Hassan Naveed does get 2 in 2, finishes the third over. Chandra Brescia in a spot of bother, to say the least. It's 20 for 2.
Well, you like going into the lake. Well, this is one that's going in there with you. Naeem Ahmed, first baller. Over he goes into the lake Garda. Well bowled to Naveed. Well, he had to wait late before he got his success, but he did get it off the last 2 balls of his spell. 2 for 9, brilliantly bowled. 20 for 2 at the end of 3.
Yeah, you see what happened towards the end of the innings. They were able to pick up the pace again after being held a little bit quiet in the middle overs. That was thanks to some pace-off options. But right now, Chandra Brescia, a lot of work to do. So yeah, give us your thoughts about those ECL qualifications. You know, it's really exciting, obviously. It gives every domestic player something to shoot for.
I mean, that's big news, isn't it, coming from Sweden?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Hammer's Army, we all know about them. The Army, they were so strong. But they were having hiccups with the batting, and that's what I'll be interested to see. Was it the batting that let them down again?
Yeah,
I know you probably don't have the scores there,
Yeah,
but...
but yeah, I mean, like I say, the positive is it gives another bunch of players the opportunity. Now this is blasted away. It's a flat back smash, and it almost smashed into the scoreboard, but put 6 on. Maximo. What a good start that is. And no power play, but no worries, as that one gets smashed out of here.
Yeah, Fahad Ali, I think he probably feels the need to get going now, and he does. That's a big hit. And gets the old Maximo going there. That's what he needs to do here now. He's got to be positive, I think. I mean, those wickets go down. He can go into a shell, or he can just open up.
Oh, this one's pretty high, but it's smacked out of the ground as well. Maximo, and it's been called a no ball as well. And so, well, Chandra Brescia getting moving. Now, is this waist high or above? He does step out to the ball, but I mean, they are told to call the marginal one, so you certainly can understand the call.
I can understand it, but that's a rough call.
Yeah,
the ball is dipping a lot. I think, remember, you got to go with the batter standing in his normal position inside the crease. So that, I think, I mean, look, maybe the way to look at that is that you shouldn't, as a bowler, be bowling.
That's the way I look at it. I mean, you know, you can argue it when you see the slow-mo replay, but the rule says if either umpire is not completely sure that it's below the waist. So if you're not completely sure, you're meant to call it. He wasn't completely sure. He calls it. 7 plus a free hit, which is hit out to deep square leg for 1. But yeah, I think you're exactly right. Bowler shouldn't be bowling anywhere near there. So I've got a question from Mandrake saying, Vinny, why is cow corner so named? Well, I think I do know this. Do you know this or not?
It must have something to do with cricket being played in an area where there was a farm.
I will tell you why I think it's called cow corner.
Oh, you think?
Normally have these things. Oh, this is my belief.
Okay.
So I've heard this somewhere along the line. It's just that when you slog there, it's a bit of an agricultural shot, right? So it's a bit of a, I don't want to be unkind to any farmers out there, but you see this one pushed out to point. They might look at 2 here. They won't get it in the end. Yeah, so it's the kind of shot which is, let's just say it's not a refined cricket shot, and that's why, because it's a bit agricultural, that area out at mid-wicket is called cow corner, because they're the kind of players that would hit the ball out there, the type that might be tending to some cows. Having said that, I know some very, very good farmers like Sean Marsh, but he's a very classic batter. So, well, this one is a bit of a gift. And the keeper does really, really well to save 4 there. That's outstanding wicket keeping from Riaz Madassa, who's come into the side. He had to go so far to get this, and he knocks it down. Fantastic work.
He's made some stops behind there, Vinny, and how important will his contributions be at the end of these innings? I mean, just a worrying phase here. This over particularly, it's been expensive.
Riaz gone for 28. Oh, and this one somehow bowls him. Wow, it's cut back into him. It's cut him in half. It's cut the stumps in half. And he's got himself into a real muddle here. Zahid Ali, the captain, who backs away. And now he's going to be away from the action because he is the 3rd wicket to fall, 37 for 3.
Well, this is so unlucky. I mean, this has been banged into him. It's sort of, you know, it's one of those that sort of cut the batter in half. When it cuts him in half, gets off his belly onto the stumps. Well, this is so unlucky. Look.
Yeah, but I mean, he does get himself into trouble. If he went the other way, he'll have no problem with this delivery. He'll just work it round the corner. But yeah, gets it completely wrong. And so the bowler's pretty happy to get a wicket. No doubt about that. It is the wicket of the Jandra Brescia skipper. He goes for just one, 37 for 3.
Yeah, unfortunate way to go, but sometimes that's the way things happen. And Riaz, well, it was an expensive over, but he does finish with getting a wicket and an important wicket, so the third wicket goes down. Yeah, I mean, what do you do in this situation when the runs are coming pretty quickly? They just started to get things going, and then that happens. And
I think you're always better if you had to choose one or the other. If you want to move sideways, moving away from the ball, moving to the leg side, I just think it's statistically not a great option. I mean, it's great if you can blast the ball over cover, but if you can do that, you can probably step across and whack it over mid-wicket as well. I mean, that ball's wide if he gets inside it. But instead, he just finds a way to become a human backboard onto the wickets. New batter comes out there now with 2 to play in this 4th over. And this is in the air as well. It's holding up and it should be caught, and it will be caught. Hassan Naveed with the catch, and so Jandra Brescia go in more trouble. Another golden duck. Suddenly, things turning around for Tabassum Riaz, who's on a hat-trick with his last delivery. Can you believe what you're seeing? 37 for 4. Wasim Ahmed comes and he goes first ball.
well, amazing stuff, and they are all over this, aren't they? They're loving every moment there. I mean, they had that bit of spell just at the beginning of this over where runs started to go and go pretty quickly. But hasn't he brought it back? I mean, a good catch once more. I mean, under pressure, he knows the importance of taking this catch, but no hiccup at all. So Hassan Naveed, he's the man, isn't he, at the moment? We've seen what he's been doing with the ball. Well, remember, it won't be classed as a proper hat-trick, but remember, he took 2 in 2 the last 2 balls. He's on a sort of unofficial hat-trick, but true. This is an official one.
Maybe you can live vicariously through Tabassum Riaz, who's only bowling this extra delivery because he bowled a no ball earlier in the over. Maybe he wants to thank the umpire for that now. Here we go. There's Raheem Qureshi to face the hat-trick ball. Pretty good ball too, but well played. Let's think of a second. They're going to go. Good throw, has him in big trouble. Oh, this is pretty close. I'm not convinced here one way or the other. They will have a look at it. So taking on the 2, they needed pretty much a perfect throw to gun him down. It was a powerful throw. Keeper just had to go a little bit away from the stumps. This will be a really interesting replay. You see Qureshi. We don't see him yet. But see how the keeper just had to go about a metre to his left. And I think in the end, he is going to get there just. Yeah, so see, that was about as close as you get. But I think he will survive.
Yeah, all to do with the throw, wasn't it? I mean, it was a good, strong throw. The keeper had a lot to do, but doesn't he do well? Loving that that side shot we had of the keeper. Just how he's looking at this, he's focused, he's on the ball straight away. He gets his really good work, but just gets beaten by the batter. And I think that the point.
I mean, it does seem to me that it does hit the ground first. See, there's a shot about here, maybe 2 frames. This one where I think that bat's grounded before the bails come off.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to be fine. It will be the end of the 4th over. The score will be 39 for 4. Once again, I want to say a quick hello to you guys, and thanks for your thoughts this morning. What do you think about those ECL results? Yeah, pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, right now we're enjoying our time. Italian summer, we're bringing it to you. We'll have 5 teams from these first 4 weeks that will join us in the Super Series. We'll get Nikki Chowdhury, who's going to join us as well as a guest commentator in week 5. So it'll be nice to get another perspective on European cricket. Nikki is someone that's doing good things in county cricket, good young player in the English system. And I know she's been following along when she can. And looking forward to that. Also have Corey Rutgers joining us next week. Rico, you have a well-deserved break. Make sure you get in the air conditioning next week, okay? Don't spend all couple of weeks in the kitchen.
Well, the kitchen has to call first. It's going to be a busy time in Spain. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that, well, you're going to go into the lake. I'll be going into the sea, the old Med Sea in Torrevieja.
That'd be nice.
Playa Los Locos.
Yeah. First one, it's getting away from Asad Imran. This is in the air, and well, he hasn't convinced me with that appeal. I don't think we'll get a great look at this either. I don't think this will be out. I've got to say, he's
Well, he's
given
saying
a few
it's
high
out.
fives.
He's saying,
The way-
Ampaji.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not out. I'm not saying it's out. I think I got a feeling we won't really see because his body's in the way here. You see, he comes here, or maybe we'll get a look. Does it just lodge in that right hand? I mean, we got really no idea.
His leg and foot's in the way, isn't it? But I
Yeah,
mean,
see, it does seem that's hitting high on the fingers, and then the next thing, the foot's in the way, so we can't really see what happens there. I mean, I think if he does catch, it's a remarkable catch. He feels like he's caught it,
yeah,
and he's trying to say it went straight in.
I like the way he's saying to him, Ampar ji, catch you, dekh lo, main haath se, bilkul haath se fadya. Well, he's giving it out, but
The
it's
thing
not
is,
his
the way he
decision.
went up, it was more.
Well, how about this?
Yeah,
Look, this is
hello,
good. I'm
hello.
liking this.
I still think.
Let's have a look.
There we go.
There we go.
This is great work by Sprint Productions. See, it does hit the hands on the full.
We lose it there, you
But
see.
the thing is, it's very hard to tell. Even if it does go into the hand, does it grab a bit of ground on the way through? And so, yeah, fantastic replays. I just think there's too much doubt here, and it'll be given not out.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it again, I mean, do we see it sort of wobble out there? But yeah, look, if we're looking at it this closely, then you can't give that out.
I still think, even though he claims it, he probably believes he's caught it, but there's no way to tell, because when the foot's in the way, we've got no idea what happens.
Yeah,
I think it'll be a run. I think it's a good decision. Even with his body language, it was like, actually, I think I might have caught that, and maybe he did.
Yeah.
But I don't think even he's short, just from his immediate body language. So,
yeah, I think
the
that's
Brescia catch a break there.
good umpiring, good work
Yeah.
by the match officials and the third umpire there.
How's that work from Martins and the crew at Spring Productions? I didn't know we had the zoom in function now.
They're getting better all the time, aren't they?
Oh, this is something
Yeah.
else.
Looking
If
forward.
only we had the
looking
magic eraser to rub out the foot.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying in the chat.
Looking
Thanks,
forward
Samira.
to 4 years of working with them. Of course, that partnership extended by 4 years. And well, I tell you what, looking forward to if they're going to keep enhancing things the way they are at the moment. I mean, first of all, there's the old speed me up work when we got the batters running in between the wickets, loving that. And now we got the zoom.
Where will we be in 4 years, though? Because I think we're going to lose a lot of our crew because they're getting too good at cricket. They'll be playing for Latvia in 4 years. I think we have to find someone else to train up. But I want to say a big thank you to the guys at Spring Productions. I mean, if you look at some of the other cricket streaming around the world, you'll find it's nothing like this. I mean, this is next level stuff, considering the resources we have available. I know a lot of people are really excited about the stuff that we were able to do. A couple of bonus runs here. Remember what I was saying about the pace they want to be at, which is 25 per 2 overs, which means they would have wanted to have been 50 after 4. Not quite there yet. So one turns, I think he thinks it's all right. Again, when it goes past the line, where is this? When it goes past the popping crease, and I think it's probably okay. It's very hard to tell.
Yeah, again, like you say, hard to tell because we're looking at it from this view. It's side view that we
Called a wide in the end.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think the issue was that maybe that's an Imran gets in the umpire's way, so he doesn't get a good look at that. So he decides, look, it's marginal. We're going to give it. This one turns into a full toss. This is going, gone. Maximo! Mahad Ali hasn't had a lot of the strike, to be fair, but he turns this one into a full toss. Good footwork to go get it on the full. And 6 valuable runs to Jandra Brescia, who moved past 50 with that stroke.
Yeah, I mean, it's important. I mean, just keep a look at the like-for-like scores. I mean, know that Jandra Brescia have lost more wickets at this point, but at the end of 5, bear this in mind, PLG were on 59. And, well, this is another wicket, and it's a soft dismissal for Ali, who just smashed one ball for 6 coming down the wicket. Then he decides to stay inside his crease. It's always a risk, Vinny, for me, when you're staying inside your crease to a bowler who's bowling this sort of line. And, well, he stays inside his crease and he plays a bit of a nothing shot in the end, and he gets himself out. This is ugly. You want to watch this again.
Yeah, it doesn't spin. So it's a good variation, isn't it, from Asad Imran, who was able to rip a few. This one kind of goes straight on. And so, yeah, natural variation, or yes, deliberate variation, I think. As Jandra Brescia 52 for 5. And so, new batter coming to the crease is Hasib Abdul. But Shrugs come up with a more comprehensive answer than mine. And I think I was pretty close to the mark. He said, according to Wisden, Cow Corner is named after a part of the field at Dulwich College where cows grazed and the ball rarely went as the shot was ungainly to reach that part of the field.
Told you.
So there you go.
Well,
We
I don't
were
even.
both right.
I don't know why we just didn't contact our friends from Farmers. They would have told us.
Farmers would tell us. Yeah, this one's going to be too wide and called. So how's that Imran? Trying to push for a 6th wicket here, no doubt. Get some dots. So Jandra Brescia, 52 for 5 at the halfway. Left himself a lot to do in the second half of this innings.
Yeah, 52 for 5. But again, like I say, let's have a look what it is at the end. 5 wickets, that will be the concern. The score, they're just 7 behind. So, I mean, they're there or thereabout. Have a look at the rate. Okay, the rate is over 14, but it can be done. But the concern will be those wickets in hand, and of course, also you've got 2 relatively new batters out there. I mean, Raheem Qureshi, he's just had 2 balls, and Hasib Abdul, he's just had the 1. Staying with spin.
Yeah, why not? Now this guy bowled really well yesterday. He's got an unusual approach. He's basically a modern day Shane Warne T10 edition. He's putting everything in the footmarks outside leg and spinning him back. Unusual, but pretty effective because you're always fighting that angle. This time he's going to get through one fielder. That's good backing up. And what a throw that is back in. A real whistler. And that's Riaz out there backing up and keeping it to 1.
Yeah, I mean, he was great to watch yesterday. Imran, 4 for 18 he took. And it wasn't enough to get them victory, but 4 for 18. That's a serious bit of bowling.
Yeah, this one's in the air. Won't be caught. Knocked away by the keeper, but they'll just get the 1. I mean, he's an awkward customer. You've got to work out how you're going to deal with him. I mean, because he's outside, pitching outside leg stump pretty much all the time, you've got the immunity, you've got your body as the second line of defence, but then you're kind of swiping horizontally at the ball, which is difficult to do. Plus, he's getting some good bounce for a guy that's not particularly tall. That's what you can do. If you're pretty confident it's going to miss the leg stump, then you just take the wide. I'd say well done to Shrug for that bit of research. And thank you to Mandrake as well. I think we both kind of had elements of that answer, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, there's always the chance you're going to get a Shane Warne special and it's going to turn square into your stumps. But I think, you know, you're basically trying to force him off that plan into some other plan. Was the plan that brought him 4 wickets yesterday for Karim Imran. It does, but then they miss out on it anyway. So, Jandra Brescia, more than a spot of bother here. That top 3 will be looking a long way away for them from an 0-2 start. He's punched away, but they do have the deep point just for that shot. We'll just get the 1. Say PLG, they've played better than a team that have gone 9 games without a win, haven't they? I mean,
Yeah.
they're gaining in confidence every time we see them, and this is a fairly complete performance from them so far.
I'm loving the energy that they put in this, and energy that Jandra Brescia haven't shown. Asking the question, from here it looked like his foot was on the line, but let's have a look
He likes it.
what the camera tells us.
Yeah, replay will tell us the story. Go Imran. So just give me my hat. I'm ready to go, whether I've got a wicket or not. And his feet are pretty stationary. It's just a matter of where they are. Let's see if we get this for you. It creeps out a little bit. I think could be in a bit of trouble. But they get the heel down. I think he just gets the heel down in time, and I think that is behind the line.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be not out. Great replays once again from our crew at Spring Productions. Yeah, I think I'm pretty satisfied that it won't be out. Can't trust these keepers though. Whacks him out of the ground, but I mean, it was close. But I think, I'm pretty sure. Nothing wrong with the take. Just gets down in time. Yep, pretty conclusive there. Okay, let's move on to a new over. And Imran's going to continue. Starts with, well, I think that counted. I'm not sure if he was ready or not. Because the non-striker,
Nice to see Mr. 100% in the background there. Well, he's getting these banners sorted, isn't he?
Yeah, that ball counts. And then, yeah, Mr. 100%. He's always ready for action.
There he is, just in the background. He's thudding away with the hammer, so if you hear some funny sounds, we don't have a woodpecker. Mr. 100%, or Safi.
I think this will be out this time. And as long as he doesn't encroach in front of the stumps, I think Riaz Madassa will have a stumping. He has kept very well for PLG, been a good addition into their side. And this one, again, it's the one that goes straight on, I think. And I think already he's been sent on his way. Yeah, no problems. And you see there, stump's broken well before that back clonks down. Qureshi is the next man that has to go. He's stumped for 5. Janjua, 58 for 6.
They are falling apart here. Janjua Brescia. And remember I was saying when PLG were banning, saying they've got to believe they can do this because they're up against a team that have struggled with the bat. We saw them struggling, trying to get to 89 for victory. Got to 73 against Brescia. And it's the same struggles that they're finding themselves in here. 6 wickets down. I mean, it's already gone part of your point of no return, Vinny. So what are you saying?
Well, I'll probably stand by it. You have to really fall off the wagon to lose this, PNG. This one does get a bit of turn. What's that, Imran?
New batter comes out and looks like Mohamed Afzal just got one thing on his mind, and that's to launch at these. Well, he's doing a lot of swinging, but without any footwork involved, he's just going to knock himself off his feet. That one was called a wide.
This one we worked out to the mid-on boundary. Shrug's asking, will Jersey have a team at ECL next year? And the answer is, yeah, the idea is that we'll have the exact same countries represented that we had this year. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of competitive cricket played in Jersey this year. I think we're going to have yet another dismissal. And we'll have a look at this on the replay. The only thing here is because it takes so long to get there. I wonder if the keeper might have just been tempted to take it a bit early. It's just what I'm saying. See if he's patient. Yeah, I think that's fine. And yeah, it gets there before the bat comes down. So I think he's getting the message now that he's been stumped. I mean, this one turns and it turns outside the line, so that's why it is a wide. But you can get stumped off a wide. So things going from bad to worse for Janjua Brescia now, 62 for 7.
Yeah, once again they're just ball just being tossed up wide outside the off. The batter's charging down, missing, and the keeper, well, he's already shown his quality. Riaz Madassa, with some of the fine stops he made early on from the pace bowlers. But one that comes to mind is the one that went through the batter and he diving to his left, made a one-handed stop. And just then I thought this guy looks on another level, and he's shown that all the way through. Now he's doing the job with the slower bowling, he's getting the stump in, 61 for 7. New batter comes out, takes guard. Wonder if we're going to see a similar approach or something different here. And it's Usama Munir. Oh, he just lets that one go down the leg side. It'll be another wide.
Yeah, he's got that mixture of the one that really turns, the one that goes straight on. Hello to Helix, who's joined us in the chat. One's hit into the ground. It'll just be one. Munir gets off the mark. Yeah, so I suppose what I will say is this format does allow opportunities in a way. If you get off to a bad start, okay, you make it tough for yourself, but you still will have that opportunity come Super Friday. I'm not going to write off Janjua Brescia just yet, but if they do find themselves in the bottom half, they'll want to at least try and get 4th, which means they get 1 free pass on Super Friday. We'll just have to win the 1 game to get through to the finals. If they finish 5th or 6th, then they're going to have to win 2 games just to get through to the finals. So keep an eye on that. 63 for 7 after 7 overs. Coming up, now this should be an absolute crackerjack contest between Kings 11 and Brescia CC. Both teams undefeated so far. Kings 11 just playing the once, Brescia CC playing twice yesterday, match 7. And news from the toss, Brescia CC winning the toss and batting first. And I've got to say, been really impressed with Vibor Yadav and Kuldeep Lal coming into Kings 11 lineup. Brescia CC, you know, they've got a lot of superstars as well. Now this is elevated. Could be another catching opportunity. This time it is dropped. Wow, had 2 or 3 bites of the cherry here. Hassan Naveed did the hard work getting there, but he just couldn't get the hands organised. And that one goes down.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed with that, Naveed. He took a good fine catch earlier. This one, he just didn't want to stick, did it? There you go. I think the momentum of coming forward, it does a bit of the ice cream cone. And then he loses his ice cream, and then next one, as you normally see, goes right over. And that's a big hit, 6 runs. So it's a good job that banner hasn't quite been tied down, because this one was going to knock it over again. Big hit from Afzal. And finally gets hold of one. It's right down the ground. And moves on to 7 with that big hit. The score 70 now, 7 down. So
a few more of those. The game could get interesting. That was absolutely pumped, wasn't it? By Mohamed Afzal. No more for his bowling. I know he's going to try again. This time he misses out completely.
yeah, he just turns around and comes back at you, doesn't he? That's Makar Imran. He's not deterred at all. Just says, okay, no worries. Here I come again.
Tosses it up. Turns into a full toss. Well, this is the, I don't know what you want to call that. That was the rubber plantation, maybe?
We call that the bumper area. It's the bumper zone, because the ball goes all over the place there.
Russell gets to the other end. A little bit shorter. It's poked away to deep point. I'll think of a second here. They're going to take it on. Good throw. Would have had him in trouble, but made the keeper work a bit too hard. So well run by Munir. He'll get 2. That's 8 overs down. The score is 73 for 7. There's still 53 required of last 2 overs. Seems like a bit of a bridge too far for Brescia. But PLG take nothing away from them. I know that they were the recipients of some gifts early in this match, but they certainly have played very, very well. And they've defended well. I've got to say, Hassan Naveed, 2 for 9 of his 2 overs. And Riaz, although he was a bit expensive, came back with 2 wickets at the very end as well. I said Imran with 3 of his own. So it's a good start to the over from Mohamed Afzal, though. Over number 9, as he just smacks this one out of the ground. He's a powerful man. And well, he knew straight away. That one was 6. Maximo time.
Well, he's hit this big, hasn't he? But, well, dangerous times. Here's the 9th over. Hit this one pretty well, but he'll take just the 1. I would love 2. Maybe. No, not going to happen. So just 1. So now Munir, who's going just at 1 ball of the 4 balls he's faced so far on strike. He wants to be trying to give the strike straight back to Afzal if he can. But he can't. Well, maybe. It goes for the keeper. Direct hit is in trouble. Oh, that was close. That was close. I think he probably still would have made it there, Afzal, because he had a fair bit to do to get the ball. Here comes the throw. And yeah, I think he would have made it there.
I think we're going to see some big swings, though. We do. 360 swing. In fact, he gets a little edge on this one. So Afzal, after an entertaining 15, has to go. It's Manasseh Riaz who comes on and grabs a wicket of his own. Now 8 down. Last rights for Brescia. 81 for 8.
Yeah, how many dismissals has Riaz been involved in now? I mean, I count 4 at the top of my head. It might be 5.
Yeah, well, Manasseh Riaz. Well, you've got to realise there's Riaz Madasseh and Madasseh Riaz. So this is a really interesting dismissal because it's caught Riaz Madasseh, bowled Madasseh Riaz. But are you talking about the keeper?
Yeah, the keeper.
And he has now taken 1 catch and 2 stumpings. It's pretty good going. I think 3 stumpings is the record. No one's ever got 4. Don't know if we'll get another one this over though. This is Jaspinder Singh coming to the crease. Yeah, Brescia, they'll be so disappointed with this performance. And Jandra, they're a team that have a very proud history, no doubt about that. Team we first saw on the ECN in 2019 in the ECL. And I know that they'll be so disappointed to go down in this one. Jaspinder doesn't get too close to this one. And from here, well, Jandra, they play 2 games tomorrow. They're 2 pretty tough games. They're playing Brescia and they're playing Kings 11.
Ooh, tough.
And Cividate on Thursday. So it's always disappointing, especially when you only get the 1 game if you don't play well. And it does sit with you. 9 overs down, Brescia, 81 for 8. And look, you know, I think if you look at the amount of runs they gave away in extras and misfields, I don't know how many it was exactly. I think it was something 20-something in misfields alone and maybe 15 to 20 in extras. Even call it 30 runs, 30 to 35 runs. I mean, that would reduce the target to something in the 90s, which you would say, even the fact they haven't batted that well, they have a good shot of chasing it down. But yeah, just their own worst enemy really in the first half of this game. 10th overtime. And it's going to be Hamad Ranja, the captain, to bowl it. And what a proud moment for him, leading Pack Lions Getty to their first win in European cricket, series cricket. And they thoroughly deserve it. I mean, they've been improving. They've played confidently. They didn't throw away a good start. They pushed all the way to a total of 125. Just pokes this away.
Yeah, I think the thing that comes to mind to me is that when you look at the start of the match, just the energy levels, some of the energy levels from PLG was amazing. They were up for it. They were on fire. They were bubbly. They were enjoying themselves. They were enthusiastic. You just didn't see that from Chinjua Brescia. They, playing here, the home pitch, you said, right? So, well, this one almost finds its way to the boundary. The batters do run. So, they just weren't positive, and that didn't come off in their performance at all. Whereas I think with the Lions, well, the positiveness did show in everything that they'd done, and they've deserved this victory. They deserve this moment, and it's quite fitting that the captain is the one that's going to bowl the last over, and if he was to pick up a wicket here as well, that'd be even more fitting. So congratulations to them winning the first match in the series. But it again just goes to highlight the fact that if you get the runs on the board, Vinny, get the runs on the board, then anything is possible. And I like their positive approach as well. I agree.
So often we see teams waste a good start, and they didn't. Now we'll see an attempt at second. They're going to get there, so they get to 88. Yeah, just going through the first half of this game. I mean, they were 59 at the halfway point. They still put together 66 in the second half, including the last 3 overs, going 16, 15, and 21. So 52 off the last 3. Really blew Jandra out of the water. And there's some amusing ones in there as well. Remember that, but that'll do it. In fact, 125 to 88. Congratulations, PLG. Their first win in ECS cricket. And they thoroughly deserve it. And they get over the host, Jandra Brescia. They do it by 37 runs. And congratulations to their captain, Hamad Ranja. I've got to say, a pretty good performance in the first innings as well from their batters. Set that up with Madassa Riaz, who had a very good game. Asad Imran with his unbeaten half-century, and Jawad Mohammed doing the job with the bat. And then a pretty complete performance with the ball. Yeah. PLG, they are winners here in match 6.
Yeah, congratulations to them as well. This is a moment that they need to enjoy. And all the players are coming together. And they're receiving applause from teams that are waiting. Well, these two teams, in fact, that are waiting to come on and get involved in what is going to be a nice and spicy affair. Two big teams, Brescia take on Kings 11. That is really going to be a sensational match. With either side that you look at the names, there's some big players in the middle. What a match.
And the Muliwala, Jagjit Singh, looks like he comes into the lineup for Kings 11. Looking forward to that. That'll be a high-quality matchup starting in just over 10 minutes' time. But let's have a look at the chase. And Chandra Brescia did not get off to a good start. The occasional one away, I suppose. But nowhere near where they needed to be. And then the wicket started falling. They lost 2 in the 3, 2 in the 4th. And really from there, they never had a look in. Some really good bowling from the openers, Hassan Naveed and Tabassum Riaz, just making sure that this chase never really had a chance.
Yeah, Naveed bowled brilliantly for me, I think, in the series so far. I know that we've seen fourthers from a couple of players. One of them was out there in that side, but I think that's the best bowling that we've seen. He really bowled well, he bowled intelligently. It looked like he was going to bowl and finish his spell without any wickets, but he did take a wicket, or 2 wickets of the last 2 balls of his spell. Well, that was a catch that was taken, and it was Hassan Naveed, the man we're talking about, that took the catch, but there's one that didn't quite go his way, but by that time it was all over. This was a sad way for a batter to come to get out. I mean, he was just starting to play some nice shots, then he gets himself out there, and Fahid Ali, he was the only man really that offered any resistance apart from a cameo from Mohamed Afzal there at the end, who got 15 of 9. Well, this is one that I was talking about that wasn't being able to hold on to, Hassan Naveed. But it didn't matter because even though, as I said, there was this flurry of runs towards the end from Afzal, it made no difference. And then he was caught behind. And it was Madassa Riaz doing the bowling and Riaz Madassa doing the catching. Not often that you see that. But a good all-round performance. And like I say, it's all about the energy, it's all about the belief, and it's all about being positive. And that really is what the back lines and Getty showed here today. When I said they had to roll out the lines, and maybe there was a little bit of Jedi about them, because they certainly did get that Kookaburra to do funny things out there when they were in the field, but when they were batting, I should say. The fielders had a nightmare trying to stop it sometimes. A great performance, a great victory. Just have a look at that scorecard. Fahad Ali, 28 of 11. Well, it was only he that did the business at the top end. There was that cameo for Mohamed Afzal, 15 of 9 towards the end, but by that time, the game was gone, Vinny.
Certainly was. Look, despite receiving 14 wides and no ball, still really weren't able to challenge. It was Fahad Ali, really. He was the only one I think really got hold of the bowling. Afzal did at times, but by then felt the game was gone. Pretty good team performance. Even Riaz that went for 30. He did get 2 crucial wickets at the end of his spell. I've got to say, I seen him run 3 for 19. Was very effective with his spinners. 2 for 9. I think Hassan Naveed, though, deserves a lot of credit for starting things off. The other wicket went to Madassa Riaz. And I can't even run with his leg spinners. I mean, for the most part, he was pretty tight as well, only going for 15. And Ranjit, the captain, coming back and finishing it off. So 88 is all that Brescia, the hosts, were able to muster in response to that. First innings total of PLG, 125. They scored. Congratulations to them for their first win in ECS cricket. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 7 or 8 minutes. And when we do, we have a blockbuster for you. So get the popcorn and settle in, because it will be Kings 11 versus Brescia CC when we return. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Brescia. Well, I'm here in the jungle and I'm getting a bit of shade, and tell you what, I need it at the moment because it is hotting up here, day 2 of week 2 of our Italian summer adventure. Out there in the middle, we're ready for the toss now for match 7. It's Kings 11 versus Brescia CC. This is a real heavyweight battle if ever I saw one. Let's go out to the middle then. Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Heads the goal. Heads. Be best. Have a good game, guys. All the best.
So it is Brescia CC who have won the toss, and the ECL 22 side will bat first. Their captain, Kalab Sajjad, I think it's a good decision from him to go out there and put some scoreboard pressure onto the Kings 11, who were very impressive yesterday. For Brescia CC, well, they do have a lot of firepower. Will we see Yasadulu again opening the batting? Didn't quite get himself together yesterday, but we know he's a very destructive player, particularly in the big games. He eats up the pressure. I also think the middle order hitting of Imad Khan and Naveed Chowdhury will be really important for Brescia CC. And how about the left arm spin of Bashar Khan? He did very, very well, I think, through the middle overs, and along with his captain, provide some spin options through the middle of the innings, which they might need against the Kings 11 side, which won the Bologna tournament last year. Then they finished 3rd in the Super Series. So, you know, Brescia CC are going to have their hands full with these Kings 11, who have brought a couple of players into the mix. And Kuldeep Lal, who we know from Spanish cricket, he took 4 wickets yesterday in their only performance. He was brilliant. And how about Vaibhav Yadav as well on ECN debut with his half century? So Kings 11, I think they'll want to make a statement here that they're the team to beat in Brescia. But Brescia CC, of course, this is a team that finished 3rd in the whole of Europe at the start of this year, and they won't be giving anything away. Let's go over to Rico Full. Hello from the jungle, Rico. I'll be back in the ice cube very, very shortly. But the news from the toss in match 7 is Brescia CC have won the toss. They're going to bat. Over to you. Let's get this afternoon started.
Thank you, Maximo. Well, watch out if you're in the jungle. You know they've got some big snakes here in Italy. We came across 1 or 2 of them in Milan. So watch out, Maxi. Well, I don't know about the shade. It seemed to be a fair bit of sun even in the jungle. Well, maybe this is going to be the rumble in the jungle, because 2 big teams are going to be going head-to-head here. Kings 11, well, they were unbeaten yesterday. Just played the 1 game, but they were in dominant mood, weren't they? The only thing is with Kings 11, we didn't really see too many of their batters because they did not need them when they got that victory yesterday, winning by 8 wickets. Cividale 100 for 7, and Kings 11 103 for 2. And at Brescia, well, they had a good day as well, didn't they? Getting 2 victories, beating Danjura Brescia, whose troubles continue. We just saw them lose to PLG. And then they got a good win against Gina Brescia as well, a team that they've had many, many tough battles against, 112 to 69. This is really going to be a cracking match. Brescia CC, well, tipped to win this 101 to 99. So, well, get ready for an absolute cracker. It's really going to be a good match, and you can see there that Brescia 2 wins out of 2 so far. Kings 11 the 1. I think the main thing here is Kings, they know they've got a victory with both these teams, so looking to finish in the top 3, they should. I mean, looking the way the results have gone in the other matches, they should be able to do that. But it's going to be a good one. You can see the batters just had a little chat with each other, now waiting for the umpire to give them the guard that they want. So Sukhdev is out there with umpire Rahman. There are men in black. Of course, Stefan Gooch, you saw him hit the coin toss. Is the 3rd umpire and also the match referee. Temperatures heating up. And, well, not only is it hot around the ground, but it's going to be sizzling, I think, there in the middle as well. Some top campaigners here. I think Brescia, they didn't really excel with the bat in the first game, but they did in the second. Well, certainly Imad Khan and Naveed Chowdhury were in good form. And Yasir Dullah, we saw a little bit of what he could do as well. And what about Kings 11? I think the bowling, one man who certainly entertained us was once again somebody who's made a habit of performing in the European Cricket Series, Kuldeep Lal. And Abdullah to start things off. First ball, and this is going to be a wide. Got a slip in place. And just have a quick scan of this field. Looks like they're going with the 3 men on the onside. And then you've got that that splatter of yellow out on the off. The two men that are out at the moment. It's going to be long on the boundary and the man at point. So here we go. Second ball, first one was a wide. So the first legitimate delivery. He gets in the right area. That's what Abdullah will be wanting to do. And that's certainly what the captain, Simranjit Singh, will want to do. Simranjit taking over the reins from Jaipal Singh, the man that was in charge of them in Bologna. Very experienced cricketer. You probably see him bowl a bit of his spin a bit later on, and well, if need be, if you ever need somebody to go out there and crack the ball big and score runs quickly, Jaipal is your man. Well, one or two of them really can do that in this Kings 11 side. A bit of chat with the fielder on the onside, the man at mid-wicket. Hit on the arm and gets it over the top of the infield. 4 runs and the first boundary of the match. And, this is hit strong and it's hard. And Yasir Dulu, that's what he does. That's why he's such a dangerous player. We saw him get to 20 yesterday in their second match. But certainly still, even then, he wasn't timing the ball or hitting it anywhere near as hard as what we know he can do. His opening partner is Sajid Afridi. This one goes through. Still more change just in the field. They're trying to get the field where he wants it to Dulu. This one has gone through and it's been called a no ball as well. Oh, that's a double whammy. So no ball. The free hit, I don't know, signalling 4, so I'm still not sure if this is off the bat or whether it's buys. So no signal of buys haven't picked up, so see the replay. Let's see what this catch is. I mean, it's gone through. Oh, hang on a minute. So the no ball signal again from the umpire. So yeah, it's given us 4 runs. So overstepping, no ball. So now Dulu. Still some communication between the umpire and the scorers. I think they're probably just double checking the same as what I'm querying, is whether they were off the bat or not. It looks like it will remain that it runs off the bat. It's hard in the air and this will go all the way, and he makes the most of the free hit. Shaba Shaba Balle 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 Ginna Sona Shaka. Yeah, well, Fletch was in a bit of trouble here. Oh, Fletch, that's not a good look, buddy. Come on, get your body behind it. Don't worry about getting those legs bruised. And, well, even Mr. 100% there. Well, I think Mr. 100% Safi was probably just trying to save Fletch there. I'm not sure what happened there. But what I can tell you, it's 6 on the board. Edge gone. Adios. Well bowled. Well, he gets smacked for a big 6 off the no ball. But Abdullah comes back and finds the edge of Dulu. And Dulu, well, it's 6 and out from him. And once again, he just can't get coming, can't take a trick. He goes for 14 of 7 deliveries. That's a big wicket. And Abdullah just was starting to drop his head slightly after the no ball and getting things wrong and then being smacked for a big 6. But that's the wicket. And look, goes really wide, angles this in. And Dulu, I just think he's get speeded by the pace there. I think that was just a little bit too quick for him. So they get the wicket. Dulu has to go 14 of 6 deliveries. A lot of chat now about getting the field set for the new batter. Somebody who was in awesome form yesterday. Imad Khan, well, every time he went out to bat, his opening shot was a big 6 over cow corner. Been plenty of talk about cow corner today on the chat. Well, Imad, that's where he's going to want this to go. But one thing I will say, I think the bounce from Abdullah is just going to be a little bit too much for him for the shot he likes to play. Let's wait and see. And, well, he goes for the shot, doesn't get it. That is the end of the over. And, well, 16 do come off it, but they do get the wicket. And the wicket of Yasir Dulu. So there was that breakthrough, I suppose, but still it's a bit expensive. Certainly wasn't helped by the no ball. And, of course, we are in the middle. Well, not quite in the middle. I suppose we've just started our Italian summer. We're in second destination, Brescia, and Bologna to come. Then 2 weeks in Rome, the second week being the Super Series. And from there we go to Germany. 2 weeks in Dresden, 2 weeks in Krefeld. Krefeld, of course, has been the location for some T20 eyes. And then we go to Belgium as well. But remember, put the date in your diary. The European Cricket Championship starts on the 12th of September. And that's when the best teams in Europe, the national teams, turn up and do battle to see who will be crowned the European champions of cricket. The Euros of cricket starting in September, 12th of September. And remember, England will be there on week 5, championship week, to defend their title. A bit of discussion, I think, there about the bowler and his footings. I think just asking a few questions about where he can and cannot be. Yadav. Now, he made a fine debut for Kings yesterday with the bat. Oh, this has been lodged. This is big. Oh, wow. What a shot this is. Well, adios, Bolota. This is gone. That is a biz away. Supersonic 6. Absolutely crunches this. I told you, that's what he does. That's how he gets off the mark with a big 6, and he's done it again on the 3 occasions we've seen him. That's exactly where he likes to put it. That was big. Absolutely launches into it. Massive hit from a man who's in pretty good form. 20 he scored in the first match yesterday, and then he scored the player of the match innings, 39 of 17 in the second against Brescia. They need to get him early. This time he tries to guide this away. Good pick up and throw from the man at backward point, and he throws it well also to the bowler's end, because it was the bowler, so the non-striker I should say, that left the crease early. Yadav just making a few changes to the field. This one has been hit pretty hard as well, and nobody's going to stop this. It was a quicker delivery, but it was short, and he gets onto this really quickly. Imad Khan smashes this away as well. Only the one man out there on the boundary, and there's nothing that he can do about it. 11 off the over. 2 balls still to come in it. Dulu was the wicket to go, caught by Kumar. 14, this is an edge, and this will sail away to the boundary as well. Well, that goes and hits some of the equipment there of the Spring Productions crew. That's the camera. This camera here, in fact, that just shows you those images. And this one, well, no damage done. It gets an edge, but also gets the 4. 15 of the over. Well, the wicket does go, but you know that Brescia, they're not going to stop playing their shots. It's the way they play. Smashed, and 4 more. A powerful shot. He does get the fielder there, but I think this has just been uppercut too well. The ball is still going. Look, gets right underneath this one. Uppercuts it over the fielder. Kuldeep Lal is the man there, but he can't do anything about that. That is an expensive over. 19. Doesn't quite go magical, but despite losing the 1 wicket, they're off to a flying start. 35 on the board. 2 overs down, and this is what they're playing for. So Brescia, they want to extend their lead at the top. Kings, they want to be right up there with them, having played a game less as well. It's Janjua Brescia, the team. Well, this is their home ground, and they would not have been expecting to find themselves at the foot of the table. They've got it all to do. Remember, the top 3 teams will be making it through to Saturday's finals day, but they on Friday will be battling it out to see which 2 will have the double chance. The bottom 3 teams, well, they've got a nervy elimination Friday ahead, haven't they? Because only one of them will join the top 3 on Saturday. Down the leg side, but gets lucky. They will run the leg bys. And Vikas Kumar does the tidying up, decides to hold on to it. Singh with the ball now. Sabjit Singh. Just wants to. They need a wicket. I think the wicket they want, of course, is of Imad Khan. He's the one who's been the man in form. Yeah, it's a bit of an ugly shot. They're asking the question, and Shubdev saying no, not out. And the only contact made there since he's off the jersey. Well, I think he'd be quite right here. Let's see. Yeah, it does miss the bat. Maybe it does catch. Yeah, there you go. The batter also giving the signal as well. And on this occasion, he's not bluffing. Full and good length to bowl. Just get the single. Fielded out there by Jaswinder. A lot of big names in both of these sides. I mean, all names, all players that have made such good contributions. Vikas Kumar, of course. Jagmeet. Remember some of his bowling escapades. And then you've got Ranjit Singh as well. No run. A bit of war point there as well, and it is going to be a bit of a war, a bit of a battle between these 2 top sides. Kings 11, remember, they were the champions in Bologna, and I remember it well. And the cricket in Bologna was probably one of the best series that I've been involved in. There was so much quality and so much good cricket. This is another attacking shot, and that one fielder out there is not going to get to this one either. And he chases another one up the hill. Jaswinder Singh, and I think he'll be happy once this over is done with, because he may get somebody to come out there and give him a bit of support. It gives them the opportunity then to just split the field. So 6 off the over now because of that boundary. Ball to go. If you can get this a good finish in here and to prevent it from going to the boundary, it'd be a good over. Afridi's got other ideas. Goes for it. Hits it hard. It gets it over the fielder. And once it gets over the fielder, it's 4 runs. So it will go into double figures. Kuldeep Lal is the fielder out there. Can't do anything about it. And, well, Safi just saving Kuldeep some legs. Again, yaar na door. Main fal lunga tere liye. Ale. And Safi, well, he just needs the one hand. Top man, Safi. Always involved in helping. And remember when we had the issues in Kardama, when we had the issues with the rain in the finals week, Safi was one of the players who was there and saying, no, I want to go and help you guys. And he was just a top man, helping out with the pitch in Kardama. And here he is here, doing a lot of work around the ground as well, looking after us as well, making sure we got plenty of fluid and, well, making sure that we've been looked after. I've got to give a shout out to our friend who's out there, Jaipal Singh, number 40 on his back. So if you see him, Jaipal provided the team with some aloo parantas and the achar bina nale masala tea. So thank you very much to Jaipal and the Kings 11 for providing the ECN crew here with a few refreshments. Very much appreciated. Back to the action. Jagmeet. This is being played out, and there is 2 men out there now. But I wonder if the 2 will become 3 sooner or later. I suppose you could say 3 if you go with long on, that's out there as well. And a good time to welcome back Vinny Sandhu, who's tucked into his salad. How's your salad, buddy?
I quite enjoyed it, actually. I have been overfed today, getting my 3 meals all in the space of about 2 hours. One of them thanks to Kings 11. And, yeah, thank you to Jaipal and all the guys. We do appreciate it. Yeah, I think this is a key moment when they do go to spin and Jugmeat here in the 4th. Just to maybe slow things down. They did get the 1 wicket, but have enjoyed watching Brescia CC so far. But I mean, Kings 11, no strangers to a big chase. We saw that last year in Bologna, and they even chased down 150 to keep their tournament alive back then.
Oh, this is out. This is plumb. Bye, Mr. Batter, you're gone. It was full, it was straight, it was knocking them out. No doubt about that. And, well, I was singing even before the umpire put the finger up. That is plumb. And, well, taking the pace off has done the job. Jugmeat gets the wicket. And, well, Imad Khan, the dangerous Imad Khan, has to depart.
Yeah, that was pretty simple decision, really. Just scoots on with the arm. And that one is definitely hitting the middle stump, I think, just below the bails. And the umpire agrees. So, yeah, spin changing the match. And that's a dangerous batter to get. Imad Khan goes for 20 off 10. The score 47 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, Vinny. We know the sort of form that he was in yesterday. He scored over 50 runs in his 2 innings. And he's the dangerous man. He makes things happen. They've got him early. That means it's going to be Naveed Chaudhry that comes out to take his place. And Naveed, he scored a handsome 28 not out of 17 in that win against Brescia. He'll be hoping to be in the runs again. He also scored 21 of 15 in the first, so he was in good form as well.
Yeah, just such a good variation to have that one that doesn't spin. New batter, Naveed Chaudhry, though. Pretty good performer. He's a guy that typically we'll see him in the middle order, batting anywhere kind of between 3 and 6. But can move the game forward and quickly. And Brescia CC, very experienced T10 team. Once you saw them at the European Cricket League earlier this year.
Well bowled, that one. I mean, he gets the batter, draws him out of his crease, and he has to get something on this. If he doesn't, because Kuma would have been knocking the bails off. End of the over. So 4 overs now completed. The score has moved on to the 49.
49 for 2. So we talked a bit about the schedule leading up to the ECC. Let's talk about the ECC. T10 International Cricket over 5 weeks. We have groups A, B, C and D a week apiece, and then the championship week in week 5. England automatically qualifying as they did win last year. And we'll be joined by the winners of each of those group weeks. Italy, they are in Group D. They get to renew their rivalry with Germany. And they had a really exciting match or two in last year's tournament. Looking forward to that.
This is gone over Kuldeep. It's a good shot. Firmly hit. Well, Kuldeep, you might as well swap shirts with Safi, because he seems to be doing more fielding than you are out there. Mind you, he is at the other side of the rope. This has been absolutely clubbed. Over it goes. And Safi says, don't worry, scorers. I'll save you. Hey, look, we need a Safi.
Yeah, well,
these were pretty high up here on the ridge. Yeah. I doubt any are going to come this far,
well,
surely.
That Maximo earlier clonked into the scorers and officials monitor.
Well, the stumps have been destroyed by Vikas Kuma here.
Please stand by.
This is going to take a bit of time to knock him in. And, well, the batter says, don't worry, I've got a bat. I'll start.
The batter's acting cool, like he's definitely home, which I think he probably is. We'll get a good look at it here on the replay. And I think he is just home, but yeah, when you're rushing and you can swipe at the stumps quickly, and well, there you go. That's one way to deal with it. Well, that's like, you know, when kids have been building a sandcastle and Big Bully comes up and just kicks it over.
Yeah, that was all 3 stumps in the air.
How did they get back in so
time?
quickly? That's the fastest. I don't know if we get a slow-mo replay of the stumps getting set back up. I mean,
no, not slow-mo. Do it quickly. Do the quick mo.
That was an incredible. That has to be some of the fastest stump regeneration I've ever seen.
It's because the batter did it.
Is it my invention, like temp-in bowling, where new stumps should just come out from the bottom? So you just throw the old ones away. 50's up now for Brescia and climbing. Oh, this I think was an opportunity. Maybe, maybe not.
The bowler thinks yes. I mean, let's see, this probably won't tell us too much, but
I still think if you had a clean take and whip off the bails, then I think that could have been a cheeky little stumping. But, you know, credit to the keeper for being up there as it is. We're seeing Subjit Singh So, I mean, that's why if keepers are up to medium paces and they miss stumpings, I always think, and I thought as a keeper, well, if you were to miss one, not too critical, because if you're standing back, you'd have no chance. You know, so obviously you want to take whatever you can, but, you know, as a keeper, you're trying to create the play. You can't be too harsh on yourself if you do miss one.
Flicked away off the pads, work to be done for the fielders. And it's done well. In comes the throw. Once again, they had to hurry. They have run well, you have to say. Even the throw comes in well there from Jaswinder Singh. But the batters were home there comfortably.
So it takes us to the end of another over. We're halfway through the first innings of this, and we thought this was going to be a real cracker of a match. And so far, living up to it, 57 for 2 off 5. And well, let's see what happens in the second half of this innings. Remember, we haven't seen Kuldeep Lal with the ball yet. Took 4 wickets yesterday. I'm sure can lock him in for 2 of the last 5 overs, probably towards the end. Going to get Jagmeet back, the left-arm spinner here in the 6th. They're just pulling things back after a pretty fast start from Brescia CC. Here we go with over number 6.
Goes up in the air, opportunity and taken. Good catch from Yadav. Well, he's showing his class, isn't he? And we saw him bat beautifully yesterday. He bowled pretty well as well, and now takes a really good catch there at the boundary. If he gets this wrong, this is going to be 6 runs. But, well, that's an outstanding bit of fielding from a quality play. He's hit this pretty well.
Yeah. And
not easy to take like this because literally you're taking it side on and you're steering at the boundary rope below you, and 6 runs, and he takes a really, really good catch.
Yeah, you're almost like a keeper there on the boundary taking the ball to your side because you can't really take a step back and get around the ball because you're going to step over the boundary. So he takes it outside his eye line. Really good bit of boundary riding from Vibhor Yadav. And so does remove Naveed Chaudhry. Dangerous hitter. He goes for 2 in this game. The score now 57 for 3. Brings the captain, Kalab Sajjad, to the crease.
Yeah, excellent catch. Well, nice catch, and he gets the celebration from Jaswinder Singh. Jaswinder Singh, well, I know what we like to say. Some of these boys like to eat their jalebis and their rasmalai and laddus. We'll talk about laddus. Jaswinder Singh, he's got some laddus on him, hasn't he? Big man.
Not afraid to use them.
You wouldn't mess with him. Let's just say that.
A few big boys in this Kings 11 team.
Well bowled to meet. Clever bowler.
Yeah. Varying of pace, varying of how much spins on the ball, if there is any spin on the ball. These are the weapons that spin bowlers use. The spin bowlers that are successful in this format, or all formats really.
Plays his hand on the off. They're happy to take the single.
And you've got to do all that while maintaining your accuracy and control. And that's what you see from bowlers like Jagmeet, who's got 2 for 4 now. He's been fantastic. Look at 2 for 5 after that single. Still 3 balls to go. Can he get rid of Afridi?
Afridi plays this well, trying to get it in the goal. Oh, misfield. This is not going to go to the boundaries, but it gets through 2 guys. Before it's tidied up there. It's still on the move, and the batters were a little bit alert here. They probably could have taken another.
Let's have a look at this. Just, I mean, the old 1-2 buckle my shoe cost them 2, and then when the ball came back in, probably didn't see it, but there was a bit of an accidental bumping of keeper and batter.
Played in the same area once more. This time the fielder, he says, "There's no way you're getting through me." And Manjeet Singh. No Malkeet Singh in the side today. Well, he's there. He's there as a 12th man.
I saw him when I was having my lunch. Ran into Malkeet. He seemed pretty content in the shade, actually. I'm sure he would like to be out there. All right, here we go. Last ball for Jagmeet. He has 2 for 7. Yeah, a little bit sloppy in that area again, but doesn't cost him too many, as that's the end of the 6th over. 61 for 3. And just like that, they're back on pretty much the 10 and over pace. Kings 11, like I say, they've come up with some epic chases in ECS cricket last year. But, I mean, against Brescia CC, won't be easy. Remember, Brescia CC did defend 85 yesterday morning against Chandra Brescia. Only 4 bowlers used. I can tell you the 5th bowler will be Kuldeep Lal, I'm sure. Whether we see him in this one or perhaps the 8th. Here's my answer. Looks like Kuldeep is coming on to bowl over number 7. Bowled very well yesterday. 4 wickets. Keeps it pretty simple. I mean, he's not the fastest, but he has a good idea what he's doing with the ball. He's got a pretty good change of pace as well. Afridi, for somebody that's opened the batting, he's only faced 13 balls out of 36. So he's only facing about 2 balls out of every over so far. Let's see what he can do with Kuldeep Lal.
Well, this is a fine stop from the fielder. He's going to get some congrats here now, and he deserves it. And that's Subjit Singh. Gets down, makes a stop, keeps this to 1. I think if it gets through him, it would have been a bit of a chase there for Jaipal to stop.
Getting the body behind it. The thing that Kuldeep does so well is he attacks the stumps. I mean, so many balls that he bowls are going to hit the stumps. So he's basically saying, look, if you miss, I'm going to hit.
Yeah.
You're going to be in trouble. And that's another one that would have hit the timber. Instead, it was just kind of slogged away to the leg side for 1.
I think, yeah, there's that. And the other thing is not only does he attack the stumps, it's the way he's able to really vary his pace. Very clever at that. And you see that one, that's a slower one. Yesterday, we saw him take at least 2 wickets with that sort of very slow full toss, which sort of hits the top of the stumps. But it's all about the batters not picking it. Takes his cricket very seriously. And, yeah, as you said, he's performs really well in Barcelona. Here he is, showing what he can do in Italy. Oh, this one. Oh, well, this is going to go for 4 byes, I think. And it's not a good bit of work from Vikas Kumar. He needs to stop this.
He doesn't pick this slow ball, you see, and then actually bites back a lot. And that's what does the keep on the second bounce. He has no idea which way it's going to bounce. So, pretty clever bowling, but too clever from Kuldeep. That one cost his team 4.
Yeah, I mean, what Kuldeep Lal, before he bowled, he did signal to Vikas Kumar and said, aren't you coming up to the stumps? And Vikas Kumar said no. And the reason why, I mean, look, you see Vikas Kumar there. He's not standing up, but he has got the lid on. Well, now he is going a bit forward because they're putting a very, now he's up.
I think you can keep up to Kuldeep because he's not express. He's not going to bowl too many down the leg side. At least that way you know the ball's going to carry. And Vikas Kumar, again, he's probably a batter who keeps, if I was to describe him. We've also seen him bowling, and bowling pretty well. But he's the option they're going with behind the stumps at the moment. So, you know, it's easier said than done if you're not used to keeping up to the stumps to medium paces. You know, it's a bit challenging. But yeah, Kuldeep Lal bowling a pretty good over. The 5 and the 4 byes off that one. 7 overs down now, 70 for 3.
Yeah, he's unfortunate, wasn't he, with the byes. It was, once again, we talked about his variations. It was a clever delivery. Really got that one to cut back. And unfortunately, Vikas Kumar not able to stop it. But this is where we are. Well, we know that Albano and Fresh Tropical, we're going to see them in Rome.
We will.
Who's
This is
going to
where
join
we're
them?
going. We were in Brescia this week. We'll be in Bologna next week, which is the home of gelato. Watch out for that one. And then we'll be in Rome for the Rome series, the Rome clubs and the clubs from the surrounding area. The winners of each of the next 3 weeks going through to the Super Series to join Albano and Fresh Tropical. And the winner of the Super Series, which is also in Rome, same location as week 4, they will be going to the European Cricket League to join some of the teams we mentioned earlier today, including Brno and Ariane O'Keefe, Darmstadt CC from Germany as well. Paco Care, of course, as the reigning champions, they'll be there. Also note that we might start with a wicket, and it is. Jaipal comes on for his first bowl, Simran. He always knows where the cameras are, and why not with a face like that as he gets down and he cradles this one. And so Jaipal comes up with wicket first ball. He gets rid of the dangerous Afridi for 24. The score 70 for 4.
Yeah, Jaipal comes on. This is what he does. We see him do it in Bologna all the time. Just comes on the ball, and there, Simranjit Singh. Yeah, well, look, he's another one who's got some good laddus as well. Nice catch.
Former captain bowls and current captain catches, Simranjit Singh, taking over the reins from Jaipal, who was leading Kings 11 last year. So in Brescia CC, they know that's all part of it. And this will be Mohammad Saqib who comes to the crease. The other club I was about to mention that's qualified for ECL is Svanholm, who've qualified for their 3rd ECL. I was just looking at that list. I'm looking at clubs that have playing their 3rd ECL. And I think Svanholm, so far, they're the only club which will have been playing in all 3 ECLs. There's still potential for some others, like Cluj, for example, in Romania. But I'll keep an eye on that. Jaipal. No one there. Yeah, so remember, there were only 8 clubs in the original ECL in 2019. Brescia was one of them, in fact, from Italy, who were playing in this tournament right here. We had the Russian team. Unfortunately, for them, they won't be participating in the ECL in 2023. And Cluj, who could potentially appear for the 3rd time if they are successful in Romania.
Oh, bit of a chance here. I think this goes through Jaipal. Opportunity to take the catch. He gets it all wrong, a little bit slow going down.
Yeah, just couldn't get down to that one. We'll have a look about the carry. Yeah, it was catchable. No doubt about it.
This will be out. Jaipal Singh, he gets another. He says, I can't catch him off my own. I'll leave him to you. You got the gloves on. And Vikas Kumar says, no problem, boss. I'll do just that. And there's another one. And well done to Jaipal. 2nd wicket in the over. And there's a big swing and a miss from Saqib. And he has to go. And Kings at the moment have, well, they've got Brescia just where they want them.
Yeah, and so I think spins had a really important role in curbing this innings, because they did get off to a flyer against some of the pace on options, or 45 off the first 3 overs. But really, they've done well to keep it quiet since then. The first 3 overs went for 45. The second 3 overs went for just 16. 2 of those overs were Jagmeet Singh. And now Jaipal coming on and keeping things quiet at the end. 2 runs and 2 wickets off this over so far. Last ball of the over coming up from Jaipal.
Stroked out, 2 off. Well, he thinks of a throw and decides not to, because he says, look, what's the point? There's nobody really backing up. I don't want to give an extra run away. And, well, maybe. Samjit Singh is correct there. Probably thinks, what's the point? Whereas 1 or 2 of the others, he would have liked to see him have a go.
Different opinions about whether he should have thrown that or not amongst the fielders. And they weren't afraid to vocalise them.
Good over, though, eh? What a good over indeed.
Yeah. Well, I've got to say, I'm liking the discussion. Lots of people debating where this total is going to end up, and it certainly has been curbed. No doubt about that. How about that? Just 3 off that last over. We haven't seen a boundary now for 23 deliveries. Here's Kuldeep in the 9th.
Well, we'll get well stopped. Oh, there he is. That's the man.
Congratulations.
The infamous Mulliwala.
The Mulliwala. Yeah, I know he's back.
Jagmeet Singh.
But, yeah, England chasing it 3 down in the end. And so Bearso, another century, Root a century. I mean, aren't they playing some good cricket? The Baz ball, that's what they're calling it.
That's why I
All
said.
you needed it was in New Zealand.
190. That's why I said 190 on this. Well, you said there's not been any boundaries for a while. Well, there's one of them. And nice shot. Gets right underneath. Hasn't had too many that they've been able to get underneath. This one he does. And it gets through in that extra cover zone. So the captain, well, Kulub Sajjad, he needs to play some shots here now. And gets that one away. So 4 runs. And Kuldeep Lal. Well, we'll come back with something different, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's been a really good comeback job from Kings 11, no doubt about that. I'm going to say, I think that Vikas Kumar, like I say, I don't know how much keeping he's done, but he's done pretty well. I know that he missed that one on the second bounce earlier, but he's handling it okay up to the stumps since he's made the decision to go up there. Over and a half to go. Can they get close to that 100?
Good looking shot, and this is going to be 4 more runs. He just stands and delivers. The captain, Sajjad. Well, others have failed, and he's looking to try and get some sort of acceleration in here with the last few deliveries to go in this one, and then 1 more over. Try to get them to, I mean, sort of in the high-end 90s, maybe even.
You can still get 100
get to the 100 here,
yeah. You still can. I mean, Kuldeep shows you the margin for error at his pace. It's not high, is it? I mean, that one's just a little bit too short, a little bit of width, and it was expertly carved away by Kulub Sajjad. See, that's better. If you're going to miss full and be straight. And that one, even though it takes a Tortuga, well, they think about a second, and they won't get it. Just 1.
Yeah, I mean, that one's that slower delivery that I was saying that was so successful for him yesterday, helping him get 4 wickets. I think he got 2 with that sort of delivery, that slow full toss. And, this is, once again, a good delivery, but the work behind the stumps from Kuma, very good, but I don't think the batter is out the crease.
It goes between the batter and the stumps. I don't think he quite has the ball when he knocks the stumps over here. See here. We'll see the ball popping out, or do we? Yeah.
No, I think he gets it first, no? I think he gets it first.
The
batter was in
doesn't
anyway.
matter, but I feel like I want to have one more look at this. Because, look, let's try and freeze frame. I think the ball isn't in his gloves when he hits the stumps. You think it is. So let's see.
I think when contact is made.
Here we go.
Yeah.
No, there's
What
no
do you mean
way.
no?
Look. The ball's gone now. The ball's out of his hands
But is it
now.
touching the stumps, the ball?
No. You're seeing things.
The ball is touching the stump.
There's no way. Look at that.
I love it.
Not,
I love it.
I mean,
give me the wooden spoon. Give me that wooden spoon.
oh, jeez, wish you were umpiring when I was
Hit well,
keeping. Anyway,
and
this
that's
one
4
is going to
runs.
be 4. This is blasted down the ground as Jaipal comes back for the 10th. Look, why not? But this is just a good straight blow. 4 runs to start the 10th.
Yeah, they want to. Well, they've want the captain to give him something, and he has. And that's another boundary for him. And all of a sudden, well, Sajjad, 18 of 12 deliveries. Jaipal, well, this is going to be risky. And this is launched. This is big. Shaba, Kinna Sona, Shaka, really. Sometimes, as a captain, you've got to make a call. And I think when you've got something like Jaipal in your side, and he then bowls and gets you 2 wickets and just 3 on the board, I think you sort of say, right, he's done me the job. He's not going to get any better than that. And I think bowling Jaipal in the last over is a risk.
I don't mind it. I mean, the thing is, I actually like the thinking there from Jaipal to go slower. But it was just a really good shot by Sajjad. I think Sajjad just times it perfectly, but Jaipal was just trying to induce the mistake there. Look at the heat in that camera.
Up in the air, but he's going to go all the way over. Balle. And are we going to finish with a magical over? Well, we said the 100 was still on. Well, it definitely is on now. 100 and a few more as well. Well, this gamble hasn't paid off. I'm going to stick to what I say. With Jaipal, you bowl 1 over, 3 runs, 2 wickets. You've done your job. That's it. You don't come on again.
Yeah.
It's too risky. Too risky in the last, especially when you got somebody who wants to crack the ball to all parts of the ground.
Yeah,
and that's what Sajjad can do.
If he didn't bowl again, we'd be saying, why didn't you bowl him? That's the thing.
Nah,
I mean,
not with that style of bowling.
yeah, but I mean, look, the obvious thing, like Maya is saying, is push it through bowl quicker, but the batters expect that. So, everything carries a degree of risk. This is just asking for it, and it is going. It is
Taken!
caught.
What a catch that is. And Yadav, well, he's took a 2-hander masterclass one earlier. Well, this time, he judges this to absolute perfection. What a catch. This is sensational. This is why I love the European Cricket Network. Everything and anything is possible. Well, he gives us the thumbs up. Well, I'm going to give him the thumbs up. That is a great catch.
Well, I'll tell you what, his hat was definitely over the line, but he keeps his feet inside. He bends and he does everything he can to keep it inside. And what a fantastic catch that is by Umar Yadav. And his teammates enjoying it too. I mean, that could be a big moment in the game. Scores 99 for 6. You've got to say, Talab Sajjad, the captain, 30 off 16. Very good innings from him. 2 Maximos, 3 4s in there. Last ball coming up, and it will be Javed Mohammed to face up.
Well, last ball to come, 99 on the board, so will they get to the 100 or not? Well, one thing that will happen here, whatever happens, is they will be running. Interesting to see the keeper doesn't go back here. It's the last ball. I think he would go back, but he's standing up. And that's why, well, Rico, that's the commentator's kiss. I'm telling you, you listen to me. There's no way the keeper should be standing up there. It's the last ball of the innings. They're going to be running. Don't give me that arm business. He should not be standing back.
He's a spinner.
If he's standing back, he stops that.
He's a spinner, though.
If he's standing, yeah, but he...
I don't think...
No, you're wrong.
Next thing you do...
Tactics. You've got to know
Listen,
tactics.
If you next thing you're standing back, it'll bounce twice and bounce past anyway.
Come on.
I just think you can't anticipate the little outside edge.
100 on the board.
100 on the board, but I mean, if you said to the Kings 11 you're chasing 103, I think they'd fancy themselves to chase it.
Of course.
I mean, that's the fact of the matter. And Jaipal Singh does end up with 3 for 23 of his 2 overs. So all things considered, not a bad 2 overs, but the last one went magical. 20 came off it. At Brescia CEC, the ECL 22 representatives, they were out there. They were wanting to make a statement. They sure did early as their openers, Yasadulu and Sajid Afridi went about it. But then we had the first wicket. Dulu caught behind for 14.
Yeah, I mean, it was good stuff, wasn't it? Abdullah was absolutely delighted. It was an expensive over, but it did bear that wicket. And, well, there was a bit of luck then, I suppose, especially from Afridi. He was swinging the bat a bit. And Imad Khan, well, you know what he can do. He can absolutely thump the ball. Something needed to happen. Something special needed to happen. And, well, it was going to come about because, once again, a great bit of bowling. Well, this one is out. That is LBW. And that was well bowled for Jagmeet. And then there was a great catch as well. And we've seen a couple of good catches here. Well, we saw Safi saving the scorers. But this was hit pretty well. Well, look, that was the first from Yadav. What a good catch that was. He's just totally in control of the ball. But, well, just keep an eye on that number 55 again. With this one, 4 byes from a cut-up from Cooley. We couldn't be stopped. Simranjit Singh, he gives us a kiss and shows us he's Ladus. And, yeah, we know he's a top campaigner. Vikesh Kumar doing his job. I think he was very good with the gloves, actually. He made some really good stops. And, then we saw that a few big hits from the captain, El Capitan. Well, important runs from him. And picking up quick 30 runs, just 16 balls. He was able to hit the ball big. Well, this one, then, well, that flew over that man Yadav. And the one flew over Simranjit. But this, well, is going nowhere. He says, what a good catch that is. And 2 sensational catches from Yadav. You know what? On another day, he doesn't take those catches. They end up being 12 runs he's conceded. And that score ends up being, well, with the batter still in, who knows, maybe 130, 140. So he certainly played his part in keeping this score down. I mean, they do crack the 100 mark, 103 for 6. Just have a look at that scorecard. There were batters that made starts. I mean, Afridi, he made a start, and then he was caught by Simranjit off the bowling of Jaipal. Well, you think maybe he would have had a look, but that's not the way you play this game. Imad as well, 20 of 10. Jagmeet Singh, LBW from him. He bowled really well, Jagmeet. We'll see that in the bowling figures as well. Nivi Chowdhury didn't quite get going in this one, but then the captain, Kulub Sajjad, he shone when he had to for his team and becomes the highest scorer in the innings, 30 of 16. He certainly did clobber the ball. A really good, fine innings from him. Just have a look. He hit 2 big 6s and 3 4s on his way to that 30. And then right there towards the end, a little sort of edge which went to the boundary. Important runs, I suppose, from Javed Mohammed. Gets them past the 100. Bowling-wise, 6 bowlers used. You heard my views on Jaipal. I think when he bowled that first over, I think that should have been it because the second one went magical, even though he did pick up another wicket in it. Abdullah bowled well. I mean, he picked up the important wicket, though he did go for 16 in the over. Yadav didn't quite go well for him, 19. But look, don't forget the 2 contributions from him in the field with 2 great catches. Subjit went for 18 of his 2, but then 2 wickets for Jagmeet Singh. Kuldeep Lal couldn't get in the wickets this time. All man who could was Jaipal Singh. But like I say, 23 he went for, but that second over was magical, though he did pick up the 1 wicket. And it was unlucky, I suppose, with the boundary of the very last ball as well. Well, that's a picture there of Lake Garda. That's where Minnie wants to be going again. And this is the match summary at the end of that innings. Brescia, they sort of made a start, then they went quiet, and then they sort of a little kick back there towards the end. But 103, they would like more. They would like at least 20 more onto that. And as Mr. Maximo said, if you offer this to Kings 11 before the start, they'd say, yeah, we'll take that. But look, they've got an all-star bowling attack. But I just think maybe someone like Bashir Khan, the leg spinner, this could be the day that he really comes to his own. And just have a look there. Jaipal Singh, well bowled for him. 3 for 23, though, a little bit expensive in the second over. Great bowling from Jagmeet Singh. So 104 needed for victory. And are the Kings 11 going to be able to topple Brescia? Both these teams unbeaten at the moment. Brescia winning both their matches. Kings 11 have won their 1 match. Kings 11 now win this one, and they'll be right there, right together with Brescia at the top of the table. Join me, Rico Full, and alongside me, Mr. Maximo, as we return for the conclusion of match number 7. Volvemos in 10 minutos. Hola, bienvenido al campo de Brescia ahí en Italia. Eso es de campo de Brescia y eso es de FanCode European Cricket Series. Y vale contra dos equipos grandes, ¿eh? Dos equipos que tienes mucha historia. El equipo Brescia sí, hacemos un bata y tienes, vale, tienes puntos, 103, pero vale, no es mucho. Y ahora es de oportunidad por Kings 11 para ganar ellos segundo partido. Very evenly poised between these two teams, two big teams, two teams that have been massive in Italian cricket. Brescia CC have put 100 on the board, 103 to be precise, so 104 is the target for Kings 11. I think they would have liked at least 20 more runs on the board, to be fair, but they have a very good bowling attack. We've seen that already, and it's going to be hard work for Vikas Kumar and Vibha Yadav to get going here. The attack is going to come from all angles. Here's the first ball. Well, this has been absolutely creamed. What a big hit that is. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Shaba, shaka, lagya. Well, that's the sort of start. Well, that is the Vikas Kumar that I remember. He just goes out there and he bats one way. Well, that one has gone all the way up the top of that ridge. I think that's the first one. Be careful out there. There's some snakes in there. Be careful, be careful. We know there's some vipers here in Italy. Well, what a start, what a hit. Vikas Kumar, he's off and running. And Javed Mohammed, well, he sees the fielder off and running to get that one as they climb all the way up to the top of the hill. Well, what a start, what a shot. Hits that big and back into the hot box, the hot cube is Mr. Maxi. Maxi, what a start.
Well, when I used to start playing cricket a long time ago, they used to talk about knocking the shine off the ball as one of the opener's responsibilities. Well, Vikas Kumar did that right there, and now he's going to go offside. I think this is going to skip away. And, well, what a very good bit of fielding to keep this to 2. And how about the audacity to walk across and just smack that first ball for 6? I mean, you're right. It didn't... Well, landed kind of just before the hill and skipped all the way up the hill, which is quite an embankment.
But that is, I mean, isn't that what we're used to seeing from Vikas Kumar? I mean, this was good work. Yeah, take credit the fielder there. Not too many would have kept that ball in play. It just gets the 2. He's still on strike. And, well, Javed Mohammed, he knows exactly what Kumar is looking to do here. So drags this out, tries to get it past the fielder, and the in-circle doesn't. Will just be a single. So opportunity for Yadav to get and face his first ball. What a day he had yesterday.
I'm going to need to get a thermometer for the cube because I'd love to know what the actual temperature is in here. It's got to be 40 plus.
It's hot. I'm going to go out.
It's 40 plus.
Yeah, I'm going to go out and buy a bowl. I'm going to fill it with water and put some eucalyptus drops in it because it's going to be just like a sauna in here.
Air temperature 31.
Steam room.
That's the official temperature. You can definitely add on 10 cube degrees. I'm going to start popping some popcorn in here soon.
Yadav gets a bit lucky with this one. Should be looking for 2, I think, and decide against it. Yadav batted really well yesterday, scoring a fine half century, 62 of just 22 deliveries, and he'll be looking to stay in that sort of form, and certainly Kings 11 would want him to, but they've just got so much batting, and the thing about them is every batter will come in and try and do the same thing, and that's to hit big.
Look at the little mirage in the heat. I'll give you an idea of how hot it is out in the middle.
Played out. Well, we know they're spaghetti westerns. This is spaghetti cricket. You can see that heat coming off the ground.
Yeah. Let's see if we can have a look at this again. I mean, it's super hot. There you go. Bending the air. Yeah, it's a bit like the old psychedelic effect, isn't it? But yeah, in the cube, I mean, bending the laws of space and time in here.
Hit hard in the air, gets it over the fielder. 4 more runs, and this is what power play batting is all about. It's knowing that the fielders are in the inside circle, get enough on it, even if you don't get it 100%, you're going to get the boundary, and they do. They finish with a 4. It's going to be 15 of the first. Well, they're 1 below where Brescia were. Brescia was 16 for 1, but there's no wickets at the moment. 15, 329, and if 2 teams could provide us with a fantastic finish to a match which involves the golden ball, Well, they're out there right now.
Yeah, you're definitely looking at them. And yeah, 329 matches without a golden ball. We were wondering if we get to 300. We're almost at 330. We'll be by the end of the day if we don't have one. But yeah, just going back to Kings 11. I mean, they were incredible the way they were able to chase down some big scores. I mean, going back to last year, their first game they chased 131, which is when they actually needed 23 off the last over. I think they got 68 off the last 3 overs in that one to chase down that total. And then in the very next match that they played, they also chased down a ton plus against Royal Palmer. But the one that I remember the most was when they chased 150 in the first semi-final. And that was a must-win game against Brescia Prato, and they did win it. They did it off the very last ball.
Imran Naveed coming into the attack. Somebody somewhere is appealing. That's far too high.
Do you remember that one? That's going back to 27th of March 2021.
Yeah.
Now, that was when Jaipal came out, and they needed 4 to win, and he smacked a 6. It was his first ball he faced. It was the last ball he'd faced.
Yeah. Which was the match? I think it involved Kumar, because Kumar, where he couldn't get going at all, could he? He was just ambling along, and we both thought maybe it's time for him just to pull himself off. See this one, this is down the leg side.
Yeah, the match you're talking about is the first one I was talking about there, which was match 1 of Bologna, and we'll remember it for a long time. Kings 11, they were chasing 131 off their 10 overs, and they were nowhere. They were 65 after 7.
Yeah.
But then the last 3 overs went for 23, 20, and 26. And that last over went 4, 6, 4, 6, 6. And they'd won it with a ball to spare.
Yeah.
It's still the most runs off a last over to win a match. The Kings 11 holding a few records there. This time, Kumar doesn't quite get hold of it. But yeah, Kumar was the hero on that occasion. 72 off 36. We took a long time to get going.
Yeah, I mean, he just sprung into action. I'll never forget that. The transformation from a batter who was really struggling. And we were saying, look, he's in there a long time. He's using up a lot of balls. He's put his team under pressure. And then, just like that, bang, bang, bang.
Naveed trying to break through here.
Swing right across the line. This is the areas to bowl, and the bowler, well, he thinks he's unlucky here. And I think he is unlucky, Naveed.
Does nip back a fair bit off the seam.
Doesn't miss by that much.
Yeah, I mean, it probably bouncing over stump height, I think. It does come back a fair way. That's why it beats the inside edge of the bat.
Hey, listen, you're lucky. You got your shirt that tucks into your trousers, and you've got a belt. I'm feeling ants going right in my shirt now.
Ants in your pants.
Well, they're not quite in my pants, but they're going up my top. And the thing is, you know what ants do? You know when you crush one? I'm not deliberately trying to. I just feel something and go bang and I crush one. But then the others come to save it.
Oh, really?
So more come. So
could be a bit of a lost cause.
I've been bit. I can feel it.
Yeah?
Ah.
I mean, it's definitely a tuck your trousers into your socks kind of a day.
Yeah.
Isn't it? But well, you can see there the heat. The heat is on here in Brescia, Italian summer.
What's it telling you it is on your doodah?
It said 31.
Nah,
you got to add 10 onto that for sure. Definitely in the cube. And, I could do a feels like. Sometimes the feels like will give you a bit more of it.
Is it a feels like?
Feels like, because of the humidity and all these things. It's saying it's 31, but it feels like... Just waiting because my phone's overheating. Not super easy. Feels like 32. Wow. And the rest. I mean, my hottest day of cricket, I think I kept 110 overs in 44 degrees. And I think about 95 overs of that was up to the stumps under the helmet. Felt a bit like this. Naveed.
Should take a single here. Well, Yadav was alert to it. The ball hits the stumps, but he does get back. But Kumar just wants to stay in his crease. And,
Mr. Maximo Jr. asked me who do I think's ahead at this stage. I've got to say I favour the Kings 11 just for the fact that I think that they are very experienced with these kind of chases, and I can't go past the form of Vibor Yadav at the top of the order. I think he's been great. Not to say it's a foregone conclusion, but if you had to ask me who was ahead at this stage in the game, I'd say Kings 11 are ahead. Brescia CC, though, very capable of pulling it back. And don't forget, they did defend 85 yesterday against Chandra Brescia.
Yeah, they'd like to get a couple here and just stay up with the rate, wouldn't they? Well, this will help. It's going to be a wide. the couple that have gone down the leg side, and on both occasions, both the batters have missed out on it. They do get the wide, but I think any touch on this, it's going to be 4 runs.
Getting good seam movement though. And that's what pretty much bounced on off stump. But then seams down the leg side. Hey, what's your hottest day of cricket? Probably in Spain, I guess?
Yeah, in Spain, playing at La Manga, and I think probably pretty close to what you were saying there. It's in the 40s. I wouldn't think it was quite as high as 44, but in the 40s, very hot. Drinks every 5 overs. It was that sort of day.
Last ball of the over coming up. Naveed's bowled a good over.
And, well, this will help, and this is why you don't bowl wides, because if it weren't for the extra deliveries, those 4, or that 4, I should say, would not be on the scorecard. And as it is, getting the boundary there puts them right back on track.
Yeah, it's that inseam, isn't it? That just kind of goes into the wheelhouse this time. Yadav is able to turn it away for 4. 23 for no loss after 2. I think Kings 11, they won't want to be doing what they did last time against Brescia Prato in that game we were just talking about where they fell a long way behind. They will want to stay on this pace of 10 and over. If they win this one, I think they will go to the top of the table over Brescia CC. I mean, these are the 2 undefeated teams so far. Again, you know, kind of both teams hunting for that top 3 spot, which will make their week a lot easier rather than having to go into the elimination stage on Friday. They'll be able to battle for the double chance.
What a sight that is for the Kings.
Yeah.
And for the Kings and also for the Lions. I mean, the Lions, remember, they're a team, haven't won a European Cricket Series game up until today, and then they win one, they beat Janjua Brescia, and they're up there. They're not at the bottom. Good delivery, Yorker length, and that's good backing up as well from Yadav. He wants it to take the single. Hey, you were brave. You were brave being up there in the jungle with the snakes. I mean, you know it's a bit dodgy up there, don't you? Did they not tell you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too scared unless...
What do you mean you're not too scared? You're a wuss. You're from Australia, and you see a little spider, it makes you jump out your skin.
It doesn't make me scared, it makes me annoyed. There's a difference. Right?
How does it make you annoyed to see a spider?
It's annoying to have bugs around. It doesn't mean that I'm scared of them.
Your bite's come up good in there now, isn't it?
I know.
It sucked your blood. That was an ant. Yeah. That's what my side of my...
That was. I hope the ant enjoyed it because it was its last meal.
You got it, did you? Did you get it?
Oh, yeah. I want to say hello to Maiden Waters, who's joined us, I think, to Helix. You know, once again, we've said it every game, but I'll say it again. You know, to all of our viewers in Australia that are affected by it, the rains and the flooding in some areas, sending you our best wishes and sending you all of our thoughts at the moment. I'll just thread there. They've had 8 months of rain in 4 days. That's pretty crazy to think about. Oh, this is smashed away into the gap. This is 4. And so Yadav, don't bowl short to him. You're going to pay the penalty. And this is Vikas Kumar, in fact. That is going to smack this one away. But he's been very, very good in that region as well. And so that boundary ball and over, that's the one you just don't want to give away. But, I mean, it's quite ironic, isn't it, the amount of rain they're getting. And here, there's water restrictions because of the lack of rain at the moment. That's why you see the field like it is, because it's a state of emergency in northern Italy. And there's no watering of the fields whatsoever. Gets a bit carried away with it that time, though, doesn't he? And that can happen when a shot's working for you. You start to play it all the time. That might have been a slight change of pace from Javed Mohammed.
Yeah, that one, you can see Kumar disappointed that he's missed out on it. It's in the area that he's put shots away from. He gets away, so he still will be hunting for it. He's not going to stop the way he's playing here. Slower one and crunched, and this will go to the boundary. The fielder gets a bite at it, but this one goes up the hill as well. Now he's got to go and get it. Well, he hits it pretty well, and the fielder, he's not in the shot there, sees that bounce. It doesn't go as he expects. Yes. Expecting it to bounce into his hands, doesn't come up.
It was high-ish, but it was on the way down. It was asking for trouble, really, and found trouble.
Yeah.
The Brescia CC got to do something soon. This game slipping away from their grasp.
Yeah, that was Dulu, I think. Now he's just practicing what he should have done. Yeah, so Kumar gets another boundary, so they're staying right where they want to be. Ball to go in this over. And he's quite happy just to take the single here. That's clever batting. clever cricket, not taking an unnecessary chance. End of the over, 34 now, 3 overs complete, no wickets down.
34 in the power play. If you go back to the power play for Brescia, they see they scored 45 for 1 in their power play. But it was just some good middle overs. If you go middle overs, say 4 to 8, those 5 overs only went for 38. So about 7 or 28 in fact, when I look at it. So yeah, that's less than a run a ball through those middle 5 overs.
This is a big moment for me now, because
this is where Kings 11 started pulling it back.
Yeah, and you can see here that Brescia, they're going to try and do the same thing. They're going for a man I've been very impressed with, Bashir Khan.
Yeah.
He's coming up the bowl.
I mean, he's brilliant yesterday. And the thing about Bashar, and it sounds revolutionary and a bit radical, but he actually turns the ball, you know, and by turning it, it definitely gets the batter in 2 minds about whether it'll spin or whether it won't. You see a lot of kind of finger spinners just kind of pushing it through. But, yeah, Bashar Khan. I think he also bowled very well in the ECL earlier this year. It was actually an injury to Imran Naveed, kind of opened up a spot for him to bowl his 2 overs pretty much every game, and then you couldn't leave him out after that. He bowled so well. Got all the tools of a very good left-arm spinner. So let's see if he can change the course of this game, because right now, Kings 11 are well on top.
Be interesting to see
nothing we could do much change, though.
Yeah, be interesting to see what the approach is going to be from Kumar. Will he wait and see the first one? Will he? No. He goes for him straight away. I think he's got the right idea there. Plants the foot down because he knows if it ball hits the pad in that area, especially if he's planting and meeting it outside the off stump, he's not going to be in too much trouble with LB.
Seemed a bit premeditated there in that deep square leg area.
Well, what's the appeal for here? That is off the middle of the bat.
Yeah,
I don't know what.
I think he thinks it flicks the pad first. I can see where he's saying here, look, he's trying to say, it's flick the pad first, but I mean, it's very hard to tell from that. It does clunk onto the bat really hard.
That's down the leg side, and that's gone. Balle, balle, balle. Inna sona shaka. Lagia. Just strain on the leg ever so slightly, but that's all it takes for Kumar to be right on it.
Yeah, bangs that away. And, yeah, just makes up his mind. There's nothing halves about this. He said, I'm going to go across the line, and I'm going to go really across the line. So, again, kind of playing it on length more than line. And got plenty of that, Vikas Kumar.
Clever bowling. Well,
it's a good cat and mouse.
Yeah,
game,
I mean,
isn't it?
it's Kumar that does dummy to say, I'm coming forward, and the bowler responds beautifully, but just slightly shorter and getting that vicious spin as well.
Shorter and really turning that one past the bat.
And well, the finger goes up here, and well, no real complaints from Kumar. So Kumar does go, and they do get the wicket. Whose name takes the catch. It's really good work there once again from Saint. But the bowling is just a turn, and not being put off at all, isn't he? Just getting that flight up there and saying, nah, it's okay. I don't mind. I know what you're trying to do. But I'm going to back myself as well.
It's a good take by the keeper, Husnain, because this really bounces. Look, he has to deal with it. Takes it about chest high. He just made up his mind. It must have been a little feather on that. No real protest from Vikas Kumar. He stuck to his plan. I mean, it's very hard to tell where the keeper takes it. I mean, he was absolutely short. Vikas gets the decision, and he starts trotting off. So, well bowled to Bashar Khan. He had the comeback ball, didn't he? And he certainly made the most of it. So Kings 11 lose their first wicket, 40-1. Brings the captain, Simranjit Singh, to the crease at number 3.
Yeah, Simranjit comes out. He's normally not the genuine biggest hitter. He likes to stroke the ball around, and he normally likes to get sort of into double figures before he starts opening his arms. Well, he doesn't try here. He goes for it straight away. Now he leaves himself a little stranded, and he will get off the mark as the throw comes in. It's not a good one for Nasir, the keeper, to take, and the single is taken.
That's one way to do it. Anyway, it's the end of the 4th over, and the score is 41-1. Well, Sam Williams in the chat saying he's a canny operator. You can see why he's been called up by Italia. Yeah, Bashar Khan, brilliant over from him. Even though he went for some, he did get the big wicket, and that's kind of what they need to do to get back into this game, isn't it? I mean, Kings 11 are always going to attack, but you always just feel a new batter there. It might take them a bit of time to settle. Also, you know, there's always that chance that they might lose wickets in succession. But yeah, great to have your company. Nice to see you, Sam. I know you'll be seeing us before too long. But Yeah, right now, I'd say it's pretty hot out here in the middle, and it's pretty hot in here as well.
It's pretty hot. We're expecting a hot day. Well, we've got a hot day, and we're expecting a hot match, and we've got a sizzler. It's all happening there in the middle, and we can literally see the ground is sizzling.
Now, I know you asked me about my lake swim last night.
Yes.
You know what I wore in the lake swim,
I
right?
do.
Yeah.
I do. Did you bring them with you?
No.
Why? I thought we were going to have another appearance.
Good fielding by the legs.
They well. They would go very well with the tops of Kings 11. Actually.
Yeah, they would. The budgie smugglers that my whole team got when we went to the Indoor Cricket World Cup in 2019 for Australia. It's yeah, they did the trick. And in Europe, you get a few people wearing these.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite the fashion. Nobody bats an eyelid.
This is hit really well. No, one-handed stop, just stopping the ball going past him. Keep
But
it to
I
a single.
forgot to tell you, when I was in Hungary, when we went to the thermal pools there, and it's a big complex with lots of swimming pools, I ran in, I was in the spa, and I heard this lady with an Australian accent. So I said, "Are you Australian?" She said, "Yes, yes, yes." And then she was laughing her head off, and I was trying to work out why. It's not what you think.
You didn't have something.
She worked in London. They were on a business trip.
Yes.
And she said, the reason I'm laughing is because I've just finished telling all my friends that Australians never wear that type of swimwear, the Speedo type.
You were wearing it
And I've
there?
turned up. Wait for this. This is in the air. Well, someone's got to catch this, surely. It's spiraling around and it gets dropped. Oh, I thought for a second his name might be after that, but I left it for Dulu, who's a regular keeper as well. But you could just tell he was in trouble under this high ball. And in the end, it gets away from him.
And yeah, I mean, he needs to take that Dulu. We saw him drop one yesterday as well, and he saw one go through him as well in the field. And, I think he's at his best behind the stumps, maybe. He's hit well and hit very well. The fielder's not going to get anywhere near this. That's a cracking shot, beautifully timed, all along the deck. 4 runs. Beautifully played shot, this. I mean,
Yeah, it just waits and times it so well. Good batting shape into the gap. No chance for the fielder. Simran, very good player to watch when he's in full flight. Gets his first boundary. Sajad, last ball of his over.
Does it the Italian football style, El Clasico style there, using his foot. Gets away with it.
That was the kind of top spinner from Kalab. And he just puts the hoof on it to end the over. That's 49 for 1 after 5. So just fallen a little bit behind the rate, but nothing too concerning. This game would be in the balance, is how I describe it at the moment. Yeah, so this lady just finished talking to all her friends saying Australians would never wear that kind of, the Speedo kind of swimwear. And then I've turned up and said hi, and she couldn't stop laughing because I've turned up in this Australia Southern Cross thing which says Budgie Smugglers on the back, which is the brand that does it. And yeah, it was just a funny conversation piece.
Budgie Smugglers, eh?
That's what they called, and that's actually what this company is called that customise these for our team.
Big gone. Well, that goes all the way and hits the base of the hill pretty hard, so it doesn't go up it. So that's a bit of energy that the fielder doesn't have to waste getting this ball. Good shot from Yadav. Well, he's probably thinking he's given a chance. Dulu put it down, and now is his opportunity to think, well, okay, I might as well make the most of the opportunity I got. And both of these batters are looking the part. And Bashir Khan's first ball gets hit for a big 6. Just get the feeling here that Yadav fancies this ball spinning away from him.
Yeah, he just plays it on length, doesn't he? Here he goes again.
Well, this is up in the air. This is an opportunity. Big moment in the match. Fielder gets under it and takes the catch. And that's the one they wanted. And they have got Yadav. Yadav does fancy it. He does go for him. But that's a good catch from Imran Naveed. Comes in from the boundary. Keeps himself in a good position and holds on to the catch. So, Dulu puts him down on 11. He's able to add 7 more. But then he has to go. So now we're going to start to see some batting that we haven't seen from the Kings before. Well, maybe we will. We've seen Kuldip before, but Yadav is not going to be there to see him through. But
Bashar does it again, doesn't he? And he kind of sucks Yadav into going for it one time too many. That one went so high. Great catch from Imran Naveed, and that's what good teams do. They find a way. And right now, you can see that's a lot of conversations out there, but yeah, Kuldip will be the man on strike now. So spin having a big say through the middle overs for both teams in this game. But I want to say a quick hello to Mars Baiji, who's in the chat. Mars is wanting to hear more about the Hungary baths. But I tell you what, Mars, you can go whenever you like, because I know that you live in Budapest and you're taking a break from the tour to sort a few things out over the summer. Marzi, we're missing you. Hopefully you're feeling better as well.
Oh, got him. First ball, he plays it on. He doesn't move his feet at all. And Brescia, catch up with him if you can. Well, he's doing a lap of honour. And Kuldeep Lal goes first ball. Golden duck. Well, you're talking about going to the lake. Well, Kuldeep Lal, he's going there as well. He's gone. Yeah. And, well, look at this. It's a nothing shot, really. Doesn't move his feet. And just plays his ball onto his stumps. What comes clean out. And Brescia, he's overjoyed with that.
Yeah, for sure. And it's clever bowling by Brescia because he decides to go the quicker, flatter one. And Kuldeep's happy just to deflect it away. But it kind of comes into him, comes off the inside edge. I mean, it could have gone anywhere. Ends up going onto the stump. So Brescia CC, for me, now they're ahead in the game as they lose Kuldeep first ball. Score 55 for 3. And this also means that Brescia Khan is on a hat-trick.
Yeah, looking forward to this delivery because I think the next batter coming in, and it looks like it's Jagmeet Singh. And from what I know about Jagmeet, he doesn't hang around. He's going to play the big shot here. And what an opportunity this is for Brescia Khan. Hat-trick opportunity. And I think he's just going to do the same. I mean, if it were me, I'm just going to float this up there and say, right, okay, there it is. What do you want to do with it? And I think the batter will want to try and go back to it. Got a good opportunity here. Pressure moment and big moment in the match. Brescia Khan on a hat-trick.
Yeah, well, here we go. New batter out there. The Jagmeet, so it's left arm spinner to left arm spinner. This game can change so quickly.
The first ball, by the way, of this over was smashed for a big 6. Just reminding you of that. Here we go. Hat-trick ball. He does put it right up there. The batter goes across the line but gets bat onto it. Misses that. He was in trouble for sure. Gets off the mark.
Yeah. But still, can't afford to slow down too much. But this is what Kings 11 do. This is what they have done. They find a way to keep the scoring up despite losing wickets. That's what they're going to have to do here against Brescia CC. We've got their tails up now.
Well, bowled again. Didn't really play for the spin there at all. Did the batter. But they will get a single. And, this is going to be an interesting little moment. Simranjit Singh is still there. And, we know that once he gets in, he can place a nice shot. Jagmeet Singh, I think he's just going to have a go. If I know Jagmeet, he's going to have a go. And he does have a go. He tries to play a similar shot to that. Yadav got one out of the middle. It went big. Well, what a good over that is. What a good spell that is. 3 for 15 from Brescia Khan. Well bowled, that man. Quality bit of bowling. 3 for 15. The score now is 57 for 3 at the 6 over points. So they're just falling behind a little bit here. That rate now just getting close to the 12 mark.
Yeah, it's about 2 balls, what they need from here. 47 off to 24. Haven't used a 5th bowl yet, though. Something to think about. Who they might use there. But, yeah, Kings 11. It's very similar kind of trajectory to the first innings. Brescia CC got off to a flyer and we're held up by spin in the middle. Here's the jab. This becomes a huge over now.
Goes up in the air and on the fielder. That's 4 runs, I think. Is he in touch with the ball when his feet touch the rope? That's the question.
Yeah.
Or no, he signals 4. That's good on the fielder. I'm liking that.
He had hold of the ball and then landed with a foot on the rope. You see it here. So he's holding the ball here and then doesn't realise his left foot comes down straight on the rope. He doesn't release it. Then he does once he hits the rope, but by then it was too late. So 4 runs to start the 7th over.
Hit so hard and gone. He's absolutely creamed this. He's gone like a rocket, but he goes straight to the fielder. And Mohammed Saqib makes no mistakes. And the captain, well, Sajjad, he scored 30 quick-fire runs to give his team a score on the board. And now he takes what could be a really crucial wicket. He gets out the captain of Kings 11. So the battle of the captains, it didn't last too long. And got a bit lucky with the first boundary, did Simranjit, but this one, he's absolutely cracked it. The only thing he didn't do, like the one he played earlier, he didn't keep it along the ground. Well, look, you can hardly keep up with this. It's like a bullet, But what a catch that is. Fantastically done. Mohamed Saqib gets the big wicket.
Catches win matches, and that is a very, very good one. And good shot selection, but doesn't keep it on the ground. You can understand why you don't keep them on the ground sometimes, because you're just hoping you're not hitting it anywhere near a fielder. Even if you do, if you hit it well enough, it normally goes past them. But yeah, Simran goes. This brings Subjit to the crease. 61 for 4. Brescia CC, right now, they are defending very well, especially after that start that Kings 11 got. They certainly hit the skids now. Brescia CC well on top to me.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we say, you know, when no matter what the situation is, you get a wicket, just keep focusing and get one breakthrough. Once you get that one breakthrough, anything is possible. And that's exactly what you're seeing here now. So Sajjad, he's looking to keep his good work going. This one is outside the off as well. The same man that did the catching does the fielding. No run. I mean, you've got to take these for me. I think these ones, you go straight away, you're going to get there. Subjit Singh is the man that comes out.
Do they have one more kick in them here, Kings 11? Got to do it quickly, and that won't help. Dot ball. Sajjad's been excellent, though, as well. I mean, consider how well he's played. I mean, nothing kind of fades into the background with some of their other stars, the captain, but you know, he was very good with the bat. Remember the 30 that he contributed?
Yep.
He's bowled very well.
Pitches this up, and doesn't quite carry to the fielder. Makes no mistakes, gets down, doesn't let it go through him. Just gets the single. Yeah, I mean, I often say, I mean, we've seen Brescia play a lot, and sometimes Gulab Sajjad doesn't even come on to bowl, and quite often I always say to him, why don't you bowl? You know, you always take wickets, and he puts himself low down in the batting order. Well, he hasn't done that this time around, and he's performing. And this could be another. It is another. And Gulab Sajjad, it's his turn to do the celebratory run, just like Bashir Khan did when he takes a wicket. He takes his second off the last ball of his spell, and Kings 11 are in a spot of bother as they lose another wicket. Jagmeet Singh goes for 1 of 3 deliveries.
I mean, I know Kings 11 like to chase, but you're seeing right now how runs on the board often hold up, because you know, they've just hit a bit of the skids, and it's been more and more difficult for every new batter that's come in. So nice bit of keeping by his name, who holds onto that chance. And a little feather on that one. And now in some serious trouble. 62 for 5 after 7 overs.
Well, Jaswinder Singh coming out. Is he the last throw of the dice? I mean, we know that he's a good campaigner. We've seen him many times. Don't forget, you still got Jaipal Singh to come in as well. There is still batting there. I mean, I wouldn't count them out just yet, but look, what have we got coming up next?
Yeah, we've got PLG. And went they in form earlier today against Chandra Brescia. If they're hunting the big fish, don't get much bigger than Chandra Brescia, who won pretty much everything last year. Both teams with a 1-1 record heading into this one. Can PLG continue their dream day? Chandra Brescia won the toss, selected to bat first. So let's see if Nisa Ahmed can get amongst the runs. I mean, I know he's pretty disappointed that he wasn't able to get too many today. Adam Mahmood coming into the side for PLG as well. And both those teams started their day with a win, but only only one of them will come away with the 2 points in the last game of the day. Rukhsar Ahmed coming back into the side for Chandra Brescia as well. Here we go with over number 8.
Well, they try and get whatever they can now. Here's the throw. This hits, he would have been out, and now they go for 2. A bit of ping-pong going on there at the moment. I think this definitely would have been out. He takes good aim, doesn't he? But he's not able to knock him over. But one thing I think that both these batters will like, Vinny, is that the pace is back on.
Yeah, well, that's true. But geez, it's a lot to do now, isn't it? Because we still need 40 off 17 if they're going to pull this off. Need a magical over, really. Sujit Afridi, pretty seasoned campaigner.
It's well bowled, good length, full, straight. Well, they will take 2 here. The fielder, I mean, it was a difficult one, but what he does do is make sure the ball doesn't go past him, Saqib. And he sort of ends up chesting this ball back in front of him to keep it in play. But that gives the fielders, the batters, the opportunity to take the second. And no, look, even if they can just keep picking up these 2s and the odd boundary here, it's 14, like you say, 1 magical over, and it brings them right back in contention. Goes for the big shot. Has he got enough of this fielder coming across? And he can't stop it. And it's going to go for 4 runs. There was an opportunity there. Well, one fielder can't stop it with his hands. The other fielder puts his hands on his head. And it's going to go to the boundary. But how much of this does he get? And he gets plenty of it.
Yeah.
Not able to stop it.
He tries to bat it back in. It was the wrong side of the border. Kings 11. I mean, this reminds me a little bit of their Super Series last year. They had some good performances. I mean, they were 4-4 after the group stage, but it was mixed, is how I would describe it. Quarter of the innings were left. Do they have something left? Well,
This could be a no ball, I think. It has been called, and they'll get one. So what an opportunity. And the batter's almost looking to take a second there. So no ball, one. They take the one as well. Free hit now coming up. I don't mind this because what they've done, the batters do cross it. It means that the man that hasn't got going yet, Jaswinder Singh, gets the opportunity.
Yeah, they still would have preferred a boundary off it though.
Yeah, of
if
course.
you could have got a 4 or a 6, that's a real momentum shifter. Anyway, sound the free hit horn. Let's go.
Oh, well, they're taking the run here. You can be run out of a free hit. And he misses out on that one as well. That's two that have been missed out on. First, the full toss. That was the beamer. He doesn't put that away. And this one is another full toss on the leg side, though, not as high. And it should have been put away, really.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's hard because we're talking about it's the first ball that Jaswinder gets.
You're definitely not expecting that on the free hit. So, yeah, they catch a break there, Brescia CC.
Very tense. On striker, Jaswinder sorting out his straps and laces. Looks like he's ready to go. Jamjit Singh, can he get another boundary? It's a slower delivery. It hits it fairly well, but, well, they will get two again. It's sloppiness. The bowler is having kittens as he screams at the fielder saying, what are you guys doing? Ki kar rahe the? Do emi dei jande ek run hai tusi do lagde. Well, he's right, because that's probably the third time. What should be just one becomes two. Well, he's huffing and puffing, and well, spinning feathers as well because of that. Another not a good effort in the field. Hit hard, and this is going to take some stopping as well. Fielders come across, and this time they do stop it. The batters to come in. A good throw gets him. Oh, it's close, really close. This one from this angle looked like it was going on to hit the stumps. If it did, he would have been out. Does really well. Look, one hand pick up and throw. Really well done there by Imad Khan. And well, if that hits direct, it would have gone. But look, they've run well. They've had to hustle in that over, and by doing so, they just keep themselves in it.
So, a couple to go. We need 27 off the last 2 overs. They need to have 2 good overs, no doubt. Let's see what the Worms say. Well, slightly ahead, the Worm, after 8 overs, but don't forget the big finish they had, including the magical finish they got off Jaipal.
Yeah, but they got their 15 in that one, and the thing was, it wasn't all boundaries, it was those twos, and that's exactly what I'm saying. If you're not going to be hitting boundaries, run the twos, and they have. The pressure so far has been put on Brescia, and Brescia's fielders are the ones that haven't been able to deal with it. So this, the 9th over, 27 of 12 balls, so that rate, it was 14 sort of a couple of minutes ago. It goes down to like just over 13 now. So again, they've got to do the same thing again. The only concern here is that Jaswinder, who's on strike, he hasn't been able to get off the mark yet, though he's only had the one ball, and that was the free hit. And well, this one could have gone anywhere, and Husnain behind the stumps makes another fine stop. This one, if he doesn't stop this is going for the boundary.
Yeah, that's true. We've seen these get through a few times. That's a good kind of goalkeeper stop down and to the left. Well, Thunder just reminding us, as I said a second ago as well, there was a big last over in the first innings of 20.
Gets good bat on this. Will they go for 2 again? They should be looking for it, and they will get 2.
He's just so happy to stop that, to be honest, Mohamed Saqib, because that was in that area where you really don't have time to react to the last bounce. It was about 1.5 meters in front of him, and so that could easily go anywhere, over his head, straight along the ground. He's just happy to get something on it, and he's happy to keep it at 2.
Naveed. Be another single. This time they'll keep it to 1. And that one probably was close to the wide line, but they'll take the single. It means that you get Subjit Singh on strike, who's the one who's going better at the moment. 14 of 9 deliveries. But I think you've got to just bank on that ball going to be on the off and just take that step across and get ready to pull it. Well, he hits it pretty well, but a chance for a catch and it's been taken. That is a big moment, a huge moment. The fielder takes another really good catch. Well, one thing that Brescia have done, when they're under pressure and when they get the opportunity, they do take it. That is a top catch from Javed Mohammed. This ball is travelling hard. Subjit Singh couldn't have hit this any better. What a good catch.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely laced out there. And it was a pretty good shot. But yeah, just found the fielder. Probably had to hit a bit later and would have got behind point and then probably goes for 4 or 6. But instead, it is going to be a 6th wicket, making it really tough now. Still 24 off 8 required for Kings 11. It's 80 for 6.
Yeah, Subjit, he falls to 14 of the 10 deliveries that he faces. And well, they're going for Abdullah to come out here. I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen Jayapal. I mean, we know that he's a guy that can hit 6s for fun. That is what they need here. They need 6s. They need boundaries. So I think this is a good time for Jayapal to come in. But they've gone for Abdullah. Let's see what he can do. Well, doesn't quite get the timing in here. They take the first one quickly. The fielder goes down. It's not a good throw, and you can't blame him there. He's still on the move. He's still rolling as he throws this. He gets a little clap from the bowler. I think the bowler understands and acknowledges that that was a good stop. Just throwing on the roll, so couldn't get the throw on target. So they take 2. So last ball coming up here. 22 runs needed. Send this to the boundary, and we go to an interesting final over.
They did score 23 off and over to win a game last year. Kings 11. Different story against Brescia CC though. I think they get 1 here. It goes to one of the 3 boundary riders. So they will need a magical finish, and the score is 83 after 9 overs. 83 for 6. Well, if you take it back to the first innings, I can tell you that Brescia CC, they were also 83 off 9 overs. They got 20 off the last. So that's why Kings 11, they'll need 21 off the last if they're to pull off an unlikely chase now in match number 7.
Yeah, I told you. You were arguing with me at the time. I think it was a very risky call for Jayapal. He did get a wicket, though, in that last over as well, I've got to say.
Oh, yeah, I mean, look, hindsight's 20/20. You say it's risky, but it's also risky to bowl a pace bowler. Sometimes. We've seen pace bowlers get pounded in the last as well. I think some of the spinners get the rough end of the stick. Quite a lot of the time they're effective. So, let's just say it's a risk that didn't pay off. Anyway, they won't be going for a spin. Brescia CC. Sajid to try and close this game out. 21 off the last required.
It is well, but has he got the power in the shot? And he's got enough to, I think, does this ball touch the rope?
Don't think so.
Don't think so. He does stop it, so that's great work. He just comes off bowling, and, well, he may be huffing and puffing. He stops this. The question was when he touches it, does he keep it away from the rope?
That's the only time he touches it there. And then it just stays inside.
Good stop. So important stop.
Very important stop. You basically need 4 of the next 5 balls to go to the boundary or over.
It's not going to happen full straight. Oh, they should be taking 2. Oh, where's this ball going? Well, they're only taking 1. They only want 1.
They're almost just keep handing it over to the other batter, saying, okay, didn't work for me, you have a go. But really, neither's an established batter at this stage, so I think you need to take every run possible. Yeah, Kings 11, they'll be disappointed because they had a real opportunity today, and I've got to admit, I favoured them, considering how well they played yesterday, but Brescia CC just finding a way to win, it seems. And again, this is a good last over from Sajid Afridi, just giving them nothing to get under. Yeah,
this is all about the length, isn't it? This is what you got to be. This is where you got to be as a bowler bowling at the desk. Got to be full right up there. Don't give anything short to the batters, and that's exactly what he's done. I think once again we're seeing what Brescia do. And I said to you yesterday, they remind me very much of the way Fresh Tropical play. And this is a clever bit of bowling. And they've demonstrated that here. They're a very, very good bowling unit. And I think having that spin of Bashir in there as well, and then the captain can play his part as well. They've got other bowlers as well they can turn to if they have to. And with the bat, even when they don't perform as well as expected. They can hold the teams back. That's exactly what they've done here. This one will just be up in the air. It will drop short of the fielder. And once again, they just walk the single. This match is done. So Brescia, they keep their 100% record intact. They will go now top of the table. But top of the table by got some breathing space between the other teams behind them.
Yeah, for sure. You see how these two teams, I can see them meeting again once or twice, maybe towards the end of the week. It'll be very, very exciting.
And that'll be it. That's that. And he's absolutely delighted with himself. And so he should be, Afridi. No blitz from him. And, well, nice to see that the batters are giving congrats to the bowler. Afridi, he's bowled very well. It was a little bit expensive, wasn't he, in his first over. But he's certainly come back with a good one there. And finishes with just 18 coming off his 2 overs. So it will be 103 to 87, a victory by 16 runs to Brescia. So Brescia, well, they're the happy side. It didn't all go to plan, but look, I tell you what, for me, the player of the match, it has to be their captain. 30 very valuable runs that he hit, and then with the ball picking up a couple of wickets as well. And, well, before we go to the highlights, let's remind you what we got coming up. The last match of the day, well, Pack Lions Getty, or the Jedis, they're back, and they're taking on Gina Brescia. Well, maybe, well, it's time for them to strike back again, because now they've tasted what it feels like to win. They want to win another. Gina Brescia, though, well, they're a top side as well, but you wouldn't back against them at the moment. This is how it started for the Kings 11. Everything was going their way. Vikas Kumar starts with a big 6, and it was hitting the ball well. And then Yadav, he got into the act as well. And he just thought really here that this start was exactly what they needed. 34 came off the power play. But then it was in the 4th over when Bashir Khan was introduced to the bowling attack. And he gets the wicket straight away. There's a little touch there. And Vikas Kumar, I mean, he didn't really hang around. There was no sort of dissent from him at all. The finger went up, he went. Yadav still carried on going. And Simranjit Singh, well, he'll be very disappointed as well. Well, first, this was the wicket of Yadav. He went to take Bashir Khan on, and then Bashir Khan gets Kuldeep Lal very first ball, and perhaps that was the turning point in the match. Kuldeep, well, he can change the way a match goes. And then this one, this was hit so hard, and the catch was taken brilliantly by Saqib, and that was Simranjit Singh. And when he went, and really you thought there was no way back in this game, or maybe there was, because there was one good over, and that was the one that over number 8 where Freddie went for 15, and he thought, well, maybe they could repeat the same again, they could be in it. Well, they weren't able to. There was a good shot there by Subjit. He played some nice shots, but a nice catch there taken in the boundary as well by the fielder Javed Mohammed. And then, well, Afridi came on to bowl the last over, and they could do nothing about him. He just bowled such a brilliant length, you just couldn't get him away, Vinny.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, runs on the board, standing up. And look, Brescia CC, I mean, they're up and about, aren't they? They have beaten 3 teams. And look, they haven't played Chivadate yet. They haven't played PLG yet. So, I mean, they have probably beaten what they think is their biggest competition at this stage, and certainly send a message to the competition that they want to book their place in the Super Series. Long way to go, though, isn't there? Vikas Kumar and Yadav got them over off to a pretty good start, 27 and 18 respectively. A dozen for Simranjit as well. Towards the end, the wheels kind of fell off, and for me, it was that middle over spin attack which really curbed things for Kings 11. And you got to say that Khalab Sajjad and Bashar Khan were incredible, even when they were hit away early. And I've got to say that those spin twins, one of them for sure, deserves the Player of the Match award. Have a look here, 3 for 15 for Bashar Khan. I suppose he gets the 2 big fish. That's what they're thinking. I think he does win the Player of the Match in the end, but Khalab Sajjad a bit unlucky because he does take 2 for 13. And don't forget, he was the man that was able to drag them over 100 in the first place with 30 in the first innings. But I don't think they'll be too bothered about that. Brescia CC, they're 3-0. They're top of the tree, and they're the only undefeated team left in Brescia after match 7. We'll see them tomorrow, and the following day they have 1 more match each on those 2 days to finish their round-robin campaign. Also, credit to Imran Naveed, who took 1 for 14 off his 2 overs. So 103 to 87 in match 7. Didn't quite get a golden ball, but still a highly entertaining contest. We'll be back very, very shortly. PLG taking on Jinnah in the last game of the day. Gina Brescia winning the toss and batting first. We'll be back in about 15 minutes to take you into match 8. Until then, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Brescia. We're in the north of Italy. Beautiful summer's day right here. Pretty hot in the cube, pretty hot out here in the middle. And we have our final game of day 2 coming up. It is match number 8 between Pack Lions Getty and Gina Brescia. Well, Pack Lions Getty got their first win in ECS cricket earlier today against Chandra. Can they get another big fish here in match 8? Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains.
Gina Brescia the call. Heads the call. It's heads. You're going to bat first. Okay. Good luck, my friend. Thank you. Have a good game, guys. Cheers.
So Hassan Ahmed calls correctly and he has elected to bat first. A good opportunity for them to get through the whole 10 overs. I think one player that would love to get some runs is Nisa Ahmed. He's missed out twice with the bat, including a golden duck yesterday. He was bowled off his pads today and we know he's a class player. I think it's a matter of time until he gets going. Got to say the left-handers performed pretty well. Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed on their entry into the series this morning. Gina Brescia, well, they have gotten back on track after a loss yesterday. They did start with a win earlier on today against Cividate. But let's talk about PLG. I mean, they played like winners earlier today. It didn't look like a team that hadn't won a game in 9 attempts on ECN. And look, they'll just have to play fearless cricket. I think that's the way you have to do it. And bowling first, at least they'll know exactly what they have to do in the second innings. And they certainly showed their top 3 were able to compete at this level. Let's see if they can chase down the target set for them by Gina here in match 8. Let's go over to the commentary box. Rico, last game of the daytime before I jump in the lake. And I can tell you the news from the toss is that Gina Brescia, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Over to you. And let's get this game started.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. And thank you for that in-depth sort of update on both these 2 teams. But yeah, it's all about what a day it's been for Pack Lions Getty, the PLG side, winning their first ever European Cricket Series match. They're going to be on a high. They've put some good performances together. I know that yesterday against Cividate, they had a loss, but it was an encouraging performance from them, and they brought that into their game today as well when they got that victory over Gina Brescia. I don't think too many expected that. They got the runs on the board, and the key players really for me has been well, Asad Imran got that 50, didn't he? And he got a good partnership with Mudasa Reyes, who made 39, and then there was that quick fire 17 of 5 deliveries from Jawad Mohammed. So they're looking good there. And then with the bowling, I think it's certainly Asad Imran again, 3 for 90. No wonder he was the player of the match. And then Tabassum Riaz, 2 for 30. Now, what can you say about Gina Brescia? They got a victory against Cividate, and they're expected to win this one as well, 106 to 87. A bit of a margin there. But to get a look, the timeline for both these 2 teams going into this, and based on this series, is like for like, 1-1. But Gina Brescia, I mean, they won pretty comfortably against Cividate, didn't they? And again, it was the left-hander, Fahim Nazir, 40 of 24, who played some lovely shots for them. But they're looking for 1 or 2 the other batters to get going, and they don't want too many matches to go by without the likes of, say, their opener, Nisar Ahmed, getting in the runs. He's been, well, hasn't really got going at the moment. He's going to get another opportunity, so he's going to be opening the batting. He's a class act, just hasn't really got going at the moment. I think he was unlucky to get out in the first match. A little bit like Simranjit Singh in that last match, hits the ball really well. But Saqib takes a good catch, and I think Nisar, it was a similar thing for him. He played a good shot, but straight into the hands of the fielder, and the catch was taken. They're looking to go big here. The bowler that's looking to stop him. He's a man that's bowled pretty well as well. Today had a good day. And Tabassum Riaz got the ball in his hand. So the umpires just wait. The umpires for this one is going to be umpire Amila and Sukhdev for the last match today. Once again, well done to all the match officials today. Been absolutely top draw. Amila, Sukhdev and Rahman, and also the tournament referee Stefan Gooch acting as the 3rd umpire as well. First ball will be a wide. And there we go. Umpire straight in the action. Amila spreading his wings. And once again, I tell you who else has been top draw today. You, yes you, wherever you're watching from around the world. You've been absolutely fantastic. Thank you to everybody for all their contributions on the YouTube chat. Been plenty of good banter, if you like, going on there. And thank you for making this day, as well as the cricket, but your conversation as well, making it a very interesting and exciting day. And let's hope we get an interesting and exciting match to finish here. Got some unusual looking clouds sort of coming over the mountains in front of us. It looks quite spectacular. Nothing that I think we're going to concern us at all, but it looks quite breathtaking actually. It's like little bits of cotton wool popping up from the skyline in front of us here. As we go back onto the action here, Yaz gets that ball to swing away, and this one I think just catches that line on the way through, so another wide called. And Nisar, well, he's chasing him, isn't he? But once again, he doesn't quite get the footwork right. I think you either decide you're coming forward to this and looking to hit this over the top, or you're rocking back and trying to cut. And I can imagine that he's probably going to be just slightly cagey. Hasn't really had any real luck, I thought. This time he does work this away. It's a good stop by the man at backward point. Just the single taken, but let's see if they can inject the same sort of energy and in the field as they did in the match that they won against Brescia. I think they were sensational. They were always up and about. And, that's what they were doing, you see, just that. And that's what Riaz is doing. They were smiling. They were enjoying themselves. They were enjoying being out there. And that's what they're hoping to bring into this match as well. Just being there, being pleased to be there, and then getting some good performances in as well. Nazir now on strike. And this one just a little bit full on the legs. I mean, it was swinging, but that's to the left hand. That's the difference, I think, bowling this ball to a right hand and a lefty. He's a long way outside of his crease as well, and he just sort of turns that into a full toss. So what is looking like the bowler trying to get a Yorker net delivery in, Nazir plays that away beautifully. Really nicely timed shot. Gets game straight away. Diaz wants to get this one in the right area to the left-hander for him, Nazir. This time it's short. It's not a good one. There's a bit of glove on this, but it's going to race away. This is going to be 5 wide. So just like that, that's 9. That's come off one ball. And, good diving effort there from Riaz Mudasa. He was good in the earlier match as well. And well, both coaches get the wicket-keeping net. Glove lag gaya bolte par ball halle bhi boundary te gayi, chauka lag gaya, boundary bahut fast hai. Itte ball na bahut jaldi dordi hai. 4 runs. Good effort, but not able to stop it. Going to try it around the wicket to the left-hander. And it's not a bad delivery. Darts it into him. And yeah, he's just able to drop the bat on it and take the single. So double figures already off this over. Oh, wow. How about this? The umpire is a right call. This is not missing leg stick by much. Shuffles across, and it's dicey. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There you go. See, these clouds just coming over those mountains there. It looks quite spectacular. Beautiful scenery from where we are as well around this ground. Well bowled. Gets this one through. And once again, Nisar Ahmed finding it difficult. And Nazir at the other end, well, he seems to be playing his shots quite freely and quite confidently. Nisar just hasn't got going. And it seems to be that ball that moves away from him that causes him trouble. Let's see if he's able to adjust to this. Final delivery of the over, and it's a full toss. It's hit up in the air, a chance, and it's been messed up. And should have been taken. He's a bit late going, and then he stops. And then he tries to get going again. When he drops the cap, but more importantly, he drops the ball as well. Well, that's not fair, is it? That's not his cap. Oh, did he drop in knee? Yeah, apni topi na jidda maji maar. Well, that's somebody else's cap. And look, there's the one that he's wearing. This is the bowler's cap, and he's throwing the bowler's cap around. Well, get your own cap dirty. That's what the bowler. The caps go down again. I think this is the bowler saying, you know what, I'm not having that cap. You have that one. I want this one. And good time to introduce back into the commentary box Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, good to be back. Well, sneak peek. ECN Plus coming soon over the next month or two. Be a new way to watch ECN. And, you know, just trying to involve the members of our community who have been with us for a long time and try and give you the opportunity to continue to build what we're doing. So stay tuned for more about that. Once they tell me, is Runja in over number 2. And, well, this one is going to be smacked away to the boundary as well. So, yeah, some good shots, a couple of gifts. I mean, PLG coming off their first win in ECN cricket, but it's a big ask to knock over 2 of the big fish in a day. And they don't get much bigger than Brescia. 15 off the first and a boundary to start the second.
Yeah, and he'd be relieved. I mean, for me, he's lucky still to be there. I mean, that one should have been snapped up by the fielder. Certainly should have made a better effort. He doesn't. So maybe that's the life that Nisar needed to get his series up and running.
Shot. This is going to be 4 more. And the fielder needs to probably go for a dive. But problem with diving, you're not quite sure how you're going to end up on this surface. But this is a class shot, isn't it? Nisa Ahmed just works that one with a bit of timing off the pads. So back-to-back boundaries to start the second over.
Yeah, that's more like it, isn't it, for Nisar? Or maybe it is what he needed, that life. Now, since then, the very next 2 balls have been hit to the boundary.
I want to say quick hello to Selva Kumar Murugasamy. Hello, always great to have you with us, Selva. I hope you're enjoying the action today. Well, this one bounces straight over the stumps, so I don't think this is a wide. Actually gets a bit lucky here, Nisa Ahmed, because this could have quite easily kept it a little bit low, and I think would have knocked middle stump out of the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, Hamad Ranja, the captain onto bowl. Yeah, just have a look at this. He goes so far across. And nice work there also from the keeper.
A fair bit of sea movement in this pitch, isn't there? Slower ball. Again, it bites back off the surface. Just one this time. I just feel like Nisa Ahmed can face 20 balls here. And he might be able to go right off. They've got heaps of batting to come, though. We know that. They've had the addition of Hassan Ahmed, I was going to say, and Fahim Nazir. 2 left-handers into their order today. Rukhsar Ahmed, regular captain, comes back into the lineup for this game as well. There's someone like Mohamed Imran, Gulam Fareed as well. So, yeah, plenty of batting all the way down. They can afford to be quite attacking. But I think this innings is all about trying to get some runs into Nisa. This is Nazir, though, who is going to smack this one to the boundary. And absolutely nobody at mid-on. I don't know if that's an oversight or not. There was a big gap. Nazir was keen to exploit it. Well, the lights are on, Rico, but nobody was home. 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, it's the bowler who is the captain who shouts catch. Well, nobody can catch it if you don't put anyone there, captain. And
yelling to
nobody is there.
one of the ants in that general direction. But yeah, Nazir, it's a good player. Last ball of the over. He goes, and now, well, I think this probably would have been 4 anyway. The fielder took a couple of steps. He fell over, and that's another boundary to finish the second over. So the second turns out to be even more fruitful than the first for Brescia. It's 32 without loss.
Yeah, Jarwood is the fielder. He looks set to go. I mean, it's difficult to see how far that was from him, but I don't think it's catchable. I think it's a case if you can stop it. And, well, somebody who doesn't like the way things go is the captain there. He goes down.
Yeah, I don't think he was going to get to that, if I'm honest. I mean, it's just a shame. We'll never know because he did lose his footing. But, yeah, Brescia wanting to lift themselves up into that top 3, which they will if they win this game. They'll have paid 3. And you can see in the middle, 4 teams tied on 2 points. Okay, Chivanate's played 1 more game than the rest, but you can see that the top 3, it's going to be pretty competitive, I think, for those 3 spots that guarantee you action on Saturday. In the air, dropped, one-hander. Now we got a mix-up. Now they go to the wrong end. And we have someone backing up. Wow, a lot of action in 1 ball. In the end, it'll just be a single.
Yeah, catch goes down. It's another opportunity, isn't it? And it's Nisar again. I mean, look, it would have been a good catch. He's disappointed he hasn't taken it. He puts one hand out there, Asad Imran. And then he I think here, if he gets a good throw in, a hard throw into the other end, it may have been a better idea. But either way, either one of those batters could have been gone.
Yeah, I would have thought probably the odds were to go to the keeper. That way, maybe didn't need to get direct hit either. But yeah, still a bit of a lucky one. And maybe that's the bit of luck that Nisa Ahmed needs, because he's been out of luck so far in this series. Fahim just kind of wafts at this one and misses. So last game of the day. I think, should we talk more food? I mean, I know we've talked a fair bit about Italian cuisine so far, but you know, I'm sure there's a lot still to discover. I'm still a sucker for the pasta.
Yeah, I
it
mean,
just
you
seems to
can't.
taste different.
When you go to the Italian restaurant, just see this delivery first. And, oh, well, what? Okay, this is yours. You're the wicketkeeper. Tell me.
Well, no one enjoys 4 byes, especially if you're keeping. Let's see. I mean, it is full, and it takes a low bounce first, but he just doesn't get the right line there. You see, it was I don't really know how to describe that. That's just like the equivalent of playing down the wrong line. Well,
It's one of your
let's
socks
focus
up
on
there.
something else. Oh well, I mean, no one likes 4 byes, but yeah, PLG. We talked about how when they were batting first earlier on against Chandra, they were the recipients of a few gifts, but really, in the spirit of giving, they're giving them all back to Brescia so far in this power play. Now this is right off the Q end of the bat of Nazir, who, to be honest, for a guy who's 18 off 7, I mean, I've seen him bat a lot better than this, if I'm honest, but he just seems inconsistent so far. Nisa Ahmed's the man that I'm watching. It's a matter of time till he clicks, and when he does, he is very, very destructive.
Well, he's been given 2 lives here, hasn't he? He's been put down on 1 and 11. So he's taking the opportunity, or he needs to take the opportunity, to get himself in form.
Short and nudged, and I think this will run away for 4. Well, that's
Clever
intelligent batting. I mean, he decides to not go plan A, which most batters would try and probably smack this over mid-wicket, but he says, well, here's a shot that can get me the same result, but it's a lot less risky, and he knows there's no third man, so just dabs it in between those 2 fielders and gets 4. That's really smart cricket.
Yeah, it's very clever. Nice shot. And listen, you're talking about the food around here. Let me just tell you this, that Brescia, the cuisine, has its roots in the countryside, you know, and so it all started as traditional food, and then over the years, the sort of the hierarchy have turned those humble products into rich and specialities now that are being offered in restaurants, and that's why I think the food here is so good. You know, the roots is back down to the countryside, it's back down to the people. Yeah, and those recipes that we're tasting now, well, they're absolutely delightful. I know they make a really nice risotto here in Brescia, which everybody talks about. But yeah, the food is great. I mean, the food in Italy is great, full stop. But it's being able to go to places like Brescia and also Milan and taste it in those specific old root style of restaurant. That's when you really get the appreciation.
Yeah, 43 for no loss at the end of the power play. Yeah, big fan, you know that. And is it just me, or do you smell toast? Is something cooking?
Something is burning, and I do
It smells like burnt toast. Now, that means some of our equipment is on fire. Don't think the cube's on fire, but it was about this time yesterday, so maybe it's blowing in from the hills. What do you think?
Well, we did see a bit of the
How do you like your
direction of where the
toast?
wind's blowing from.
There's a question for you. Do you like it just slightly toasted or medium, or do you like it quite dark?
I like
Or you
it
don't
medium.
like
I
it
don't like it dark, lightly toasted, but I'm funny with my toast.
Okay. Do you have to
For
cut
me-
it into a special shape or something?
Butter the bread first and then toast it.
Oh, really?
That's for me, yeah.
That sounds like a fire hazard. Here's the reverse Malachi, and I think he's going to get 4 here. Yeah, call me a genius. Yep, still call me a genius. Well, I'll tell you if I'm a genius or not. Let's have a look at it, because I may or may not have stopped this.
If you've seen the cartoon Bambi, when Bambi is born and getting up, this is Bambi.
Well,
I'm telling you, this is Bambi.
I mean, he actually misfields the same ball 3 times. There's 1, there's 2. Now here. Have a look, last time he touches it. Last time he touches it. I'd like to have a look at this. One more time.
What, if his foot was down or up, you mean?
I think it's worth a look here. So the last contact he has with the ball, where is he? So it's just after this. That's 1 foot. It's still inside. This is, I think, is he going to touch it one more time? There. I mean, I don't think he's touching the line, even though it looks like he is. I think that's the trick of the camera. I think he'll probably get the benefit there. but I'm not sure. Well, I mean, how many times can you misfield one ball?
Well, we all like Bambi, and that was Bambi getting on its feet. Well, he is on his feet now, and the umpires, they've checked.
Get the benefit, but geez, he's pretty lucky. I thought when that beat the infield, that had to be 4, but...
How many did they run? 2 or 3?
I think it's 2 there. And this one will get past the fielder, and once it does get past you, most of the time, there's no chance. That'll crash into the banner. So Nisa, he goes left-handed, then he goes right-handed. And, well, at the moment, he's starting to score more freely. He moves into the 20s with that stroke.
Yeah, this is it's looking dangerous now, isn't he? This is now when he's got through the early jitters, and now he's timing the ball beautifully, and he's getting cocky as well by doing the old the switch and reverse malarkey as well.
This is a full toss, and this is into the gap. Another 4 runs, put it with the rest. And so, at the moment, the addition of Assad Imran, not really going great for PLG. This one is another one which will go to the boundary. Now, Assad Imran, tell me if I'm wrong, but earlier he was bowling left-handed. Am I crazy?
I can't say. I don't think so.
Yeah, he was.
Was
and
he?
now he was bowling left-handed, and now he's bowling right-handed.
So what's that all about then?
He can bowl both hands. And what I will say is I think I do like his action more with the right arm. Anyway, this one is going to be 4. And, well, even though the action looks good, I don't think the result's standing up at the moment, but he's not alone so far for PLG. So, yeah, that's that Imran. Showing a bit of versatility. He's thrown out the old left arm as early, and now switching to right arm. Very good skill to have.
Well, I think he needs to go back to left arm, because when he bowled left arm, he picked up wickets. I think he picked up 3 for 19. And, he did. Yeah, good observation from you. You're right, he was.
That's why I had to do a double take, because I didn't notice. This one will be just one to finish the over. So the score at the end of 4, Brescia up and away. They are 58 for no loss, just what they want after winning the toss and batting here in match 8. Last match of the day. Great to have your company with us as always on the European Cricket Network as the Brescia Express goes past. You can hear it, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo alongside me is Rico Full. Thanks again. I see Lily Panda in the chat. Some people saying, you know, when you can smell non-existent burnt toast, you know what that can mean, right?
What?
Something that's not good. But what I will say is I think it does exist. It's just in an area where there are things burning all the time. Great to have your company, though. And how are you enjoying the Italian summer adventure so far? Is it warming up in your living room? Hope it is, because right now the cricket's been pretty spicy as well, hasn't it, Rico?
It's been good. I'm looking forward to this. I just get the feeling here that Brescia are looking to put a big score on the board. And, well, this is another switch. Well, we might get the bowler who was bowling left, bowling right now. Well, the batter, he doesn't know which is best for him, left or right. Well, this time he goes left, and he puts that away beautifully. And Nisar is got going here now. He had a few opportunities he gave. He was dropped on 1, dropped on 11, and now he's making amends. And finally, he's starting to look like the batter that we know he is.
Yeah, flying away. And we've seen some switch bowling. We've seen some switch hitting. You've seen a bit of everything at the moment. Nisa up to 36 of 18. Lily with the question, what have we been eating so far? I've got to tell you what I did have. My only real meal out in Brescia so far was actually Brazilian. South American cuisine, believe it or not. Come back to that in a second. This is the way that Makar Imran likes to operate. He normally just gets around the wicket, tries to bowl it into the foot marks, which of course don't exist because we're only using one side of the pitch and it's an artificial pitch, but still slightly different mode of attack. Yeah, I had churrascaria, which is this kind of all-you-can-eat kind of meat where they come with all these different meats up to the table and some salads as well. And I ate pretty much my quota for the week in that one meal on Sunday night. As we see, Nazir missing out on this one. 18 off 8. Hasn't had a lot of the strike so far by him, Nazir, to be fair. So, I mean, last night we had that big storm as well, so that kind of kept me inside, to be honest. After I came back from the lake, that is. Here's Imran. All right, false shot in the air, won't carry. So, yeah, PLG just can't break this opening partnership so far.
Yeah, they just can't get a break, and the ball's going up in the air a few times, dropped in pockets of space. Fielders haven't been able to take the catch, and you know what that means when you give good batters an opportunity. They will come back and hurt you, and this is what's happening here. That's not well-directed delivery.
I'm going to come back on a couple of points, and one of them was a comment I missed from Shrug saying the fielder on the deep point boundary earlier doing a bit of Irish dancing, it looked like. And I reckon it was a very good description
He was doing a
of
bit
the
of
Irish
jig.
dance. He was doing a little jig, wasn't he? Last ball, the over. Oh, this is Gundy. And it was such a good wide, and it went straight to the fielder with the turn, so it would just be the one wide. The other thing is, I want to come back to your buttering the toast and then toasting it.
Yeah.
Isn't that dangerous?
No.
Don't you get butter dripping in the toaster then?
No. I mean,
That
look,
sounds like...
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
I've got to tell you a story.
I'm going to tell you a story.
Okay.
You've got to remember,
This'll be
there's
a tough
more
stop.
than one way.
Done.
There's more than one way to toast.
Okay.
Make your toast. You don't have to use like what
The up
we
and down toaster.
now
maybe.
use the up and down. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can do it in the grill.
End of the
Or
over.
in
67
Spain,
for no loss, yeah.
in Spain we sort of have these toasters where the heat is on top, and you just lie the bread in, and it gradually goes through like a little conveyor belt. You get those because don't forget they love the tostados in Spain. You know, the old tostadas with the olive oil and the tomato on top. It's a great way to start the day. Yeah, so I like to put plenty of butter. I shouldn't say butter, margarine.
Yeah.
Cholesterol, low in cholesterol.
Remember
'Cause
ghee?
what?
Remember ghee?
Ghee is not low in cholesterol.
Yeah.
It's got to be low in cholesterol. Slap it on and toast it. Oh, they're
Family. That
beautiful.
was
That's the
good.
way to do
Bit
it.
of that. Terrible LB appeal. But this ball's gone a mile off the pad. If this is indeed off the pad, which I think it was, that's almost gone out of the infield. Dead square. Look at this.
Yeah, leg by signalled.
Nazir. Bang.
He's come on the side of that
It's
off
hit
that pad
the
as well.
knee roll, I think. It's gone a long way. So when I at my old work, we had these toasters for our own set to toast, those horizontal toasters, like I think like you were saying, the kind of conveyor belt. So this is a pretty good shot, but he's found the fielder, and this one is caught. So finally they break the partnership. Nazir, it was a bit hit and miss. But it won't be him that goes, it'll be Nisa Ahmed that goes. And a pretty good catch taken out there by Jawad Mohammed as our cube almost takes off. The wind's going both ways at once, and well, maybe that'll be PLG taking off as they take their first wicket, 68 for 1. Okay, give us a cube update. What happened there? The breeze is in.
Well, there's obviously some wind somewhere. We
Yeah.
can't feel it inside, but our cube, well, it's our cube that's doing a bit of Irish dancing now.
We're in big trouble here because that's going to knock everything over. And now, for those of you that just joined us, we found our cube. It was about 100 metres away this morning because of the storm last night. It was a pretty significant thunderstorm, and well, where I was, it was a bit of a sandstorm as well. You got to say, it was coming in sideways. Anyway, Rico's gone to do a bit of cube maintenance, but yeah, it was a bit crazy. So, well done to Asad Imran, who takes a wicket right-handed after he took 3 left-handed earlier today. So yeah, it's a bit of a game. Where will the cube be when we turn up for work? So, give us your thoughts as well. Maiden Waters saying it's great to be taken virtually to an Italian summer with cricket and pasta. The summer dreaming from rainy and wintry Sydney. Yeah, well, I've heard it has been very rainy over there. This one won't be stopped either. So Nazir just keeps on trucking. He's been joined out there by Shahrukh Nawaz. And yeah, once again, he's able to execute the sweep shot. Yeah, so everyone explained to me, yeah, the horizontal toaster. So at my old work, I had an idea it was meant to be just for individual bits of bread, but I thought I would kind of load up one of the sandwiches. And I may have started a fire at my old work back in Perth when I was a bit younger. I mean, it's just good. Because of me, now there's a warning sign.
Nah.
Goes for this. Doesn't really get it. Good luck stopping this. There you go. It's exactly how to do it, though, to give Ranger some credit. Then he whistles in a throw. But, yeah, it's a really good stop. He just pretty much gets it down like baseball catcher style and tries to block it, get as much body behind as possible. He runs and takes out the left hand of the bowler, Imran, who ends up going for 24. And we've got well, maybe we've got one to go, actually. He's gone for 22 now with the ball to go. Clock's on the pad. Keeper goes and finds it. So he will go for 22 in the end. And the score at the end of 6 is 75 for 1.
So you started a fire. Is that? I mean,
Was,
I knew there was a reason. I
Let's
knew there was a reason why you're never allowed anywhere near the kitchen.
I'm a glass half full person. I also put out a fire.
What, your own?
Yeah. So, you know, depends how I tell the story.
Yeah, I think
that I once put out a fire.
That's probably a better way to start
the
the
break
story
room of
next
my
time.
old work in Perth when I was much younger. A fire which I'd created several seconds before. Anyway, here's the next one. It's blasted to the fielder who will drop it. Well, that one was hit pretty hard, you got to say. I think it was going for 6. Shooting was. Instead of 6, he'll get 1 and he gets dropped.
Yeah, I mean, they were much better, weren't they? In the field, you got to say, in the field, they were much better when they got that victory this time round. They're not taking the chances that come their way, and they're giving all the batters an opportunity. Now, here's that Nawaz that gets dropped, and again, keep an eye on that. He could have been out for a duck.
Oh, shot. That's helicopter bound. Everyone, clearance for landing. Oh, that one clonks into the fence and just heads over. New balls, please. Well, if the Vinicopter's in the area, it's not okay to land yet. Nazir puts this one over the fence. 6 runs, Maximo time.
Well, I don't think Fletch knew what was coming his way.
Fletch, he needs those fluorescent little things, you know, with your wave in the planes.
Exactly, yeah.
He's just saying, well, that one's not coming back.
Hey, listen, are you the sort of person, I think I know the answer to this already, I don't know why I asked. Are you the sort of person that puts things in the microwaves that you shouldn't?
Once again, you know, you find out the
Is this
hard
another
way.
fire story?
Aluminium foil and then microwave aren't a good mix.
Yeah.
I know that. I mean, we know I'm a bad cook. Here's the thing. Now, I'm a bit of a jack of all trades, master of none. There's no doubt about that. But cooking is one that, I mean, I'm good with food. The eating part of it, yes. And I'm interested in cooking. I just can't do it. So, yeah, microwaves get a fair workout.
And what about wine in the area? I mean, this is what we need to talk about. We talked a bit about food. This will be a wide, so it gives us a chance here.
Go on.
So along the Cooley, the Lombardy wine route, there are many treasures to be found, including the world's largest urban vineyard. Let's have a look at. Well,
Whoa,
how about that?
How did I miss that?
Wow.
Well, I knew he stopped it. Didn't know with what. Now, this is going nowhere. And this is,
It's always going somewhere, Vinny.
yeah.
Always going somewhere.
What a stop that was by Riaz Madassa. Bit of a magic man. Okay, tell me more about wine in the region, 'cause I'm always interested in
Yeah,
this.
so the world's also, you know where the castle is?
Yeah.
In Brescia. So in that castle, that's in the area which is the world's largest urban vineyard. And at the base of Castello di Brescia are 4 hectares of ancient vines that have produced both white and red wines. And
Well, hold on. That one
here we
might
go.
be to the vineyards. You're going to need a shovel to dig that one out because that has embedded itself. And, well, archaeologists in thousands of years will be wondering what happened to this kookaburra as it smacks into the edge of the embankment. And that is 6 to Nawaz. Yeah, go on. Tell me more.
Yeah, well, that was a train coming as well. So it was a train was in danger as well. So, yeah, that area under the castle there, I mean, that the hectares of the wines that are grown. This is another one going up in that area. Fielder, well, he sort of takes his hand away from this one. I think he thought, well, can I? And Wakara Sharaf at the last minute says, no, I can't do it, he says. I can't do it. He doesn't put his hand out there, and the ball, one bounce, goes for 4.
This is the strategy. I mean, unless it's really full, you can pretty much pull anything from outside that leg stump that Imran's offering you. So he's gone for 28 this time, plus this. Well, that's super interesting. So some ancient vineyards.
Yep. So yeah, so just remember that. The base of the castle, the Brescia, are 4 different hectares of ancient vines that have produced both white and red wines.
Interesting. Nice ball with the 7th. Yeah, it goes again. This is just timed away. And guess what? It's going to be more runs. Cuatro. Carreras más. Nawaz gets the better of that battle with Fakar Imran, who ends up none for 32 off his spell. 7 overs down. Gina Brescia winning the toss, electing to bat here in match 8, and they are 98 for 1 after 7. And if you're enjoying the action as part of our Italian summer. We hope you can join us again tomorrow because we have more cricket coming up, starting with match 9. Kings 11 versus PLG. Well, that's Kings 11, their opportunity to get back on track after losing to Brescia CC in a pretty entertaining match 7 today. Kings 11 actually play twice, as did Jandra Brescia tomorrow. The other teams just play once. And that is our second last day of round robin matches before the split happens on Thursday afternoon. And we know exactly who the top 3 and bottom 3 are heading into Super Friday. Join us from 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India for more FanCode European Cricket Series Italy from Brescia.
Yeah, widely regarded as the finest Italian sparkling wine. Now, you got to try this one. I did the other day. Yeah, I think it's pronounced FanCode. It's made using a method that's classical. So this one is well bowled. It should get stopped. Well, it's not.
This is an
it's
amazing
still going.
misfield.
It's still going.
And I'm going to start counting these multiple misfields.
Yeah, getting to that point now, aren't
I
they?
just want to count how many fumbles there are on this because it's booted. And look, there we go. We've got Safi who's patrolling the helipad now. He's got the fluorescent gear. There we go. 1, and then 2, 3. I think there were 3 individual fumbles there.
Was that Bambi again? Could have been.
Well, wait for this. This one actually pretty well bowled. I've got to say that I was never really a wide one. I was just checking the triple S on the back of Madassa's name, and I've seen some pretty good typos in my time. But how often do you see a triple header on the back? Oh, this is bottom edged and well stopped. Yeah, so, I mean, Madassa
Bit of a typo
with
there.
the
We're gonna have to
S.
check all of the Madassas now. Maybe they're on all of them.
Wow. Got Riaz Madassa behind the stump. You got Madassa Riaz. Massa. Snake sound.
Well,
This one is going to be 4, I think, as it just helped along the way. Madassa getting his length slightly wrong. Fahim Nazir, he's just still doing what he does best. And that one creeps him up into the 40s within reach of a half century. In fact, no, it takes him to 39, pardon me. 100 is up this over as well for Gina Brescia.
Yeah, and I just want to say, just finish with the wines with this. A FanCode, it's the one you got to try. But just like Champagne and Cava, it's produced with a typical blend of Chardonnay, Pinot Blanco, and Pinot Nero. So that's the one you got to try, especially on a hot afternoon. This is played out again, and this is another not taken cleanly, but they will only just take the single. So yeah, I mean, a team that were, I mean, the reason I think they won that last match was the way they were in the field. They really were. They were lions in the field. They were up for it. And this one, it just looks like it's been a long day for them, long afternoon. Played that match, then they've been waiting around and playing this one. They just haven't been up for it. The 100 is on the board now.
It's a big ask, isn't it, for PLG to knock off 2 big teams in a day. And this is smacked away, smacked down. Noah's been really good in this area. Maximo! 6 to finish the 8th. And Nelson is up 111 for 1 after 8 overs.
Yeah, good shot. Boom. Shakalugya. And this is another one that makes all its way up that bank. Well, that's a long way for the fielder to go.
Well, I know that a lot of my friends that played under Justin Langer when he took over the coaching. He was very big on the hill runs. So they would have to go up and down these huge hills, normally until you lost the contents of your stomach, and then that would be about halfway. So, yeah, I mean, these players getting a little bit of an initiation of that, having to fetch the ball up the hill. 1-1-1 off 8 overs. Right now on 139 pace. But yeah, a lot of people getting a bit excited with the wines that you're talking about. I'm trying to be good this week because it's very easy to overindulge here. So this is I'm a bit more of I'm on a health kick this week. I'm swimming. I'm you know.
Everywhere we go, Vinny.
Yeah.
You know, when we start talking food, you say you're going to try and be good.
Yeah.
How does that work out for you?
Yeah, well, variable, to be fair. You know, well, early call as we head into the last innings of the day with some random questions. It's random question time. I'm opening the gate now. If you want to start putting your random questions in, and I can consider some answers maybe over the halftime break here. PLG trying to keep it quiet. This is a bit short, and this one is what a catch! Is he saying it? He is. Unbelievable catch. And I think he hasn't touched the rope, or has he?
No, I don't think he has.
You
You think he has?
Well, I think he might have said
No, he's saying he's out.
Yeah,
I reckon he's okay
yeah,
here.
he's saying that's
This
out.
is incredible. This is Shaba.
Well, he's saying it's out.
Yeah.
And well, again, the camera won't tell us too much here. What a catch. I mean, he sticks it up, and then he comes down. There's one foot, and the other foot. I mean, we can't see it. We'll keep rolling it forward because that's not going to help us because the other foot's in the way. And this one, again, I don't think there's no evidence there that it touches. I mean, if he says it's out, I think it's out. And my instinct was that it's fine.
Yeah, look, he stands there long enough, surely, for people that are there to actually see that. I think that is taken. I really do.
Me too.
Well,
I mean,
he can't believe it. Well, he gets another chance. No, he don't. It gets flying over his head this time. But
Maximo
that rubs salt into the wound.
yeah, well, Nazir will go to 50 with that. I still wonder exactly what happened there because, I mean, yeah, 50 for Nazir off 24 balls. Well batted. I mean, no doubt about it. He's been fantastic for Brescia in this innings. I'm still confused because if the fielder thinks he catches that, I don't think there's any evidence to refute that. And even if he's not sure, the fielding side gets the benefit of the doubt on it. So we know how the camera can kind of lie to us a little bit.
He stood there long enough for everybody to say, look, you can see I've taken it. But, well,
I'd love to know what happened there. Now, this is lifted up in the air, and this one will also be dropped by Safi. Well, he's done everything else today.
Safi. Mr. 100%. We lose your name now. Mr. 98% we'll go to.
100% effort, though.
He's hurt himself as well.
That's why he's called Mr. 100%, because he's always putting in 100% effort. But Nazir lifts it up maximum time. And, yeah, well, Safi showing a bit of old rust there on the hands. Now, this one is a square drive elevated Maximo. Wow, watch out. This one was reasonably high, but maybe not quite high enough to be called. You be the judge here. It's on the march, I suppose. And that's why I think, yeah, it's more of a lean than anything. Nazir, well, now he's really hitting his straps. He's moved to 64 in quick time.
Well, this has been an expensive over. It goes magical. Well,
So,
yeah, go on.
everyone's confused about that catch. I must admit I am too. I mean, all I can think is that they thought that the fielder had motioned it was 6, but, I mean, yeah. The other thing I will say, as we see another boundary, this one a bit less convincing from Nazir, but it still will be 4. Little French cut. The other bangs into the microphone down there. And when your luck's in, your luck's in. The other thing I would say is that is in the region of the field that the off-field officials are sitting. So they get a view of that. So they may have made a call based on what they saw and what our cameras don't really pick up. Anyway, that over went for plenty. I'll tell you how many right now. Well, it went for 28. It went 6, 6, 6, 6, 4. You see it right there, the last 6 balls. So, well, take that. At the end of 9, it's 139 for 1.
Yeah, and we saw that it was the pack lines Getty that put the highest score on the board, the highest score we've seen in this series earlier, 125. Well, that's been beaten well. And also, look, shout out to the batter still there for Fahim Nazir. What a lot from him. Remember, he scored 40 earlier today, so he scored over 100 runs in the day.
Not a bad day's work, is it? Here we go, 10th over. Strap yourselves in. Big swing and a miss. Nazir should go here. It's... Yeah, Nawaz says, well, hold on, I want another go. I think there's definitely a run there, especially when the guy's got the hot hand. But Brescia, they probably feel like they've got plenty to play with at this stage. Yeah, going back to that catch, it's risky. Sometimes fielders will put their hands up in celebration and then people will think they're saying 6. His body language to me there didn't seem like he was signalling 6 ever. This is hooked away and it's a catching opportunity. Well, good luck. Oh, that had collision written all over it. Now I think they will come back for a couple. Nawaz gets dropped, gets 2. The score climbs over 140.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, he takes it. He holds the position. I didn't see him signal anything like 6. I just saw him giving the out decision. He's pointing to the umpire saying, it's out. I've called it. He's out. And somebody does see it differently. Well, this one is out of here. Well, the ball is being smashed all over the place at the moment.
Yeah,
and we're smashing flies all over the place at the moment here as well.
Bugs coming in all the time.
That was hit big, and this score just keeps going higher and higher. And now, well, the 150 surely coming on the board here. Well, what an attack this has been.
No, was just basically saying, All right, you've had your turn. Now it's my turn. I think that's why he's had most of the strike in this last over. It's party time. And Runja, well, let's just say, he's the entertainment as far as Gina Brescia are concerned. 3 to come. Full toss and whipped away. Well, that one does bring up the 150, Rico. It's been an exhibition, hasn't it, from Gina Brescia? I mean, last year's Super Series champions, they won pretty much everything except that ECL playoff match against Brescia CC. And right now they're sending a message after a bit of a shaky start to the tournament, and they have amassed 150 here in match 8 with 2 deliveries to come.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they're saying here. I mean, we know they're a talented side, and there's a lot of talented sides in this series. What they're saying is, if you're not at your best, and if you're way below your average, then we will punish you. And I think that's what this has been. I mean, this one is another one that's carved away, and I think this one may go all the way. Yes, it does. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 más. And the Massimos just keep on coming. Cueste grande, eso es enorme. 6 más. And well, look at that, how quickly he's raced on to 38. Just the ball to go in the innings. 157. They're looking to go 160 here. This one is going to be another one. I think that's going to be aimed for the boundary. It's been a great response, but look, if you're not at your best, if you do give them opportunities, they'll hurt you, and that's what this is all about.
Yeah, and it's hurting now. PLG back to earth with a thud. Will they take on the 2 here? Well, they might. I think they will now on the fumble. Oh, now there's a direct hit. And
well, what's happened? I think
I'm worried about Nazir here.
Yeah,
he looks like he might have injured himself. Well, this would be a disaster. So it'll just be 1. But just keep an eye at number 9, Nazir, who's non-striker. He runs, and then what happens here? Decides he wants to come for 2.
Oh,
that's almost a little ankle turner. Ooh. Hopefully it's one that's not that bad. I mean, he's walking off, but yeah, I mean, that's the worst case scenario, isn't it? They will finish 158 for 1 off their 10 overs.
Ay, ay, ay.
Ay, yucks. And, well, it was on a bit of the ground where, I mean, it wasn't really edge of the pitch area either. Just turned his ankle. Well, hopefully it's one of those ones where it snaps back straight away and there's no actual damage. But there is damage on the scoreboard. Gina Brescia, 158 for 1. Well, highest score we've seen in this series so far. And PLG, well, after their impressive performance against Gina Brescia earlier in the day, Gina Brescia were on a mission to destroy their attack. I tell you what, they pretty much succeeded, although there were some pretty close calls. And when they look back at it, I think PLG will say they did miss a few chances to remove these top order batters.
Yeah, they did. The opportunities were there, though I have to say that I don't think Fahim Nazir gave too many. I can't think of one that he gave, but the other batters certainly did. Nisar, he could have gone for 1 and 11, and they could have had Nawaz out before he even scored when he was dropped. And, well, there's Bambi doing a bit of work there all over the place. And, but look, they just weren't at their best, and I think when you're playing a team like Gina Brescia, if you're not at your best, if you give them a few chances, then they're going to turn it into exhibition style, and that's exactly what they did here. And this one was held, and that was the one that got Nisar Ahmed. Well, he certainly had his luck on the way to 38, but he's got runs behind him now. That will give him a lot of confidence, but the batting and the hitting here from that man there, the left-hander, Fahim Nazir, you just have to admire what he did. 68 of 27. Remember, early in the day, he made 40 runs. He just hits the ball so well, so sweetly. But somebody else who hits it pretty well is the man that came in at number 3, and that was Shahrukh Nawaz. And, well, Nawaz was giving it the charge. He was giving it a whack. He was giving it the full Monty, and the ball was going to all parts of the ground. But look, later on, well, even Mr. 100% Safi couldn't catch him. They were hit so well. They just carved all over the place. I mean, you maybe go on to the website to EuropeanCricket.com and have a look maybe at the wagon wheel of these runs, because what you will find is that there were runs that were scored to all parts of the ground. It really was a dominant display when a lot of teams have struggled getting runs on the board. I mean, we've talked about Brescia batting first in their earlier game, 88 on day 1. Cividate got 100, and Brescia again 112, Cividate 114, Cividate 84 today. And then PLG, the team that Gina Brescia playing 125, 103 Brescia again today. Nobody's really gone big, and this is a big score. 158 on there. Look, only 3 batters were required. Nisar Ahmed needed to get a good knock in. He does. He did get some chances. He was dropped on 1 and 11, but he made him pay for that. He plays a really nice shots and plays some funky ones as well. Doing some reverse shots as well, 38 of 21. But well, for him, Nazir not out, 68 of 27. A slight sort of rolled his ankle a little bit there to the end, towards the end, but it looked okay. It looked worse than what it was, I think, because he walked off fine, and he's going to be key for them going forward. And Sharuk Nawaz were just showing what he can do. Blasted 41 of just 12. And before today, he was the only batter that sort of performed yesterday. So we know that he's always going to be there in the runs. It was a dominant performance with the bat. But, well, what are we going to see here now from Pat Lyons-Getty? I think the most important thing for them, as we have a look at the bowling figures there, and the only success was to Asad Imran. And, well, there was expensive ones, weren't they, from the captain, Hamad Ranja. And Farooq Imran, I think he's just going with that leg side line of ease, but it doesn't quite work so well for him on this artificial pitch. But yeah, going back to the one thing they can do, I think they need to have a quick look at that table and say, look, there are so many teams on the same number of points as us. Net run rate is so important. So the big thing is, yeah, look, by all means, go out there and give it a go and try and get the win. They have got batters that can do that. You know, we saw good batting from somebody like Asad Imran, and also Mudaza Riyaz can do it. Jawad Mohammed can go out there and score runs quickly as well. But the most important thing for me is go out there but not lose badly. So if you're going to lose, fine, but don't lose badly. Don't go out there throwing the bat thinking, you know, we need 15 runs and over right from the word go, and end up being skittled out for a score sort of 50, 60. Try and sort of say, right, okay, let's think about that net run rate, because there are going to be a lot of teams possibly on the same number of points as us. So we've got to, if we're going to lose, we don't lose badly. Anyway, we've got to wait, not a long time, maybe just over 5 minutes when we come back for the conclusion of match 8. And just to recap, Brescia, well, they were strong, they were mighty, they hit the ball hard, 158 on the board, 159. It seems unlikely for PLG to get these, but you know what? They have got the batters that can do it. It's all about how they go out there and the mindset that they use. Rico Fall here and Mr. Maximo join us in about, well, just over 5 minutes time as we come back for the conclusion of the final match of today, day 2, match number 8. Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers, to the final match of the day, day 2, here at the FanCode European Cricket Series in Brescia. And we've seen that one of the top teams, maybe a team that many would expect to go all the way into the final, and maybe, who knows, going to win this leg of this Italian summer, the series in Brescia. Brescia, they finally performed the way we know that they can. I mean, they were assisted a little bit, some, well, not the best bit of fielding sometimes from the Pat Lyons Jetty, but it was a good performance, solid batting. 3 batters were required to get them to a big score, 158. And this one, Ahmed, 38 of 21. And then we saw Fahim once again score big runs again in the 60, 68 he finished with. And then we saw some blasting from Nawaz. And they got the runs on the board. It's going to take something spectacular, not just to get these, but to stay up with the rate that they've got to go at. Going to be going at just under 16 and over. We'll see that it's going to be Mohammed Imran to start. Got Mudassar Riaz and Asad Imran. Here's the first ball. And when he wants to go for it big straight away, it's a long way up in the air. Where's this going to land? I think this will just bounce once before it goes over the boundary. I think the umpires are waiting for the fielder to give them the signal. We'll just have to watch this again. Gets plenty on this. Goes a long way up in the air. Where does this ball land? And yeah, that's going to be 4 runs. Good positive start. That's what they're going to do here. And Mudassar Riaz does exactly that with the first ball. Smashes it almost out of the ground. And he gets 4 and gets the field change straight away. This time, it's outside the off. Got that slip in place. And remember that Brescia, they're a team that like to keep as many bodies as they can out on the offside. So they're encouraging the bowlers, or wanting the bowlers, I should say, to bowl outside the off. And only, look, even though one man has gone back on the boundary and mid-wicket, only the 2 men on the leg side. Another one that goes through, so this is where they'd want Mohammed Imran to be, and he's there. Wasn't quite right for the first ball, but he's got his radar right now, and whether they will keep and stick with that man out there or bring him in eventually once he gets this this line consistently right. Imran goes up to Riaz and has a little chat to him. Hits this harper straight to the fielder, and that's the first wicket. He's disappointed with himself as Riaz, and he tries to get it over the fielder on the ring. He can't. That's the advantage of packing up the offside and getting the bowler to bowl in the right areas. So they get a wicket to get it early. So Mudassar Riaz, even though he was able to get the boundary with the very first ball, the next few are dots, and he goes for just 4 on the board off 4 deliveries. That's not the start they needed. He's one of the top batters. They needed him to go big, and he doesn't. The catch is taken. Well taken as well by a tall man out there inside the ring. And it's, well, victory first up for Mohammed Imran. New batter will have to come in a lot earlier than he would have liked to. It's Rizwan Uzzaman. Going to go out and face the music now. 2 balls to go in the over. So Rizwan takes guard. Face Mohammed Imran. Mohammed Imran is such a clever bowler. It's one thing I haven't seen too much from him. I mean, he normally moves the ball so big. Saw him swinging it massively in Rome. He hasn't really got that sort of swing here, but his line is always spot on. He's just such a difficult player to get away. Another dot ball there. So all of a sudden, what was a good start with the first ball going to the boundary. Now, after 16, they're looking to get off the over. They've only got 4 of them and a ball to go. So whatever happens here, they're going to be short of what they're eyeing up. Zaman, when you go for the big shot, he takes him on. And, well, if he makes contact with this is probably going to travel all the way to Rome. But he misses out. It's a dot ball. End of the over, just 4 from it. 4 for 1 at the end of the first. And well, this is where we are with the golden ball count, 330. Oh, what man that wants to see that come to an end. Joins me back in the commentary position. Well, Vinny, when's it going to happen,
I don't
buddy?
mind the streak staying alive at all. 330. We're getting to some famous cricket numbers. Aren't we getting to 333, Chris Gale? 334, Sir Donald Bradman, Mark Taylor. Those kind of numbers. I think David Warner got a 335 a couple of years ago. There's Suffy. Not mishandling those balls like he did a bit earlier in this game. 4 for 1 after 1. Random question time. And up first, I might just clarify, that some confusion over the catch/6 in the first innings. But just chatting to a couple of the different parties. Worked out exactly what happened there. This is hit square, and well, this one is into the skateboard ramp once again. And so, Ghulam Fareed, I'm not quite sure how to field this. He is in the fielding textbook anyway. And he gets wrong-footed and wrong-jumped. I suppose that's going to be 4. Bit of luck there for PLG.
Well, I tell you what, come on, tell us, folks, when have you seen anything like that before? You only see that on the European Cricket Network. Wow, there's nothing the fielder can do about that. So the first ball goes to the boundary.
This is a nice bit of movement from Nazir. He's having a bit of a workload this game, isn't he, for him? And a shrug reminding me, yes, 333. Graham Gooch's highest test score. Also scored 100 in the other innings of that game, as I recall. And hello to Peter Handley, who's in the chat, saying it's good to hear we're enjoying Italy so much. Well, it's kind of like the whole day is a lead up to swimming in the lake now. That's how I look at it. So now it's the hottest part of the day. We're in the cube cooking. But I know it's going to be lake o'clock. Well, this one almost bowls him around his legs. But doesn't, so that's why it's a wide. Have a look at this. This one certainly threatened to straighten, misses by a stump. Yeah, so with that catch, I mean, the umpires were of the opinion that the fielder had signalled 6, and so they signalled 6. So when they looked at it, they didn't see any evidence that it wasn't a 6. But I think that was all about the misunderstanding, because I think the fielder, looking back, he does put one finger up on each hand as soon as he catches it. Looking back at the tape, just see another swing and a miss. So that was just a miscommunication, and then the fielder, I think, then kind of asked, saying, well, no, I'm saying it's out, but I think they missed that bit of the conversation. The game had moved on, so that's disappointing, really.
It's very disappointing.
But the thing is, I mean, they'll learn from that. I mean, probably the way to handle that is just double check rather than just take the signal, just saying, hey, if you're umpiring there, you verbally confirm with the fielder what he's saying. He's saying, do you step on the rope? And he says, yes, no, or I'm not sure. Rather than just going off a signal. And it's kind of instinctive. When you take catch like that, you can see how you'd raise both your arms up because you're happy, right? But you got to be careful you don't signal 6. So that's what happened. Again, no, everyone's human, and these situations happen. I mean, everything happens in a T10 game. Everything happens in a T10 game, especially here in the ECS. So something to think about. Cat's channel also mentioning some other scores in the 330s, or 340 in fact. He's talking about Sanath Chayasuriya's top test score. Another good outswinger gets past the bat of Imran Nazir, getting the ball to talk early.
Yeah, I mean, he's just swinging blind, isn't he? He's not well, he knows what the ball's doing because it's getting past him every time. It's coming into him and moving away, and he's swinging and missing it by big time, big margins. And then he's having a look at the umpire to hope to try and get a wide or something out of it. But he's got to get that movement. He's got to have that initial movement outside the off stump. Let's see if he tries this time.
Slip in place.
No, he doesn't. Same thing again. And
look,
I don't know what he's trying to suggest here with his body language. He's probably thinking, is that a hole in my bat or something?
He can bowl left-handed. Maybe he should bat left-handed. You can just whack those in the helicopter pad. Anyway, it's the end of the second over. 9 for 1. Random questions. We want your random questions. Last innings of the day. All right, so this is the first one that we got. As we look at the table, just quickly, Brescia CC putting some space between them and the rest with 3 wins of their first 3 games. So I feel like they've all but secured their spot in the top 3. But again, if you finish at the top, you get a slightly friendlier draw on Super Friday. There's only 2 other places up for grabs in that top 3. So yeah, random question. Vinny and Rico, what's the scariest experience you've ever had, and also your most adrenaline-filled experience? It's a good question. I mean, I don't know about
that needs some thinking about, doesn't it?
Scared. I'm trying to think of when I've actually been really scared. I'll give you one. In the air, and this is going to go over the field. It's going to be 4. So that's a pretty nice shot by Rizwan Uz-Zaman. He's been sent up, and he just hits this one through the line. Nice bit of batting, muscles it over mid-off for 4. Well, I'm going to go back to when I was a kid, and I was about 6 or 7, and I was staying at some family friend's house. And I was the eldest in my family. I only had younger brothers, younger cousins. So I'm kind of used to being, I don't know, alpha is the right word. But, you know, I'm used to not being picked on, put it that way, right? Or not having jokes put on me. But what happened that these boys were 1 or 2 years older than me, and they convinced me, went off to play, that my mother wasn't coming back for me. So they kept it going for a good 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
This is 6-year-old me. Had me in tears, thinking, you know, how could Mum do this to me? You know, we've gotten on so well to this point. They had me, I still remember, and they were just, I mean, credit to them now. I mean, they were kind of 8 or 9. They were 2 brothers. And they really pulled it off. They went through with it. They said, yeah, no, didn't you know? You're living with us now. You're not going back to your house ever. Your mum went off. So that's probably the scaredest I've been.
Yeah.
There you go. And adrenaline rush. Well, I have been bungee jumping. That's one thing. I haven't done skydiving, but I have been bungee jumping. Not off a huge one. I know some of my brothers, they're big fans of that. But that's probably what I would say was a bit of an adrenaline rush. And the weirdest thing about bungee jumping is it's all logical. I'm a logical kind of person. Well, I try to be. And so, you know, they weigh you. You know, it's all it's fairly safe as it can be. They've done it a million times. That's what their job is. This gets hit down the field. Awkward little stop as they all are, but it is handled. Just the one. But they tell you to go and dive out. Don't just collapse. Dive out. Pick a spot in the distance and dive out towards it. But at the last moment, even though I'm about to do it, your body is telling you, why are you trying to kill me? You know, it's something in your physiology which is saying, no, this isn't a good idea. Like, even if you can use your brain to kind of override it. And, yeah, it was an interesting experience. How about you? Any time you've been scared?
Scared?
One
Look,
scared and one adrenaline filled.
I was very scared once, which I'm not going to go into detail with because it's quite a gory story. But once I took a nasty incident in playing cricket,
Oh, yeah.
which it was nasty. But I don't want to talk. One time when I was really scared, and this was when we went on the Nile cruise, and it was a brilliant experience. But in those days, there was a little bit of trouble, wasn't there, in Oman? So you couldn't go all the way down, and there was lots of things going on in Egypt. And, of course, security had to be high. And on this cruise, we were playing ping pong. And while we were playing ping pong late at night, it was about, I don't know, I say late at night, early morning, the ping pong ball went down to the basement. And we thought, right, we've got to go get the ball. And when I went down to get the ball, it was all dark, and I just saw these eyes staring at me. And when I looked carefully, and I went to get the ball, the military were there with the guns and everything because they were there to protect the crew. And I was like, please, can I have my ball back? And they just looked at me, and I'm like, okay, this is not. And I was terrified at that time.
End of the power play, 16 for 1. What is the first table tennis related fatality that would have been recorded?
You just
doesn't
don't expect
seem
that.
like a dangerous sport.
You don't expect that. The cruise, everything was all hunky dory. Then you go to get the ball, and the next thing you see these
ball boys really
guns.
take their job seriously here.
And it was like, like when you see Rambo, that's how they were geared up. It was like
I
Rambo.
believe you.
And adrenaline rush has to be when I was in India, and I went for the tiger safari, and we had the tiger with its cubs walk past us as we were on the old safari vehicle. Right. And that was a moment I'll never forget.
There you go. Here we go into the 4th over now. Shabir comes in, delivers a wide. It's kicked away, and this will be 5 wides in the end. So we'll take them how you can get them if you're PLG. I kind of agree with what you said at the start. They just need to try and build a score against quality opposition here. You can see Nisa. That's kind of 33-degree keeping there. Doesn't really get down to that. Again, it's the second bouncer. I think it's a keeper. You just got to try and avoid as many of those as you can. Give yourself a chance. How about adrenaline filled? Have you had any real adrenaline filled moments that you can think of? Commentating the ECN, probably.
Yeah, I think that was the one with the tigers. I mean,
I love the tigers. Gotcha.
The tigers come by. But there's been others as well. I mean, the start of the ECL. I mean, ECL, that was one as well. ECL 19.
Oh dear. Well, that one is so wide. That's almost hit the square leg umpire. That would be another 5 wides. Well, rack 'em, stack 'em, Shabir. It's a tired little effort there. And, well, if you want to know how sandy this surface is, Shabir just kicks the dirt in disgust like he's a country music artist. And so,
yeah, he wasn't happy with that delivery.
He's got an economy rate of infinity at the moment because he's gone for 10 off none. Keep the random questions coming.
I don't think we've
them.
ever seen this before. Two 5 wide of the try. I can't remember it.
I've never seen 3. We actually almost saw it. We saw 2 in a row a week or 2 ago, I think. This is better. There you go, right on the money. 3rd time lucky. So Shabir's economy rate comes down to 60 and over after that ball. Question about how did I meet Rico? Was it a double date? I mean, you were working as part of the ECL 19 crew, but you weren't commentating. I was commentating them with Phil Barkstadt as my partner. And hello to Phil. He's still doing great things. He just ruptured his Achilles tendon playing cricket in the Swiss Festival a couple of weeks ago. So he's out for 9 months. So maybe stick to TV now, Phil, if you're watching. Phil's a great guy, former German player, big media personality there in the south of Germany. But I always wanted to get Phil back for one series maybe, because I had a lot of fun with him. But, you know, we met then, I suppose, virtually. You were in the, interviewed you as part of the show around the same time that you were started commentating ECS in 2020 when I was out of Europe on hiatus, and I just stayed there because of the coronavirus situation. And so, yeah, just always felt that we would have a good vibe.
Yeah.
I think we do. And we haven't had enough flights lately. I think that's
we haven't. We almost had one today, didn't we?
Yeah, getting there.
Edge. Oh, well, this is going like a bullet. This was at his head. He does well to get... I'm so happy he got his hands there, Vinny.
Mohammed Imran's a fast bowler, and there's a bit of a theory about not putting fast bowlers in slips.
Oh.
And Mohammed Imran justifying the theory. Bang. I guess he does protect his noggin, but protects the batter as well as that one goes down.
Well, Lisa Shabir is smiling about this one. He was kicking the dirt earlier, wasn't he? I mean, that one, he sees the funny side of it, but that was travelling. I'm so glad he got his hands in the way to that.
I wonder how many games we've done together now. It must be almost 1,000, I'd say. It'd be almost 1,000.
I think it's got to be more, Vinny.
Yeah.
It's got to be more.
Well, I've done about 1,500, and I'd say about 2/3 me with you, something like that. It'd be hard to say, but no, obviously it's a bit different as well. I mean, people say to me all the time, "How do we do it going all day?" Because normally, you know, in a different competition, you might have 6 commentators or something like that. But I mean, it's just too hard to get people in and out, and plus for budgetary reasons. I mean, you know, you're kind of stuck with the 2 of us. I mean, we will get a guest coming in to help us out in the Super Series, Nikki Chowdhury, which I'm really looking forward to as well. Get her thoughts. This one is pulled away. Will be handled, just the one this time. So, yeah, how about this though? We're talking about bungee jumping. Mandrake said he reverse bungeed strapped into a round cage. I like it that you specified it was a round cage, not some sort of square cage like a sissy. So, yeah, I've seen in the bungee jumping video, which I got, it was a DVD back then. It was quite a long time ago. There's also people doing it off bicycles and, you know, doing all sorts of crazy variations on it. This is in the air, it's catchable, and it is taken. So, yeah, fairly simple work there. It looks like Hassan Ahmed to me that catches that one. They could have raffled it. It was lucky number 6, Hassan Ahmed, that will take it, and so 2 wickets down. Imran goes just for the 6. The score is 29 for 2 now after 4 overs. Keep the random questions coming. We would like them. And yeah, Maya asking, what is the 1,000 matches in days working together? Well, it's probably about between 200 and 250, something like that. But yeah, I think if you're going to do this job, you better like the person that you're sitting next to, genuinely. So won't hug you too much. It's not International Hug Day, but it's too hot for a hug.
They were too sweaty.
What are we going at? 33 at 10, so that's 43 in the cube. Cube almost blew away. But thank you so much for your kind feedback. One of the reasons we love what we do so much and that we can do it endurance-wise is because of all the positivity that we get back to us, and we are certainly really thankful for that. Exciting times. And one thing that we are both passionate about is incrementally improving what we're doing over time with your support. So, I mean, you look at where we were in 2019, where we were, even when we started working together at the start of 2021, and where we are now, I mean, it's just out of this world. Thanks to our partners, of course, our partners financially, and also our production partners, Spring Media and Spring Productions. You know, couldn't do it without you guys. So thank you, everyone, for your kind work. And look, I love the extremes. We've been in Bulgaria where it was 2 degrees for a whole day, and we had snow the next day. Now here we are, boiling. And I tell you what, I might be rocking out the budgie smugglers, because I think I've lost about 4 kilos in 2 days in this cube. So it's working for me. Going to get that summer body back.
Hey, you know your shades? I was saying it just reminds me. I know who it is. It's Elvis, isn't it?
Well, These were an impulse buy in Milan, and Milan is the height of fashion. And sure, I did bargain the guy down to €3, so I don't know if they are what you'd call brand names. Oh, here we go.
Okay,
gonna get D-cubed.
I'm on it. I got it. This cube is just trying to...
It's nice how the cube waited till the end of us being on camera before we got blown over. Yeah, not really great on the pegs. This is part of the beauty of ECN, though. I mean, one thing I love about what we do is there's no other gig in sports or TV like what we're doing. There's absolutely nothing like it. And so, yeah, that's what kind of spurs us. We always get asked things like, how would you like to do this competition or this competition? But, I mean, I think that probably if you ask someone commentating another competition, if they would like to do what we were doing, they'd say yes. So the question maybe should be put to them. Because how many other places can you go for a dip in Lake Garda, just 15 minutes out of Brescia after work, which is something that I'm thinking about every 1 to 2 minutes at the moment. Mohammed Yusuf likes the shirt, very suave. Well, the shirt's been a bit polarising today. Some people thought it was boring, some people like it. It's quite patterned. Max Duck saying, did I ever swim with sharks while living in Perth? Well, not on purpose, Max. A lot of people talk about sharks. I know I'm in Europe. And I mean, they do have an aquarium there, which is pretty cool, where the sharks swim all around you. And I think there is something you can do where you can kind of swim with them. And I know also, I think on the east coast of Australia, they have some swimming with sharks experiences. But, you know, it's pretty rare. I mean, you're more likely to get hit by a car walking across the road to the beach than you are being eaten by a shark. But I know that the Jaws movies have scared you off it. That you're even scared. Who was it? I was talking to maybe one of the production crew about going to the lake, and they said, but what about the sharks? I said, well, it's a lake. They're not going to come in from anywhere.
But what about the sharks? Who was that?
Well, you're the one that thinks there's piranha and there's fish and everything.
I mean, I didn't
see one single fish
piranha,
there.
but they are fish, and they do nip.
Not near the edges. They know to keep away from the people. Well, this is blasted away. It is high into the sky, and it's travelling out of the ground. Maximo! It was Zaman trying to bring some respectability to the scoreline. He gets 6. Well executed pull shot. Doesn't try to keep it down. Goes elevated and gets success. 6 carreras.
Yeah, big shot. I mean, look, you still got 2 batters in there that can hit the ball pretty well. Jawan Mohammed, who's out there, don't forget, he smashed 17 of just 5 deliveries in there earlier, Matt. So it's all about respectability. That's what they've got to be thinking here. I mean, the win, I mean, they're needing over 22 runs and over now. That's got to be out of the question. But you've got to be looking at saying, right, okay, setting yourselves little targets. That's what I would say here, Vinny. You've got to be saying, right, okay, we're at the halfway point here now. We're probably, all right, maybe we can finish with the score into the 40s, 42, 45. Yeah. And then say, right, from there, the next task, we're going to look at the end of 8 overs, we want to be at this, and try to finish with 100. That would be some respectability in this match.
For sure. Well, this will help, or will it? It's going, it is going, and it is gone. Maximo Uzzaman, once again. Pull me again, he says, and he does. Out of the ground, a little bit too short. A couple of nice shots by Rizwan over the leg side sweeper. End of 5, 45 for 2. I mean, you double that, you get 90. Add on a few more, maybe 100. I mean, it's all about building confidence. We know this target's out of sight, but you know, there's a lot to play for. This format's very interesting because you know you can make life hard for yourself, but you're not going to get knocked out straight away. It's just you're going to set yourself a bit of a task. And PLG already showing they can win with a win over Jandra Brescia. And they might set their sights on, you know, first things first, trying to make it to finals would be, you know, an achievable goal for them. Assuming they do finish in the bottom 3, they'll have to get through Super Friday. But, I mean, their club's been building little by little, no doubt about that. We've enjoyed their ECN journey so far, which has eventually brought them a win today after they had just a 1-0 result and 8 losses in their first 9 ECN matches.
Rukhsar Ahmed, well, he's probably hoping, wishing maybe he took this match off as well.
You're right.
He's been smashed all over the place.
And Bashir Hussain will be the new bowler. All right. I'm going to keep trying to go through this chat. Lily Panda saying she'll do her best not to imply that we are married. Well, I mean, we are a couple. I mean, just a work couple, I suppose. This one is smacked away, and it's going to evade the fielder. So that's a pretty nice shot by Jawad Mohammed, who just stands, delivers. And I like this because he goes offside, and I think once you do this, you start causing problems for the other team. Batters always want to go leg side. You can kind of set a field to that. But most bowlers are trying to bowl outside that off stump. And when you can play a shot like that, certainly puts the bowler on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, we get asked a lot of questions, don't we, about where we've been, the things we've seen, the improvements we've seen. And maybe I'll fire that back at the chat as well. I know a lot of you have followed European cricket for a long time, and we're so grateful that you have, and we're humbled by all your support. But what about yourselves? I mean, where do you think the biggest improvements have been? I mean, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I always say it's been more or less from the fielding, and also, of course, from the production. The production has really changed. I mean, I remember doing the very first one in Sporting Alphas. Oh, he's in trouble, but the throw not good at
that. Now, I've got an observation here. I've got the bowler here, Mubashir Hussain, and now look at his sunglasses. If we can get in on Mubashir now, look at the bowler's sunglasses. Oh, he's just turned away at a bad moment. We'll come back to it in a second. And I want to compare it to your sunglasses, Rico, because getting a bit of feedback. And he might be ripping off your sunnies. This is in the air and should be caught. Fahim Nazir will take the catch. Well, now we're getting a really good look at Mubashir Hussain, who takes the wicket, and Uzzaman has tried to go over long off, didn't quite get the distance, and Nazir gets a drink for his trouble, deserves it, because he's had a big workload. The 50 comes up for PLG. They also lose a third wicket. Uzzaman goes for 21, and it's 50 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, he hits this pretty well, doesn't he? But unfortunately, straight to the hands of the fielder, who's pretty happy about it.
There's his sunglasses.
Yeah, I mean,
now let's have a look at Rico's sunglasses. What do you think? Yeah? I mean, no one's going to have my sunglasses. I know that.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, but you've told everybody now they were €3. You shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, but I could be just saying that to
You said they
appear
were
grounded.
designer.
You don't know how much that was. Milan, everything's expensive. Make sure the cube doesn't blow away while I come back to
This
the
cube
chat.
is going to go, I'm telling you.
Sanosh Kumar's got another random question for you, Rico.
What?
As we see Hamad Ranjit, the captain, coming into the crease at number 5.
I've had an idea.
Rico, when you go back to Spain, what's your schedule like with your lovely family, and do you go for golf? That's a good question. Well, I know you're actually pretty busy when you go home, true?
Yeah, I mean, I've never played golf. It frustrates the hell out of me, and it makes me angry because I keep missing the ball, and I don't like it. So not golf. Well, this is going to make him angry as well, and the bowler is not going to be happy as well.
Hassan Ahmed's a really good fielder, but there's probably a bit of fatigue creeping in here. It's just a half-hearted, one-handed effort, and it gets through him for 4. It will be the end of the over. So 54 for 3. Ranjit gets off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, find away. No, I mean, when I go back to Spain, yeah, obviously it's family time over the couple of days that we'll have over the week. But also, I'm afraid it's also all hands on deck. It's a busy time in Spain when I go back. Obviously, it's in the middle of the summer. The holidays will start in around Europe when we get a lot of holiday makers come. So I'll be in the kitchen working hard. So I'm pretty used to the heat here.
You are.
I mean, this is like in my kitchen, as I know some of you have commented it on before. But look, this is my idea.
Go on.
Can we take this cube to the lake? Because you know, like people have the lilos and things.
In it.
We'll have our cube. We'll float on the lake with our cube. I think that's a great idea.
Interesting idea.
Mm.
I feel like I'd find a way to get trapped under it, though.
Huh?
I feel like I'd find a way to get trapped under it instead of being on top of it. So you're going to come to the lake tonight? Go on.
Tonight
Thinking about it?
I'm busy tonight.
Yeah, here we go. Rico's washing his hair.
I am busy tonight.
Oh,
maybe I haven't got any trunks.
Safi, my drivers. You got your ECN shorts. They're fine. Starting to think you're trying to hide something. Anyway, this one's in the air. It's going to be 4. It's a little bit of an outside edge. And Jawad Mohammed will take the 4. Ghulam Fareed's into the attack. Short, wide, and with no third man. That was always racing away to the boundary.
Yeah, 4 runs. Mind you, didn't help when you said it's like, reminds you of being on honeymoon. And now you're asking me to come with you.
What I imagine the honeymoon to be like would be unbridled joy. And that's what I was feeling last night. That's all I want to say about it.
Have they got a bar in the lake? Have they got one of those snazzy bars so you don't have to come out of the water and just stay in the lake?
They got a bit of everything there. It's 100. I'm going to get this.
I'll tell you what, I got a deal for you. Today, when you go, I don't know how you're going to manage it. If your phone's waterproof, you can. Take some pictures. Maybe share some pictures tomorrow with us about the lake and try and convince me it's a good thing to do.
Didn't want to risk my phone getting stolen, so I didn't have any pictures. This one's fairly straight, I think just going down the leg side. But yeah, the circumference of the lake is huge. The surface area of the lake is 370 square kilometres. So the shore length is about 160 kilometres around.
Mm.
So that's how much shoreline there is. It's ridiculous, really. And yeah, well, if you look it up, just look up Lake Garda swimming, Garda. You'll see what I'm talking about. This is actually whacked pretty hard, and I think this will be 4. Nice shot, Jawad Mohammed. This one's more off the middle. So Farid getting a pasting here. He's deep in his crease, gets the length he wants, and he smacks it away over cover. Cuatro carreras más.
Yeah, he hits that well. Is there toilets?
Yes. There's all sorts of facilities. I mean, it depends where you go.
No, I always check when there's swimming facilities and water, the toilets. Because if they're not,
160
you know where
kilometres
people
of stuff. So that's like, imagine I had a city that was 160 kilometres around, and you'd say, oh, the toilets, there's everything there.
You're describing water world now.
It's amazing. Anyway, couple to come here. Hacks across this one. Bit of work for the fielder. Does well. Keeps it to 1. All right, we've got 3 more overs, so keep your random questions coming. We've been enjoying them. And Lily just mentioning again, yeah, bowlers shouldn't be bowling too short. Need to pitch it up. Agree. Mandrake saying the umpiring. and Rico. Yes, Rico, spring production's getting better every week. That's exactly right. It's all about improvements. And Charlie's hoping that he gets you umpiring him at some point. Well, this is in the air, and anyone going to catch this? Short answer, no. Gets fielded. 1 to the total PLG. 7 overs down, 64 for 3. Well, if you want, you can think of some random questions overnight. Maybe I'll think of some answers while I'm swimming in the serene waters of Lake Garda tonight. But we will be back for more cricket tomorrow. We have 7 more round-robin matches after this. We have 4 tomorrow. We have 3 on Thursday before we head into a 5-match Super Friday. So join us for matches 9 through 12 tomorrow, starting at 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and 12 noon in India. As tomorrow really will be moving day. I think we will see the top 3 take shape heading into the final 3 matches in the round-robin stage on Thursday.
A couple of big matches tomorrow there, and the first one is going to be a good one, isn't it? Where we've got to see Kings 11 try and bounce back. This will just be a single, and then, well, the last one, Brescia. And I think they're taking on Kings as well, and what a big match that is for Janjua. Remember, they lost their opening 2 matches. They're the home side here, so they wouldn't have been expected to be sitting on the bottom of those standings.
Exactly right. Haven't had a good time as yet. A little bit of an edge this time. Handle, just the single. Shrug saying his biggest improvements that he's seen, for him, it's the tactics, like the approach to batting and also field placing. So yeah, I think we've seen a lot more thought put into these. And, you know, even people who have a pretty good cricket brain, I think nobody really would have known the best tactics until you see a lot of this form of the game. Just hit straight, hit pretty well, but the fielder will take the catch. So another wicket to Mamasha Hussain. Well, he's having a great time out of there. So Ranja, the captain, has to go. Caught by Sharuk Nawaz down at long on, just for 6. 4 wickets down now for PLG. They're 66 for 4. A few people saying Rico looked a bit like Keanu Reeves from Matrix with his sunglasses. How about this from the robot? Always nice when the robot contributes to the chat. We know the robot's pretty busy. We're programming the robot with all sorts of things, all sorts of predictions, and the robot's in charge of the supercomputers, I think. But the robot's asking, Rico, what was your first cricket memory and how old were you? That's a very good question. Can you think back that far?
Yeah, I can. My first cricket memory was going to play cricket sort of just behind the school, middle school. My brother was with his mates, and I just started playing, and of course, they always want to bat, so all I did was bowl. It probably helped me in the long run, which why I think I became a pretty decent bowler. Well, this is a pretty decent shot, and it gets over the fielder. Balle, Kinna Sona, Brescia, just like that. That's out of the park. But going back to my memory, yeah, so I'm bowling, and of course they're using anything they can find. That's the wickets. And I'm bowling, I'm hitting these. Milk crates used to be a lot of the times.
Yep.
But of course I didn't know the rules. So they said, oh yeah, you hit the crates, yeah, that's it, well done. And now you got to do this, you got to do... They just made it up. So all I was doing was bowling, never getting a bat. But of course then I started to understand what the rules of the games were. And I thought, hang on a minute, every time I'm hitting those, they should be out and I should be getting a bat.
No, so they wouldn't tell you.
So I didn't know the rules.
So you're basically a bowling machine. No wonder you became a bowler.
Exactly, yeah. Just turn up and bowl. And then I was... hitting the milk crates all the time. But I didn't know that meant it became my turn. There always a reason why they were still batting.
I've had some great experiences. I mean, I had a charity match that I played once, and one of our team was from Iraq. As we see this one, see it halfway to Iraq, as this one is out of here. Where's Madassa? Maximo! What an inclusion he's been, as he smacks that one away. Now holds the pose as well. 6 runs for PLG. Trying to bring some respectability to the scoreline. 80 for 4 then after 8 overs. I played with this guy, he's an Iraqi guy, fantastic guy I used to work with. It's kind of a corporate cricket match. And yeah, he took a catch on the boundary. Of course, we're all dressed in the whites. Yeah. And everyone ran at him, and he thought it was like kabaddi style almost. He was almost like trying to get out of the way. He just saw everyone running at him. He took this fantastic catch.
Yeah.
And we had to explain to him, because he said, oh, like, do we score a point or something for that? And I said, no, he's out. And he said, well, I thought he was on our team because he's wearing the same clothes. Thought the batter was on the same team.
I love it.
Because we're all wearing white.
What a story.
And in normal sport, you have different coloured uniforms. Of course, we do now here in white ball cricket. But, yeah, that showed you that you probably didn't have a very good understanding of the rules at that stage. We'll say hello to Ian John, saying yet another great day of T10 cricket. Well done to all the teams involved today. He's off to start cooking dinner, so see you tomorrow. Yep, see you tomorrow, Ian. Great to have you with us.
Adios, Ian.
Last call for random questions. I've enjoyed them, actually. And Isra saying that next time we visit the UK, would love to supply us with some alu parantas, but we actually already had some today. We do appreciate.
Yeah.
From Kings 11. And this is smacked high. Oh, this will be another 6. It is Maximo. Oh, PLG, we talked about them potentially getting the 100. I mean, they could get there now. 10 balls remaining. They move to 86.
Yeah, this is a big hit. I mean, they played it. I mean, we know that Jawad Mohammed can hit the ball. He can thump it pretty well. He showed us a brief glimpse of what he can do in the earlier match today that they won. Well, Riaz Mudassa, isn't he showing what he can do? He's on 14 of 3. And Mohammed, 21 of 14. And this is exactly what they needed to do, I think. Hopefully they'll keep going this way and get the 100 on the board. Edge, well, this is going to be the end of it. And sooner or later, I think when you swing it, you're going to get one that you're not going to get out the middle. And that's a nice catch taken by Nisar there. Looks like he's got a bit of a lampshade on his head there. It's not the best of looks, that cap, is it?
I don't mind it. It's a bit of a throwback. Bit of the old halfway between the stiff hat and the terry toweling. Nicely taken. Easy one, comfortable height.
But you can't put them in the washing machine. I think that's what he's done. He's got the old...
reminds me of, you know, the old Australian hat which has the corks all around the outside?
Yeah.
That keeps the flies away. In fact,
we need them
that
here.
Is a good idea.
Come on, can somebody sponsor us with 2 of those hats, the old corks? Just keep these flies away.
Very classics.
Maybe we should get one of those zappers. You know those things I have in my restaurant just put up?
That's all you're going to hear in the background, I think. Lily saying she played cricket for 4 years. She doesn't think she ever fully understood the rules. Well, I'm not going to make one of those bowler jokes on you, Lily. But I think you've got a pretty good handle on the game. Lily's very savvy with her tactics. I notice what's behind it. Pandas are very smart animals. Anyway, this next one is a square drive. And, well, does his best to fumble it, but still keeps it to 1.
Nice shot to get off the mark, that.
Hello to Yuvraj Singh, who's donated 500 rupees, saying, Rico, some peg tonight? What's that, some sort of food? P-E-G-G?
P-E-G-G, peg. Glassy, peg? Yeah, why not?
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Gone.
Oh, well.
There's your split, Rico. 2 of the stumps.
There's the splits, there's the chuck, the what it. And, well, Farid, he gets one, caught behind, and this one, well, it just goes right through the defences. So, yes, Mundasa, well, 2 of the batters that were hitting the ball well, go. Don't wonder if they will get to that 100 here now, but this is a good delivery. It's right up there, full, straight, knocks them over. The stumps do the splits. And,
don't know how much defences was in this shot from Riaz Madassa, but I will say that he did hit the ball pretty well while he was there. The stumps have been uprooted once again, not for the first time today. So, not a bad innings from him. He ends up making 14 off 4 with 2 big Maximos. So maybe a case for him to go up the order. The score now is 87 for 6. 7 balls remaining in the day. Last call for random questions. And you were saying, yes, glassy time, Rico. And remember, we said today we will do the Ice Bucket Challenge if we get to 300,000 YouTube subscribers while we're in Italy. So this is, you know, obviously everyone listening that's interacting with us on YouTube right now probably already subscribed, but tell your family, tell your friends if you can get them involved, get them subscribed, tell them about European cricket, then maybe we'll get there. I think it's going to be tough. It's going at the rate we're we do, every 1,000 is a lot more people, obviously. But we've got 3.5 weeks to try and get there. I'll have Corey with me next week. He doesn't mind hustling for some more subscribers. This will be a dot to finish the over. 87 for 6 after 9. And let's just make sure we do it on a hot day. And I said I'll do it in my shirt and trousers. Probably know that not the jacket.
Why? I think you've got to do it in whatever you start the day at.
What's that?
Do it on whatever you start that day. But we're going to do it on the day or the next day. We've got probably the next day. You probably have to get the eyes, won't we? .87 on the board, 6 wickets down. And, well, Farid there, 2 for 17. You've got 2 new batters out there now. That'd be a good time for them to have a whack. When he tries to have a whack, and we're going to take the singles. Come on, boys, let's get going. That's better. I think they missed out on one at the end of the last. Well, this one gets hit into the ground, goes over the... well, he's not the captain in this match, is he? Rukhsar Ahmed. He missed the first match, came on to bowl. He was quite an expensive first over. Now he's trying to... well, he's trying to finish with a smile on his face to see if he can get a wicket. Just joining up the dots. Well, either way, he wants a good one. So, Riaz. This is Tabassum Riaz. He's bowled pretty well today. And, well, he's trying to sort of flat back this to somewhere. I think he's far better off rocking back. Just have a look at the field on the offside. Maybe if you can just get some elevation out the offside, get it over the man at point.
Yeah.
Run down for 4.
Got to say, well done to PLG.
Yeah.
They have, still tried to be as attacking as possible. And, well, there's been the occasional moment like this as well, as Tabassum Riaz is going to go for a duck. And I think that rookie Ahmed, he's quite enjoying getting his figures back under control after he went for a few in the first over. But he gets his first wicket of the day. And he does it by knocking Millen off out of the ground.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good player, isn't he? He's a great captain as well. Leads well at the front, by example. And you see he's decided, well, okay, you're swinging and missing. Well, you don't want to miss this. Well, he does miss it. And there's the smile on the face from Rukhsar, just sharing a little bit of a joke there. But Sukhdev, once again, look, well done to Sukhdev, Amil and Rohan, the umpires, the men in black. They've done a magnificent job. Look, and spare a thought for our men in black. I mean, the key word is men in black. They're having to wear black out there, and they always say when it's hot, wear light colours. But they're having to do it in black. Yeah. It's very hot out there, and they've done, again, a fantastic job. So take a bow to our match officials. And Sukhdev, he wants to have a bat. He says, throw me down a few. We saw that in Milan, didn't we, when we had a bit of a break? Sukhdev, now, get back to the other end. You can have a bat later. And also, shout out to Stefan Gooch, the third umpire and the tournament referee. He's had a good day as well. Again, they work very well as a team. Communication is key. All right, once or twice to get it wrong, but that's the way it goes, and we all make mistakes. Nobody means to do it, so everybody needs a break now and again. Well, this man is tall. He's big. Look at him. I mean, he's like a giraffe.
Adnan Mahmood.
Yeah, he doesn't want to take a single. He says, nah. He said, I'm not here to take a single.
Get my eye in. If there's 2 balls to come, I'm looking at the first one. But he better be swinging at this one. 88 with the ball to go. Thanks again for all the random questions. We've loved them. And, well, thanks to Myra Patel. Here's the last comment of the day. But right now, it is swing and a miss for Adnan, who won't get a run here. PLG, they're going to finish 88 for 7 off their 10 overs. Once again, thank you so much for your company on ECN today. Stay tuned. We'll have a bit of a chat, and then we'll go to the end-of-day highlights. You can see some of the action we've seen today, and there has been plenty of it. But in this one, quite a one-sided one. 70 runs the margin. The final score is Brescia 158, PLG 88. And look, PLG, they can hold their heads high as well. It's a day where they did secure their first win in ECN cricket. A pretty comprehensive one, in fact, over Brescia earlier today. But Brescia, well, they put their foot down today. I mean, they were so disappointed to lose yesterday, but they got a couple of their big guns back, and now they sit 2-1 in pretty good position to secure a spot in that top 3.
Yeah, I mean, they needed a good performance, didn't they? They needed to have a comprehensive victory, and that certainly was what they did here. I mean, they batted well. Okay, they got a few lucky breaks, you have to say, but then, you have to go on and make them count, and that's what they did. That's what good teams do. And then in the field there, I think... they just used a number of bowlers. They knew that the victory was always there. We saw some nice, tidy work. We saw some good catching as well. We saw some bit of untidy bowling. But what it does is we wrap up another day and look forward to this. Day 3 of 6 tomorrow. And Kings 11, they're back in action against a team. They're not going to have too much time to rest, are they? The backlines of Jetty, they're going to come back, but they know they're coming back with a victory under their belt. And I think they also know that if they can get another victory somewhere along the line, they're certainly going to put pressure on the host side, Brescia, as we have a look at these highlights coming up. And there were some positives, there were some big hits as well, but sometimes they just weren't able to execute the right shot to the right ball, and there was a nice catch there taken. No issues at all. Well, there's a few issues with the bounce. We've seen some fun and games in that part of the ground today. We have to come up with a name for it. This was one that went through, and there was one where there was 10 without a ball being bowled. You don't see that too often. And Shabir, he was absolutely fuming with himself, but he did come back and take a wicket, and he did get a smile that went on his face eventually. Well, there was a few that were out of here. There were a few big shots, quite a few that made their way up this hillside, that far part of the ground. And we also had one that went into the helipad as well earlier today. The catching was good. There we go. We're all happy. We're all glum. Things were going our way. But there was a period there with the likes of Rizwan Zaman, 21 of 15, Jawad Mahmood as well, 21 of 15, and also there Riaz Mudasa, who's playing some good shots and big shots. But thing is that I think if you're going to try and play those shots consistently all the time, sooner or later the bowlers are going to get you. And these are top bowlers, but look, some of these were absolutely huge. And that was the snick, that's what I'm talking about. But still, not before he hit the ball very well indeed. And this one, well, it knocks them all over. There's the stumps doing the splits. Enjoying that moment as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, credit to PLG. I mean, they know they're up against it in this really strong group. They did come out and they swung the bat. And, you know, what they did do is they showed they can clear the boundaries. And sure, you know, a fair few they missed at the end, but you know, they have shown an ability to compete with the bat that has stopped them from winning games before. You know, I think there's always been a case that their bowling, their fielding's been ahead of where their batting's at. So if they can sort that out, I mean, they're going to become a much more successful and consistent team in this form of the game. Twin 21s for Zaman and Jawad Mohammed. 21 off 15 for each of those batters. Apart from that, Riaz Madassa. Well, I liked what he brought to the table. He hit 2 of his 4 balls out of the ground, and he ended up being dismissed for 14. And apart from that, you know, just a couple of 5 wides, hurting the figures of some of the bowlers for Brescia in this one. But ultimately, it was a pretty comfortable second half of the game. They knew that they were safe after putting 158 on the board. As far as the bowlers went, well, some good formers there. Gul Fareed, 2 for 17. He was on target, as was Mubashir Hussain, who was able to pick up 2 cheeky ones of his own. Fahim Nazir just required for the 1 over. Faisal Shabir, I think, once he got it right, he bowled a pretty good over, but he did start with 2 filthy 5 wides. I'm going to say Mohammed Imran, as always. I mean, he's a good performer. 1 for 11 of his 2 overs. So, yeah, probably just those extras are something that Brescia, a team as good as them, they don't normally give that many away. Once again, it's been so great to have your company with us. Thanks to everyone who was involved in the live chat. We had a great time with you guys, and it's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN is you can get involved in the broadcast. We love to hear your thoughts. Thanks to all the Blue crew, all the teams, of course, on a really hot day. Remember, with the state of emergency here, there's no water on the field. Makes it pretty tough for the tough conditions to field on. But you know, I think tomorrow will be a really important day. It's day 3 of 4. We will start to see some movement, and we'll see kind of that top 3 take shape. And that is all important because after Thursday, we do split it into the top 3, bottom 3, who will have a vastly different experience on Super Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's going to be crucial that somebody like Kings 11, a team that we expect to be in the top 3 to bounce back tomorrow. They've got 2 matches tomorrow. Yeah. And it's an opportunity for them to get right up there. But also, the team that's under pressure at most is Brescia. Yeah. They're the home side. 2 losses. They've got to get a victory tomorrow.
And look, if you're going to finish bottom 3, you don't want to be 5th or 6th. Then you have to win 2 games just to get into the finals day. Because if you do finish 4th, at least you only have to win the 1. So, I mean, Jandra, they are in the hot seat for sure, the hosts tomorrow. Just want to say a big thank you once again to everybody, and I would encourage you to check out our website, europeancricket.com, because that's a great place to get all the information. I get a lot of questions about which teams I favour, which players I favour. I get all my information from europeancricket.com, comprehensive statistics on all the players you see. You can even click on the scorecard on our website and you can see the players' career profiles. So, I mean, some players have played more than others, but still you get an idea. And you can also go back and look at last year's statistics, and you can look at last year's scorecards. And we have pretty much five of the 6 teams here that played last year in Brescia, and the 6th team actually played in Bologna. So, you know, the Kings 11. So, you know that you can get heaps of information on them. Once again, our social media, great way to keep up to date with what's happening in the world of European cricket. Follow us at European Cricket, and also, like I said, the subscription to the YouTube channel. If you can encourage your family and friends to get involved, do it. Because we said, and we'll do the Ice Bucket Challenge. This is what we decided today. If we get to 300,000 before the end of our Italian summer.
Yeah.
But for now, Rico, we're going to take a dip. Well, I'm going to take a dip in the lake, and I'll tell you all about it.
Tell
we'll
us
come
all
back
about
and we'll do it again tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Thank you very much, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. You know you are the best. And thank you for everybody for all your lovely comments and the conversation. I'm loving the chat and loving what you add to this, to this showpiece. I mean, European cricket, it's something that's unique. It's something that's taken the world by storm.
Yeah.
And not only is it because of what we do on the field, not only is it because of what our great partners do, including Spring Productions, but it's because of you guys out there as well. So thank you all very much.
Best viewers in world cricket. Well, from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the Blue Crew and everybody as part of the European Cricket family, thanks for being a part of our world. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow. Day 3 is on the way. We'll be back. The pressure in Brescia will continue. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.
Adios. Hasta mañana.